Washington Commanders receiver Terry McLaurin, frustrated with negotiations on the contract extension, has requested a trade, according to ESPN. With the sides far apart, McLaurin held out for the first 4 days of training camp before reporting on Sunday. There has been movement on a new deal, says ESPN. McLaurin became a hold-in and was placed on the physically unable to perform list. On the field, quarterback Jaden Daniels on what he's working on.
Playing the situation, game light, first and second downs, try not to take a sack. If it's not there, throw the ball away. Work on the second play. You never know, I might be lucky enough to break a sack one time and keep my eye downfield and let those guys work. But other than that, always just trying to make it as game-like as possible.
The Hall of Fame game in Canton, Chargers beat the Lions 34-7. Trey Lance 2 touchdown passes. The Nationals acquire right-hander Sean Paul Leanon and right-hander Eric Swan from the Dodgers in exchange for Alex Call. They also get right-hander Josh Randall and right-hander R.J. Sales from the Tigers for right-hander Kyle Finnegan. Nationals interim GM Mike DeBartalo on the reasoning for the moves.
When we're unfortunately not in the playoff race this year, use that opportunity to, most of the players were guys that were going to be free agents and departing the club. For us, it made sense to just get as many young players as we can to bolster the future of the team there.
Nationals back at it tonight, 6:15 on the Fan with Mitchell Parker getting the call. Elsewhere, Astros acquired Twins Carlos Correa and the Marlins Jesus Sanchez. Padres acquire Ryan O'Hearn and Ramon Laureano from the Orioles. Byron Curran on the Fan.
Jeez. What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia. Points north, south, east, and west. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley. And boy, oh boy, did things hit the accelerator. Good morning, Brian. How do you do?
I'm good, brother. What's happening with you?
Listen, man, I have tried to preach patience and understanding and saying that business is business in the NFL. But when Terry McLaurin requested a trade last night, I was literally playing Old Maid with my children.
Mm-hmm.
Last night was a card game night, I found out when I got home from 10 hours of work.
Mm-hmm.
And we were playing cards, and I try not to have my phone when I'm locked in for a little bit of family time, and then all hell broke loose.
Yep.
Multiple things can be true. And I've landed in a spot where emotionally this just sucks. I understand fans are fed up. They're upset. There's a lot of folks out there just saying, pay him. Just pay him. Get it done. I also understand the football team doesn't want to make him a top 3 paid receiver in the NFL. If that's where the numbers are, that's where the numbers are.
Mm-hmm.
And I also understand that in NFL business, this is the progression of steps. And it sucks. It sucks. It sucks. But this isn't that abnormal.
It's not abnormal at all. And like for me, I'm still where I was when you asked me the same questions 3-4 months ago. Okay, I look at this whole thing as Terry McLaurin has to exhaust every option he has to try to get the best deal he can. The Commanders have the right to exhaust every option to make sure they get a deal that they feel they're comfortable with and they're cool with. I don't like to get into the conversation of age because I've seen stuff be proven wrong one way or the other with that stuff. But we have watched in this year itself, Watt, then we saw Myles Garrett. We've seen multiple people over the years request a trade and then sign. I don't think this thing is at a point right now where nothing can be fixed. And I'm not, and then again, let's be real. If it gets to a point where both people just seem to not be able to, somebody gives a little for the other, then hell, they probably should separate. That's where I'm at with it. I'm not going to get stressed out over it because we know how this thing works. You and I had conversations, and when I hit you last night, I told you, you were perfectly right. Okay? So when I see those things and you see how listen, people realize this is not a one-way thing. This is a damn game. They play this game of negotiating all the time. We'll see how it goes. Because I know one thing. Player don't want to end up with nothing. Agent don't want to end up with nothing. And the team also don't want to just let somebody go that they know that can still help the team out.
So in moments, in less than 10 minutes, Jordan Schultz, who broke this news, is going to join the program, tell us what he knows about the situation. Jordan Schultz was at Eastern Motors, whenever that was, a couple weeks ago. And I think I said it on air. I was like, I'm going to be watching Jordan for when there's news from Terry's side of things. And sure enough, last night it came out.
Because if he was there, he was invited.
Right.
He didn't just pop up. And then when he breaks the news, if anybody has any sense, it says that agent told him what was going on. Point blank.
That tracks. We'll find out. Obviously, he's not going to say sourcing or any of that, but I think we're getting to a point here where there's a million reactions. And after we talk to Jordan, we'll open these phone lines up. We'll have a big old discussion. Like if you look at Vegas sends out odds, right? Or maybe it's the offshore books, but they say, most likely team for Terry McLaurin, it's overwhelmingly still to stay in Washington. And if they can't get a deal done, yes, you have this weird pup list injury caveat that we can explore. But people ask me, like, would Terry actually sit out the season? I don't know. I don't think so.
Mm-hmm.
He stands to make a lot of money.
And to lose a lot, too.
But if the if the biggest hurdle for Terry right now is his age, whether or not it should be, that appears to be the biggest hurdle, right? That he's going to turn 30 in September. We can argue, I think rightfully so, that he's an outlier and has less tread on the tires, hasn't been injured, production is maintained, all those things. But if your biggest hurdle towards the money you want and the guarantees you want is age, how's that going to look a year from now when you're about to turn 31? The clock doesn't stop.
Yeah, it keeps ticking.
So, I don't know. We got a absolute packed show. We know what's going on over at DC Council. We should get news about this RFK stuff. The Terry McLaurin trade situation, by far the biggest story in the NFL right now. A lot of people are going to play out what kind of trade could you get? How does this all work out? We got time for all of it, but quick break. When we return, Jordan Schultz will join us, tell us what he knows about the story he broke last night. Terry McLaurin requesting a trade from Washington. I don't even think they're going to grant him the permission, right? Takes two to tango on a lot of different things. Nobody go anywhere. B. Mitch and Finley. Jordan Schultz joins us next. B. Mitch Finley, 1067 The Fan. In moments, we should be joined by Jordan Schultz, who broke this story yesterday. There is a lot to consider in the Terry McLaurin. There's a lot to consider on the Terry McLaurin situation here. B, what was your reaction last night when you saw it?
I wasn't shocked. I like I said earlier, I feel in this day and age, the player exhausts every option to try to get a deal, and the team has to do the same thing. The team has to beat Dikembe Mutombo, and if they can stick to their guns, or they may budge a little. They may have their thing that they want to do or they feel they can. But I'm not shocked anytime I see it because that seems to be the natural progression with everybody that signs big deals now. They go from acting like they didn't want a deal to requesting a trade. You know what I mean? So I wasn't shocked. I kind of felt it was the next in order. Like the person that called me and said it, I told you my boy Ben always just messing with the team. So I kind of thought he was joking at first, and then I pulled it up, and I said, okay, cool. That's the next thing I thought had happened in line. You know, what else are you? I mean, if you're negotiating as a player and you have a contract, that's the biggest thing you can do. And it sometimes helps, and sometimes it doesn't. But we've seen big contracts over the last 2 years they happen just like that.
I think there's multiple things going on. A couple things I just wanted to point out. On February 3rd, Myles Garrett posted the following. As a kid dreaming of the NFL, all I focused on was the ultimate goal of winning a Super Bowl, and that goal fuels me today more than ever. My love for the community of Northeast Ohio and the incredible fan base of the Cleveland Browns has made this one of the toughest decisions of my life. With that in mind, I have requested to be traded from the Cleveland Browns. That was on February 3rd.
Mm-hmm.
On March 9th, the Browns and Myles Garrett agreed to terms on a 4-year extension worth $40 million a year.
Mm-hmm.
Now, they paid him top of the market, right? Washington, I don't think, is willing to go top of the market for Terry. I don't think Terry is asking for top of the market money. So, in early March, with the league year opening March 15th, T. Higgins officially requested a trade from the Cincinnati Bengals.
Yep.
Later in March, T. Higgins signed a contract with the Cincinnati Bengals. T. Higgins did not get top of the market money.
Yep. What did he get?
About probably what they want to pay Terry, honestly.
See, and I had totally forgotten about his deal.
T. Higgins got almost $29 a year.
I think that deal right there is probably closer. That deal, somewhere in between this kid in Denver and that deal.
Sutton?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think.
But see, but what happens in this thing, bro, just like anything, like you use the analogy that you want a Range Rover, but you drive a 4Runner.
Right. I love my 4Runner.
We come to a point where yes, we are supposed to believe we are as valuable as we think we are. But then it comes to a point where what you think and what the people that has the money think are different. And then reality says, if I don't adjust, I can lose. And if I have final say in that, there's no one that can make me go and do stuff to where it'll hurt me. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So as I said before, Terry has every right in the world to exhaust every possibility to get the best deal he can. But in the end, Terry has every right in the world to sign a deal that's going to benefit he and his family and not worry about the other family. And that's agents. And I felt like that, and I said a lot. And I've had agents come up to me and they're like, man, why you say that? So, because it's the damn truth. You're not his employer. He is yours. And they make final say. I listen to what you got to say, but every player out there, every dude in the NFL, educate yourself on how these finances work. and you know what the slots are. And the slots go based off of your age and your years.
Adam Schefter tweeted this out last night, and I thought it was pretty relevant. Over the past 2 years, at least 3 wide receivers requested trades. T. Higgins, Deebo Samuel, and Brandon Ayuk. None were traded in the year in which they made the request. I add parenthetically, all 3 signed an extension in the year they made the request. Terry McLaurin is now a wide receiver asking for a trade because the contract hasn't landed where he wanted to. We're past the, hey, this is no big deal phase. This is not good, clearly. But, this is still the normal course of business. And as Landfill does, every day on the show sheet, I point out it's 37 days until week 1.
Mm-hmm.
It's August 1st, and they play September 7th. I think you got 2 weeks here. And now, would there be interest in Terry around the NFL? Certainly. Are there other teams that would go to $34 million for Terry? I'm not sure. But the Steelers just did it for DK Metcalf, and I think Terry's better than Metcalf. Terry's also older than Metcalf. How does that enter into the equation?
Mm-hmm.
A lot of folks ask, what happens here? Would Terry actually sit out the year? There is this, because Terry's on PUP list. I'm curious, B, if you know this, or if you experienced this or saw teammates do it. Terry's on the PUP list with this ankle injury.
Mm-hmm.
There is a path that he could be on the PUP to the IR, and that would count towards his contract. If you're hurt, that counts as a contract year. Mm-hmm. If you're just holding out like Trey Hendrickson is, holding in, but he's not on PUP, technically that year wouldn't toll on his contract if he played it out the whole way that way.
Mm-hmm.
So Terry has this avenue, perhaps, to sit out the year because he's hurt. Mm-hmm. 1, I don't really see Terry doing that. 2, I think the team has some significant recourse where they can start appealing things and asking for conditioning tests and all these things. Mm-hmm. Do you see that path as a possibility? And did you ever see anybody try that kind of thing?
Nah. I listen, bro. Every time I've seen people, this deal with this ankle injury and all this stuff, this is straight negotiation and whatever.
And I think the team's being cool with him.
The team is throwing him a bone on this one. Because let's be real. Go back a few weeks ago, his comments was, I'm in shape. I'm ready to go, right?
Yeah.
So then all of a sudden, you can't go? We listen, you and I know what this is, and I think the reality of it, everyone else should know if they just open their eyes. But eventually it gets to the point where I'm sure you worked out somewhere, something is on video. When did the ankle get hurt? Because you know what you got to be careful of now. If the ankle's hurt, it could be NFI. And then that's a problem.
That's true.
Because if you wasn't here with an ankle injury, and the ankle injury happened while you was working away, that's the problem right there. See, I look at all this stuff, and I look at it, and I understand what goes down, but I also know if they wanted to be asses, they could be. And they haven't. That's why I still feel that this thing, they want him here, and it's going to work out for the best because I haven't seen them say enough of this BS. Because they have every right to say that too.
The team can go hard, and they haven't yet. They have some recourse should they choose to. You hope it doesn't go that route. But, I mean, at this point, it's already kind of gone further than some expected. I think this is – so Biaggi texted me last night. Bob Biaggi runs Oarsman Chevy Buick GMC in Alexandria and is a good friend of mine. He's a good friend of the program, right? Biaggi texted me last night like, dude, how messed up is this? And I tried to put it in car terms for him. And what I said is, like, how many customers have been in the store and said, I'm leaving if I don't get a better deal, right?
Yeah.
And then the salesman says, let me go talk to my manager. Like, that's where we've reached. Like, the dude's trying to buy a car, and he says, I'm out of here unless you can get it to $35,000. And the other guy says, let me go talk to the boss.
And the guy wouldn't even say, let me go talk to the boss. He didn't think the $35,000 was feasible.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So I think, and that's a great analogy for Biaggi, because it happens to him on a daily basis. Hell, I've done that 700 times to get a car, knowing when I'm going to get the car. I went there to get it.
Right.
I rolled in, told somebody to drop me off because I knew I was going to leave out there with a damn car. You know what I mean? But you do it. And fans, don't get mad at Terry for using all of his options. Don't get mad at the team for also being like frugal and hell-bent on how they want to do things. This is what happens. And normally we had a team where we didn't have that type of stuff. But when you start having professionalism going on, professional people who know how to do things, you're going to have this every once in a while. It's a good problem to have, to be honest with you.
It means you got good players, right?
You got good players, and you also have smart people that's handling business. They're not just throwing out deals just because. Every fan say, just pay him. Yeah, then you'll be mad later on if you can't pay somebody else.
My greatest concern, and I'm curious where you land on this. My greatest concern is, does this reach a point where, listen, Terry and his teammates are going to be cool. Every guy has said to a man, we support Terry. He's got to take care of his business.
Yeah, they all know that.
I think Terry and the coaches are going to be cool. Like DQ and Cliff Kingsbury and Anthony Lynn and Bobby Ingram want Terry to be there. They want him to get his money. They want him to be there.
Yeah.
Now, coaching staff, whether they should be or not, is on the side of management. That's just how it goes. Terry's on the side of labor here, which is the players. But could the beef, as this unfolds, with Adam Peters, Lance Newmark, Brandon Sosna, like the guys involved, everybody just says Peters. Sosna's actually negotiating the deal, right? Newmark is super involved in everything going on over there. Could that beef metastasize into something that they can't get past?
I don't think so.
Like, when you've dealt with teammates holding out, getting in nasty contract situations, when it gets resolved and they're back in the locker room, back playing, how does that feel? How does it look?
It doesn't affect the locker room at all. The players understand. Once you get your deal, you walk in the locker room, now it's all about playing football. Nobody is going to worry about the fact of how you had to fight. Because you know what? They've been in a situation they're going to be in it a little bit later. So I don't think that's going to be a problem whatsoever.
That's my biggest concern is like, because even, let's say this gets done and maybe Terry and AP aren't best buddies, who cares?
Who
right?
cares? I mean, first of all, he's not here to be friends with people. He's here to help you win football games. You know, and I've said that many a times. I can play with people I don't like as long as I know they're doing what they're supposed to be doing to help me win. That's all that matters.
As far as like working out the actual trade, I continue to think eventually if there is, I don't know, 53 million, 56 million in guarantees, eventually I just think that looks too good to continue to sit out. Say they get it to where Higgins is, almost 29.
Yeah.
Does it really matter that it's not 30 when the guaranteed money gets to be $56 million?
It gets to the point where, and I know Terry has said this a lot, he said he has people around him that keep him grounded. And I think those people around you in this situation, that's when they have to be even more prevalent on keeping people grounded. Because people can set a tone of what we're shooting for. And then eventually you have to realize that it ain't going there or it may go there. And if you see that the reality is it ain't getting there, you got to get the best deal next after that. You know what I mean? And the people around you have to be able to say, listen, man, it's life-changing money. We understand what you thought. You still worth it. Worth it to us. But they're not going to pay it to a person like that. And yes, it's unfortunate. It's unfair. But that's where they're at. And if someone else hasn't come in here and kick down a door and offer a ridiculous place, the others don't want to do it either. You hear what I'm saying? And it's not bad. It's not a knock. Because I would tell Terry, like I've said many times about anything, these people out here that's going to say something if you don't get the one that you wanted, they not making it. So one finger salute to them all. You know, because I think people get so caught up on how it's going to look. You know what? We watch people on a daily basis calling to this show and do everything, calling other shows, and knock people that they cannot even touch when it comes to athleticism, money, whatever. But they knock them, and that's their rights. But you know what? You shouldn't give a damn about it.
I just play it out. Like, I find it hard to believe he's sitting out a year, because if the goal in this is to be paid to measure it to his ability around the league, and the biggest holdup in that is age, you're only a year older.
You're getting older.
Like, the clock doesn't stop, man. And I do find it, for Commanders fans that are just upset, like, I understand the emotional side of this, right? To me, there's the emotional side, and then there's the actual, like, business of football side. The emotional side of this sucks, because Terry McLaurin has done everything right since he arrived here 6 years ago. He's been really good on the field, really good off the field. Unfortunately for him, got thrust into this position where he had to speak on a million things that shouldn't have been brought to him, but because of a void of leadership and people to answer questions, he got asked, hey, how much does it suck to have to deal with everything swirling around? You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
The emotional side of this absolutely sucks, and it's flabbergasting. But like the football leverage business world, it's just how the sausage gets made.
It's like this, Jay. There's this house you want to buy. All right? You have everything on it you want and more. You get to the thing, the price on the house is $1.2 million. But the person that has the house is telling you you need to pay $1.8 million. You gonna pay 1.8 or you gonna pay 1.2? That's basically where Adam Peters is right now. This is what the price is. This is where we're going. And yes, we know that you feel like you're more valuable. The house might be more because that house fits everything that you ever thought about in the house, everything your wife wanted. But you're still not going to just pay above and beyond just because. And if that's the deal, and age is a factor, it is. It shouldn't be, but it is. You got to go with what's best. And that's when you have to tell your person, this is what we're going to do.
Let's open these phone lines up. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. Terry McLaurin has requested a trade. What do you think happens next? They work out a deal. There's still 37 days till week 1. Does he get traded? Or does he actually sit out a game? Does he sit out week 1? Does he sit out the first month? Phone lines are open. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley.
What's up, everybody? It's Brian Mitchell here, and I'm calling all dads out there to tell you about it on this big event coming up. It's the Dad Games, the Olympics for dads. You can compete for $500 first prizes in events like trash can basketball, the Dad Joke Game, and you know we got some bad ones out there, wiffle ball home run derby, and more. And JP and I will be there cheering you on. It's going to be Saturday, August 9th in Upper Marlboro, Maryland. So to register, visit dadgames.com. Use code 1067 for 50% off registration. Bring the whole family, and we'll see you at the Dad Games, the Olympics for dads.
Commanders wide receiver Terry McLaurin has requested a trade, according to ESPN. Quarterback Jaden Daniels in training camp on wide receiver Deebo Samuel.
I'll just say for Deebo, I mean, the guy's played a lot of football, and he's very understanding of different coverages and routes, and the guy is a pro, and he works hard. So for me, it's like I just go out there and try to communicate this is what I want versus this look versus this coverage, and he go out there and he puts in the work and he understands it.
Hall of Fame game, Chargers defeated the Lions 34-7. Trey Lance, 2 touchdown passes. The Nationals made several deals yesterday, trading away outfielder Alex Call to the Dodgers and Kyle Finnegan to the Tigers for pitchers. Nationals interim GM Mike DeBartalo on guys like Eric Swan and Josh Randall.
We're looking for guys with stuff, guys that have performed well. A combination of both is really where our focus was. We feel like we got several guys that have that.
Elsewhere, Astros acquired the Twins' Carlos Correa and the Marlins' Jesus Sanchez. Byron Kerr on The Fan.
B-Mitch at Finley, 106.7 The Fan. It's a relatively simple question. If you live under a rock, Commander star wide receiver Terry McLaurin has requested a trade. I posted a Twitter poll. You can follow me at JP Finley NBCS. I need to update that, B.
Yeah, you do.
Commanders fans, what do you think happens with Terry McLaurin? I gave 3 options. I think these are fair. Deal gets worked out, trade, or sits out a game or games. Overwhelmingly, 87% of votes. People think a deal will get worked out. I want to let folks weigh in, man. Start with Carter on Route 66. Carter, what do you think happens with Terry, man?
Hey, JP, you're at the top of your game, and I really appreciate what you do. And B-Mitch, you might not remember, but about 15 years ago, I helped you with a little situation that you had with an employee. Here's my take. It's very straightforward. I spoke to my son last night, who works in Major League Baseball, and I said, tell me, as a person who deals with players and contracts, what would you do in this situation? And he's a tremendous Commanders fan. And he said to me, Terry provides something for us that we can't replicate. Therefore, a deal must be worked out. It will probably not feel good for both people, but that's what compromise is.
Mm-hmm.
But I do think at the end of the day, Mitch's take from earlier was exactly right. This is exactly the process. Why did he ask for a trade yesterday? The Hall of Fame game was yesterday, so it went on NBC. We all know how leverage works. Terry's got to exercise his, the Commanders have to exercise theirs, and at the end of the day, 17 will be wearing the burgundy and gold when the season starts in September. Thanks, gentlemen.
Appreciate you, man.
Thanks, dude. I love the first call of the day was somebody saying they met B 15 years ago. Let's go to Jaden.
Business, though.
Jaden in Pennsylvania. Jaden, what do you think happens with Terry, man? How you feeling about all this stuff?
Yeah, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
So I think it's a little bit of a misplay from Peters and Terry, because I get this happens, but when has this ever happened this late? Ayuk didn't happen this late. Myles Garrett didn't happen this late. Lamar Jackson didn't happen this late. So why is Terry's happening now? I think they thought it would be a lot smoother than it was, because this should have been done in March or April. This is way too late in the process. And who are the teams that underachieved last year? Teams that had these problems. The Niners with Ayuk took too long, underachieved. Look at the Bengals. Took too long with T. Higgins and Jamar Chase, underachieved. There's no way after an NFC Championship game this should be a discussion in August.
That's fair. That's a fair comment, Jaden, and I appreciate
I
that.
understand that, but right now it happens because
I'm gonna
he's
drop
trying
you.
to,
Thank you.
trying to adjust who has the clout, who has the edge.
The one concern, and I retweeted this last night from Rossini, and I do. Who knows, right? Because GMs have a lot of different reasons to say something like this.
Mm-hmm.
But Rossini last night tweeted out, from a successful GM in the NFL, Washington is too late. Could have been avoided. Game of chicken now. Either tell him you're trading him or figure it out. This is getting close to the Reddick situation. If you remember the Hassan Reddick situation last year, it went so bad that he thought they were getting somewhere, then they didn't, and then eventually he had to get traded. He sat out games. It was a disaster.
Mm-hmm.
Terry, one thing he said at Eastern Motors that stuck with me is, yeah, man, I came to OTAs. I was there for the bulk of it. Like, seemed like everything was going in the right direction, and then it just went sideways. And whether it went silent, he said they hadn't talked in a month, right?
Mm-hmm.
Whether that was maybe it was phone tag. Maybe it was his side not calling back. Maybe the Commanders were like, dude, there's an offer on the table. Let's start here. I don't know exactly. I kind of know, frankly, but I can't say. Like, that gap in time, you wonder if things have deteriorated to a point where they can't get better. I find it hard to believe. I think eventually guaranteed money is going to talk, And if the guarantees are significant enough, that's what matters.
But the question I would ask is, just like we were talking about this stadium deal, and my thing was, if you want to shut something down, but you have nothing else coming for it. So if it's to a point right now where, I can't get over it, is anybody else offering you something? Is anything else lucrative or legitimately there to where you know you got something else coming? If it's not, then guess what? You always want to talk.
Phone lines are packed. Jordan Schultz is going to join us at 11 a.m. Jordan Schultz broke this story last night. I'm also seeing this from Diana Rossini. This is happening in real time. This is breaking news. Diana says, breaking, the Micah Parsons-Cowboys relationship has deteriorated to the point where the star pass rusher is considering drastic measures, which could include a trade request or even a declaration that he is severing his relationship with the team. The two sides remain far apart, headed into the second week of training camp, and are not currently negotiating. I don't know what severing his relationship with the team means.
Yeah,
like,
it's
you
just
quitting?
Another way of making it it's more serious.
Yeah,
Let's be
because
real, dog. He got a contract, right?
he's under contract for this year. Yeah,
and then they still can franchise for 2 more years.
Yeah. But one thing I'll say, as everybody has tried to slam Terry's agent, or at least question Terry's agent, who doesn't have a list of high-profile players under contract, but has been an NFL agent for a long time and does represent a number of people. He represented Jeremy Chin, just as an example, for locally. Like, the trade request play is not unusual. It's not like he's doing something unusual. And then if you consider Parsons' situation in Dallas, who now might be considering a trade request, Parsons is rep by David Mulugeta, who's one of the most powerful people in the NFL.
Yeah.
He's athletes first. I mean, I believe he got $1 billion worth of deals done within the last year or two. Like, he got the Jordan Love deal done. I mean, he reps a lot of big name people. So, like, for Terry to be requesting a trade, like, this is not unusual, man.
This is a step in the process, dog. That's all it is.
I want to get some of these phones in. Jake is in Richmond. Jake, where you at with Terry, man? You nervous?
Hey, I am. I'm 29 years old, and Terry's my favorite player of all time. So I hope he stays. I do want to say, everyone's saying that the team has all the leverage, and I do agree they have a vast majority. I kind of feel like Terry has more leverage than we give him credit for, just for the fact that not just this year, but going into next year, let's say we don't sign him, he plays a year. We don't have Terry under contract. We don't have Debo under contract. We don't have Noah Brown under contract. We're going into next year with Jalen Lane and Luke McCaffrey and a lottery pick of a draft pick in the first 3 rounds, and praying that that's better the next few years. So not just this year, but from a long-term team-building perspective, I still think Terry kind of needs to be on the team the next few years, both as a player and as a mentor.
I understand, and I believe it. I think he needs to be on the team too. But you're making a lot of assumptions as if like they gonna all go out and just think. What if they go out and they have unbelievable years and they do some great things? You lose leverage as that begins to happen.
The leverage situation is unique because I honestly think some of Terry's best leverage, thanks for the call, Jake, is going to be these practices in New England. We've seen a pretty clear delineation in the Commanders' current receiving group. I think you can trust and be excited about Debo and Noah. Those are guys you can trust and be excited about, and in different degrees, right? Like, Debo has shown a really, really, really high ceiling, and he looks great so far. We'll see, but I think you can trust and believe in that. Noah, you can trust that he's an NFL wide receiver that can, if he stays healthy, be a really productive member of this offense. Yeah. He hasn't stayed healthy most of his career. And then I think Jalen Lane, so far, and what we've seen, there's real reason to believe in that dude.
Yeah.
I don't know that it'll get done, but, you know, we haven't seen him do it in the NFL, but there's a lot of reasons to be excited about him. Everybody else has shown flashes. There have been really exciting moments for Ja'Cory Brooks and Chris Moore and KJ Osborne. There have also been moments where you're like, damn, that was a bad route, or damn, you got to catch that.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that is Terry's best leverage going into the season right now.
Well, I think if it was that big of leverage, I think things wouldn't be where it's at right now. I really believe this team is locked in on what they believe they're going to do, and they feel that they can make some things happen. I hate when people can get to a point where they get stuck. And then now you got to try to save face. When you're trying to save face, you're not making smart decisions. Just trying to figure it out.
Right. Like, you really hope ego doesn't get in the way of something that would make Terry McLaurin insanely rich and be good for the football team. Drew is in, I think this is our guy, Drew, in Graysonville. Drew, is this you? Cohen?
That's me. Yeah, that's me.
What's up, brother?
What's up, man?
Where you at?
Hey, I think that deal will get done. I'm hopeful that some rational heads prevail, but I think you guys are on the right track here in terms of negotiations. I mean, they're clearly at an impasse, right? The team wants Terry. Terry wants to be at the team, but they can't agree. And when you reach an impasse like that in a negotiation, it often comes down to what's the strength of your plan B. And I think the team has, they don't want to go forward without Terry, but they're going to field the team with or without him. And they have a plan for how they're going to be successful, and they're going to go. Terry, I don't know if his plan B is as nearly as good as reaching a deal. So if I was advising him, I would say, don't be so, kind of the point you just made about ego. Don't let your ego, get you into making a bad decision all out of emotion. At some point, this is a lot of money. You don't want to walk away from it if there's no other options that are better. And so, you got to kind of look at your what's your alternatives. And sometimes, I've been in situations where I've had deals like that. And eventually you even get a worse deal when you come back to the table because the other side knows they have you now. So it's not good. I said this early on in the negotiations, and I hope it's not true, but I do think that last time they negotiated with Terry, and this time they're negotiating with the McLaurins. And, so I'm hoping there's not family dynamics that are causing some of the positions to become a little more intransient. Mm-hmm. But anyways, I think a deal's getting done, but someone should tell Terry, you got a good offer on the table. Don't blow this up. It's not in your interest.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate you, Drew.
Yeah. Take care.
That's our guy, Drew Cohen, bringing us in crab cakes before that Ravens Commanders preseason game. Very excited about that. Also, if anybody wants to bring us lunch today, we'd be excited about that. I'm going to get one more call before Jordan Schultz joins us in just a minute. Alex is in Silver Spring. What's up, Alex? How you feeling about this?
Fellas, look, man, I'm going to be real. I hope it gets worked out. But here's it's gotta go with it's part of the business, this and that. So here's the realistic. If he wants to make more money, which I agree, his age, everything else, I'm glad all the players like Clinton Portis, B. Mitch, Santana Moss, that way they can plug in with all these new players and like Terry and everyone else. Because one day, man, you're not going to be able to play this game, and that's reality. So you better take all the money you can. I understand that. Be smart about it. That's cool. But it's a reality as well. So if he wants to make more money, man, get rid of his agent and talk to one of the players that are their own agent and get paid. It's like if you want to sell a house and you don't want to pay a commission, you put it for sale by owner, and that's it. All the money's for you. You work for it. Why are you paying somebody else? That's my opinion.
Listen, man, for guys that want to rep themselves, that's great. It's obviously worked out for Wagner and Lamar and maybe James going that path. But, dude, there's plenty of people that have agents, and it's a really healthy relationship. And I would add, I do think there's a misinterpretation by the general public of how much money agents make. Most of these guys, it's 3% max, and a lot of them,
1%.
it's well under 3%, and a lot of it is capped at a certain dollar amount. So it's not like if Terry signs for $100 million, the agent gets to take $15 million. That's not how it works. So just to try to shed some light on that. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley on 106.7 The Fan. We're going to keep these phones open all day. Plus, Jordan Schultz joins us next.
This update brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation, your clear home improvement choice. Micah Parsons and the Dallas Cowboys relationship has deteriorated, according to Diana Rossini, to the point where it could be a trade request or a declaration from Parsons that he's severing ties with the team. Washington Commanders receiver Terry McLaurin, frustrated with negotiations on his contract extension, has requested a trade. On the field at training camp, quarterback Jaden Daniels on running back Ja'Cory Krotsky-Merritt.
He's really good with his one cut and getting north and south and his vision. He's coming along, so I'm excited to see what he does coming forward.
The D.C. Council votes early this afternoon on a proposal for the football stadium at RFK. The Nationals make several deals, yesterday getting 4 pitchers for Alex Call to the Dodgers and Kyle Finnegan to the Tigers. Nationals interim GM Mike DeBartalo, why they did not trade Mackenzie Gore.
Mackenzie, we value him very highly, obviously, as an all-star starting pitcher under team control for 2 more years. And so he's a big part of our team, a big part of the club going forward.
Major League Baseball announces the AstroTurf field that's going to be used in tomorrow's Speedway Classic in Bristol, Tennessee, will be donated after the game to East Tennessee State Baseball. This August only, score $100 off each window with a 5-window minimum and $500 off each door at Paul Henry's Window Installation. Schedule your no-pressure free estimate today at paulhenryswindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. Byron Kerr on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Worked yesterday, out in training camp, hot all day. Had to do some TV stuff. Got home. My wife wanted us to have a game night with the girls. We were chilling, playing cards, and then my phone just went bananas. It went bananas because my friend Jordan Schultz broke the news that Terry McLaurin had requested a trade from the Washington Commanders. If you don't follow Jordan, you can at Schultz Report. SCHULTZ_report. Jordan joins us now. Jordan, what's up, man? Thanks for making time. I know you're busy.
I hate ruining family game night. I'm sorry.
Don't be sorry, man. Unfortunately, this was not a surprise to me. Like, this was kind of the playbook that was in front of Terry, and there was some question if he was going to go this far. But if you know how NFL negotiations work, I didn't find it shocking. Take us through kind of gathering this information and where you think things are headed.
Well, I think you have to understand the context of the entire situation. And Commanders fans are smart enough to understand as well that, Terry has been one of the premier receivers in the league for a long time. The team is in a position where they have to make a decision now, okay? They have to make a decision. Do they want to be in the Terry McLaurin business or do they not? Because you can't have your cake and eat it too. In other words, if you want to be in the Terry McLaurin business, then pay the guy. If you don't, then trade him. But it's not good for the locker room. It's not good for the culture of a team that you feel you have changed to be in a spot here now where basically you're telling your premier receiver and you're telling the rest of your team that we're not going to pay guys market value. So it's a spot that I don't think anyone's surprised that they're in because Terry has said publicly he's frustrated, but it's also a spot that I think they could have avoided, the team. And they let it get to this position, and now it's week 1 of preseason.
As you look at the other receivers that have signed deals, what is market value for a guy at Terry's? And they're using the age thing. So what's the market value there? Mm-hmm. Is it what the player and the agent thinks or what the team thinks?
Right now, there's 7 $30 million receivers in the league. And my belief is that we will have a lot of $40 million receivers in the near future because that's the nature of the cap. It goes up every year. And, you asked about age, B. Mitch. Teams and players and agents, this is a tale as old as time, are always going to disagree about age. I think if you're the Commanders, you have to make the decision of whether or not you believe Terry in years 7, 8, and 9 is going to match Terry in years 1 through 6. So let's look at the facts. He comes off his best season. He's an All-Pro, and he hasn't missed a game in 4+ years. So that's where I think most fans, it feels like, or all the Commanders fans probably feel the team needs to understand. And, the argument that he shouldn't get a big deal because he's going to turn 30, if you want to make that argument here with the Commanders, okay, you can make that argument. But also, I think it's important to understand that, he started his career in a different position in the sense that he didn't play his first 2 years at Ohio State. He hasn't had a lot of miles on his body, and he hasn't missed a game in 4+ years.
Certainly. It's a complex situation, man. We're talking with Jordan Schultz here, who broke the story of Terry McLaurin's trade request last night via the Rude guest hotline. Rude makes the most reliable HVAC products in the DMV. You and I were at Eastern Motors a couple weeks back when Terry spoke and was clearly frustrated. And I think one of the things that really stood out to me was Terry talked about, I was at OTAs and I really thought this thing was going to get done. And I was just kind of practicing with my teammates in good faith. And then it all kind of changed, and it seems like there hasn't been any progress. Two sides didn't talk for a while. Do you think, have we reached a point where things between Terry and the Commanders organization are unsalvageable?
No, I don't know if they're at that point, because the bottom line is, JP, what's best for an organization is either get a deal done sooner than later or trade the player. And which is what I was trying to say earlier, right? And if you're the Commanders, I think you said something that stands out. Good faith, where he was there for the minicamp, right? And this is an ownership group, a new regime that has stressed the word culture a lot. I don't know if it's unsalvageable, but I would say that it's not good for Jaden Daniels, your superstar young quarterback, who's going into year 2. It's not good for him to not have reps with his number one target. It's not good for the locker room to see that Terry, who's been, really the face of the franchise and, hasn't had the same starting quarterback in consecutive years. It's not good for them to see that. It's just bad business. So if you don't want to be in the Terry McLaurin business, fine. I think it's just that you can't have both. Like you can't underpay a guy so much so and also not trade him. And I think that's what's probably really frustrating for Commanders fans, I would imagine, and you would know better than me. But it feels to me like this probably could have been avoided had the team got this thing done much earlier. And I would also say that, because I've been asking around on, like, what's the market for Terry McLaurin? What's the level of interest? And a lot of teams would have a lot of interest, not only because he's a caliber player, but in the modern day NFL, you do need 2 number 1 wide receivers. That's really where this thing has gone. But it's not. It's a fair question to ask if it's unsalvageable. I don't know the answer to it, but I would hope that it's not, just because of what he's meant to the organization.
But if you look at the flip side of that, there could be people out there that say that the team made an offer according to what they feel is best, and if Terry wanted to be there, he would be there. What would be your thoughts on that?
So, make sure I understand. You're saying
I'm saying like they made an offer because they're looking at, and they're saying this is what we think you're worth, and he's like, well, I'm not gonna come, and he's not there. So I'm just saying it's people on both sides of this thing. It's not everybody on Terry's side, not everybody on the team side. It's kind of split. So I'm wondering, what would be your thoughts if people say, well, he could be there?
No, but what I would say to that is, look at Cincinnati, for example, with Trey Henderson, where similar type of situation, all-pro player, third contract, and extremely productive. And, the thing about these deals, these long-term deals, is that the team ultimately controls the back end of the deal. In other words, you're really signing that guy to an extension. How is he going to be in years 7, 8, 9? And the same with Cincinnati. The Cincinnati situation with Hendrickson, it's not totally congruent, but it has some similarities. So, and if you're Terry, he is there now. He did end the holdout. He's obviously not practicing, but he did end the holdout. And I think it was a good move for him to be there and showcase that he wants to be there for his teammates. But there's absolutely a sense in that locker room of, why aren't we paying 1.7? I mean, I'll tell you that, having navigated this thing, I think everyone in that locker room believes that he should be taken care of.
Talking with Jordan Schultz here. You can follow him on Twitter at Schultz_report. Check out his podcast with Draymond Green. There's a ton of content Jordan's putting out every day. And obviously last night broke the news, Terry McLaurin looking for a trade. So let's talk numbers here, right? Because for me, just as an observer of this with some knowledge of things, guarantees should be the driver, but it seems like AAV is the driver. Is there a guaranteed money amount that gets the deal done? If they get to $55 million guaranteed, like, to me, if you're Terry McLaurin and you are turning 30, I think he's an absolute baller and he's an outlier in the age discussion, but the age is the reality, right? Like, if there's $55 million guaranteed on the table, are you walking away from that? Is there a number that they have that is simply unbreakable that has to get to?
I don't. So full disclosure, I don't know the answer if it's an absolute number that has to be there guaranteed wise, but a lot's been made about DK Metcalf's deal, and he got 33 per year with $60 million fully guaranteed. So, if you look at that number, you look at that contract, I think that would probably be what needs to happen for Terry. I don't know if Washington says, to your point, JP, here's the guarantee. We'll what is it going to take? And let's say, you throw out 55. I don't know if that gets him in the building and if that gets it done, but I just don't think the Commanders have been even close when it comes to what Terry is looking for, and what I think the argument that that he has made has been, not just the quality of play, but obviously the type of person and leader.
Mm-hmm.
But I wish I could. I don't know the answer. Full disclosure, if this is going to be a guarantee and this will 100% get it done, I don't know the answer. But I would say that the DK deal at 33 per year with the $60 million guarantees is probably congruent.
That it's remarkable because if you it's easy to point to the DK deal, and I think in a lot of ways, as much as the Cortland Sutton contract, I don't think helps Terry's camp. I think the DK deal really kind of doesn't help the Commanders' camp, right? Because Pittsburgh traded for him, and then therefore you got to do what the guy wants to get it done. Like, if you're going to trade for somebody, you're going to pay him. You know what I'm saying? And this situation is just so different. Do you think Terry's prepared to sit out games? Like, if this really just keeps going, everyone I've talked to with Washington is that they're not trading him. So do you think this goes thermonuclear and Terry would actually sit out games in the regular season?
I haven't gone there yet with them because, if you're thinking about we're going, early August now, I actually haven't asked that question. I would say that when you request a trade, you're doing so because you're not only frustrated, but you've evaluated your whole situation and realized that this is about like being valued and being, respected. And the best way I would answer that is if you ultimately decide to miss a game or miss games, if you're Terry McLaurin, then it probably comes back to the fact that this organization, hasn't valued me. the way that I have earned. And so the reason I think that's really important is because a lot of times there's so much more than this, than just money. And I think this is one of those situations. Money is obviously the headline. That's the driving force of all these deals. But JP and B Mitch, as you know, Terry is a very prideful guy. And I think he has always played with a chip. And I think there's a sense of not feeling valued by the organization. And again, money obviously is like the central part of that. That's the headline, but it goes beyond that. It's a sense of respect. It's a sense of doing things the right way. And when you produce the way that he has, I think it's really frustrating to basically not feel like the other side is valuing you properly.
But what if they were to go out and start seeing and calling people about a trade, and they can't get what they think they should get for him, and the people aren't willing to give it? Will he think the other people aren't valuing him as well? Or do they want them to give them permission to go seek a trade?
Well, so there's, ever since last night and today, I've talked to a number of teams, just trying to navigate this thing of who would be interested in Terry McLaurin. There's a lot, and it's interesting because it's not all the teams you might necessarily think. You have teams on the cusp of winning, but you also have teams that want to put money in with quarterbacks on rookie deals. Which is similar to Washington. Now, Washington, I think they had the type of season last year going to the NFC Championship where, in many ways, they outperformed what everyone thought. A lot of teams are looking at that saying, well, if I had a receiver like Terry McLaurin, then maybe we could get there. Maybe I could elevate my rookie quarterback or my rookie quarterback deal. So if you mentioned the point with DK, and this is always the tricky part with making a trade to a star receiver or a star player who is seeking a new deal. As you know, like, it's not just I'm getting a new player, it's now I have to pay him. So that's the tricky part with these contracts. Mm-hmm. But I've talked to, let's say 5 teams now, 5 legitimate teams that would say, I'd really want Terry McLaurin. And I'm not saying all 5 of those teams would be able to pay him what he wants, but there's enough clubs out there that would say, I would be able to give the compensation we'd hope for, that Washington would hope for, and then in return, get something done with Terry long term, because that's what we feel is necessary. And obviously, you're not making that deal unless you feel you can get a deal done long term.
That would the team hypothetically you're discussing rhyme with Boo Wingland?
I was wondering when you asked about the pass. Here's what I'll say about the pass. They were in on Calvin Ridley, didn't get him. They were in on T. Higgins, didn't get him. We know that they signed Stephon Diggs. They have some young receivers there, but that's obviously been a team that has really wanted to add a bona fide number 1 wide receiver for Drake May. But that's an example of these. Like, if you're the Patriots, you have a 4-year window now with Drake May, because you control his rights for the next 4 years. And that's, a lot of these teams, you mentioned Cortland Sutton earlier, Bo Nix going into year 2. A lot of these teams with young quarterbacks, this is the window to strike. And that's why I think it's so frustrating for the Commanders fans, that they feel like we have the quarterback in place. We have a really good roster in place. This should be a straightforward deal to pay 1.7.
Last thing, Jordan, do we know, it's one thing to request a trade. Do we know if the request has been granted? Because generally what happens is you request it and a team says no, or a team says, sure, your agent could call teams. Do we know where that is?
I don't know where that is yet, having, just been last night, but I think definitely some clarity there in the next day or two over the weekend. How about this, JP V. Mitch? Because I'm a big fan of the program. Let's get me on next week.
I think we can do that, man. We can do that. Who knows where this thing's going?
I would love to, and
let's hope if you come on next week, it's to tell us about the extension Terry just signed.
Oh, that was really the majority of Washington fans have been saying, let's just get this thing done and make sure we take care of him.
Definitely.
A lot of people say that, but there's a lot of people that are saying what he's worth and what he's not worth and things like that. There's a ton of them that call into this show on a daily basis.
Yeah, I think the emotional side of this, everybody supports Terry for everything he's done here, right?
Yep.
But I do think at the same time, people are like, man, this is really getting far down the line here. I think people 100% want Terry on the field. And, it's what I'm trying to say throughout, this is a really complicated deal to get done because it's not free agency, right? Like, it's not like Terry can be like, yo, the Pats are going to give me $35 million. That's not where they are right now. And that's why I'm curious if this gets there because he is under contract. And you hate to see it go that way for Terry. It's a guy I've covered since his rookie season. I know his family. But it's a tricky situation, man.
Yeah. It's I don't think a lot of people anticipated that it would be in this spot. I think he's obviously meant a lot to the community, meant a lot to the franchise, and I think it'd be really interesting to see obviously what happens in next month, but also long term what happens with the Commanders now with Jaden Daniels and how they navigate this thing because he had an incredible year. They had an incredible year together, and obviously you want to build off it.
Yep.
Jordan, thank you for the time, bro.
All right, Jordan, appreciate you, man.
We will be in touch.
My pleasure. Thanks, guys. Appreciate you.
Thanks, man. Take care. That is Jordan Schultz. Broke the news last night that Terry McLaurin has requested a trade. Here's the deal. Phone lines are packed. We're going to take your calls. We're going to react to that news. I am not surprised at all that there'd be a significant trade market for Terry McLaurin. I'm also not surprised if there is no trade market for Terry McLaurin because they won't trade him. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley.
This update presented by PVI Office Furniture. Fast, excellent, affordable business grows with PVI. Yesterday, it was wide receiver Terry McLaurin of the Commanders saying that he was frustrated with negotiations and wants a trade. Now, the bombshell out of Dallas from Diana Rossini says that Micah Parsons and the Cowboys' relationship has deteriorated so much that he is considering drastic measures, including a trade request or a declaration that he's severing his relationship with the team. D.C. City Council voting this afternoon on the proposal for a football stadium at RFK. Major League Baseball announces that the 2027 All-Star Game will be at Chicago Cubs Wrigley Field. Nationals versus Brewers tonight, 6:15 on The Fan. Looking to upgrade your office game? At PVI, we'll come to you to design the perfect office space for your team. No hassle, no stress, just a game-changing upgrade. Hit a grand slam with PVI Office Furniture when you call today to score 15% off your purchase. Get your office in championship shape at PVI.com. Byron Kerr on The Fan.
Eyes on me with the Party Rock crew. All right, folks, been a busy morning. Haven't even been able to tell you. It is a Vodka Red Bull Friday powered by Scotty's handcrafted vodka. Scotty's vodka is DMV made, super smooth, and now available in select Virginia ABC stores.
Oh, boy.
Maybe we just need AP and Terry to go buy some Scotties, get a bottle of club soda, sit down and hash this thing out.
Take a couple shots.
It might be
sign a deal and then you can take some shots.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
A couple bottles of red. Maybe
JP
a
and I
steak
come
and
hang
a
out with y'all.
lobster.
We'll have fun with it.
Yeah, man. Goodness gracious, these phone lines are lit up. We just had Jordan Schultz on. If you missed any of that, the one thing Jordan said that I totally agree with is that a lot of teams would have interest in Terry McLaurin if he becomes available.
Mm-hmm.
But I think it's important to point out it's if he becomes available. I find it hard to believe the team is going to grant a trade request
and what would they ask for?
Well, and what makes you better right now?
Yes.
Because if you want draft picks, like if we were having this conversation in March or February, okay, then we need a 1. Yeah. Maybe we need a 1 and a 3. And that helps you for this year because you get guys in your program, right? Or that gives you ammunition to trade for somebody else or whatever. But right now.
Is that a dress behind you?
No, it's a lacrosse stick.
The blue thing.
It was Shelby's lacrosse bag.
Or bag.
Yeah.
Is that long?
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah. I'm trying to stay on track.
Well, I'm looking at you. You pop up on the damn TV.
I wasn't expecting to pop up right there, but here we are.
So they're showing everybody that requested trade.
Yeah,
that are playing for the team that they requested the trade from.
That's what I've been pointing out. Yeah. I just think asking for the trade request is the next step in the playbook, right? Mm-hmm. But it doesn't mean he's going to get traded, and True. I think we got to keep that in mind. And it's August 1st.
Yeah.
Wake up. It's the first of the month. They're 37 days away from football. But if you
Leo season, baby.
If you trade Terry McLaurin away right now,
doesn't help you.
Does it help you win this year? I don't think so.
Mm-mm.
And
hell no, it don't help you.
And I know folks are going to come in and say Terry for Micah. I don't think that happens.
No.
Terry for Trey Hendrickson. I don't think that happens.
It has to match up. And I think those deals not going to match up.
Let's take some of these calls. Our guy Russ is in Charlestown. What's up, Russ?
Hey, good morning, fellas. How y'all doing today?
Good, man.
That's a good idea about the drink. Just get a bottle, go up there in the meeting room, and hash it out.
That's right. Me and me will get this thing done in about, 2 bottles of Scotties.
It wouldn't take that long.
Yeah, because you get that buzz going on, you go and tell each other what you think about each other. So, hey, and then you work it on out.
Couple drinks, then we'll go over to DC Prime for steaks. Bang. Done.
Bang, there we go.
That's what I'm saying. And if it's asked B Mitch anything today.
That's not till later, dog. Not till later.
Oh, my bad. I was going to say, what's the best thing in DC Prime? But anyways, and listen, the Terry thing, I'm thinking that the TV deal stuff I don't quite understand. If there's a difference between $5 million and so many million, you get more TV money each year. I mean, you can't use some of that money to work this $5 million deficit out or whatever the division is. You know what I mean? I was thinking, I don't know too much about it, fellas, but I was just old country thinking.
The issue is not having the money to pay him.
Yeah.
The issue is a difference in valuation.
Yeah,
what
totally.
McLaurin's camp believes is the proper evaluation, and what the Commanders' front office believes is the proper valuation. It's not a lack of cash. They're not going through the couch cushions to get this done.
Okay, I got you. All right, I understand. All right, thank you.
All right.
The other thing is he's got that deep track and ball ability, and I've noticed so many receivers in the NFL, but like Deshaun Jackson, and it seems like Terry's really got it. Man, they don't want to lose that, man. But anyway, hey, thank you, fellas. Y'all have a good weekend.
Thanks, buddy. Let's go. We got a lot of Eastern Shore, a lot of people on the other side of the Bay Bridge. I guess it is summertime. Let's go to Domo. Domo, where you at on Terry, bud? Domo, you homo? Ooh, that's not what I meant. Domo, are you home?
Hello? Are you home?
Yeah, dude,
Hello?
you up? You there?
Hello, what's up? You hear us?
Hello?
All right.
Something on his phone.
See you later, dude. Rusty is in Delaware. Rusty, where you at, bud?
I'm trying to contain myself from my laughter. But anyway, that comment that you made, JP, just threw me off. Sorry. Anyway, if anybody's going to pick a fight with Jordan Schultz, I think now's the time because his arms have to be sore from carrying all that water for Terry and his agent. I think that this deal will eventually get done. When I was 29 years old, like that one guy that called in talking about how Terry was his favorite player, my favorite player was Robert Griffin III, and I probably couldn't imagine him playing for another team at that point. Maybe by the time I turned 30, my opinion had changed, but at least in that time frame, when these guys become emotionally attached, this is why we have this infighting now within the fan base and on X and everybody going back and forth about what Terry's worth and what he's not worth. When I was a young man, I had three favorite players, and it was Joe Jacoby, Mark Schlereth, and Brian Mitchell. And I had to watch two of those guys play in another uniform. And one of them won a Super Bowl in another uniform. And it's just part of, as you get older, now that I'm 42, I love I love the Commanders. So it's like I care more about the team than I do an individual player. So I think ultimately this deal will get done because it doesn't seem like, there's options, but they're not options that work out the way that Terry wants his deal to work out. So I think that ultimately he will end up coming back home. And if it doesn't take until the third preseason game, to me, it is what it is at this point. I was wondering if I could end the call with something a little lighter, though, from training camp yesterday.
We got packed lines, man. Go quick.
All right, real quick. So Jeff came out. I chatted with him for a little bit outside by the merchandise trailer, and I introduced him to my son. We had some other boys from our football team there. They saw us talking, and when Jeff walked away, I walked back to the group of boys, and they said, "Hey, Mr. Rusty, did he win the Super Bowl with B. Mitch?"
Hell no.
Thank you, Rusty. Take care, bud. Little kids, man.
That's
You never know
funny.
what's going to
That
happen.
is
man.
hilarious.
Let's go to Bones in Southeast. Bones, how you feeling about this Terry situation, bro?
Hey, man. What's up, B. Mitch? What's up, Jay, man? Thanks for taking my call, man.
All good.
What's up, bro?
It's ugly to me, right? Even on both sides, man, and it don't look good, man, so, man, from this point on, man, it's only going to get even worse, man, because, you're going to, feelings involved right now, you know what I'm saying? So, once the tamper with, man, it's hard to repair that, man, so, I just hope we got somebody, to play backup, that can step up and be that number one receiver because, man, it's important that we have a number one receiver for Jaden Daniels during this second season, man. So, like I said, man, it just looks ugly right now, man. This is my first time even expounding on it. I don't even like talking about it. So thanks for taking my call, man. Love you guys.
All right, man.
Appreciate you, Bones.
That's the thing about people got to put the feelings aside.
The emotional side of this is it all sucks. But there's so much more to it than the emotional side of it. I do wonder, B, Bones brought something up there that I have been thinking about.
Mm-hmm.
I would never in a million years expect Jaden to say something publicly. But when SportsCenter was out there, he did the pay Terry thing with the crowd. Jaden wants Terry there.
The players, listen to me, dude. You can voice your opinion about having Terry there without knocking the team. When you go to war with guys, and I'm using that term very loosely, when you go to battle, then when you go to football game with guys, you basically are doing, you become, you know who you could trust and who you want with you. So Jaden saying pay Terry and wanting him there, that is not knocking the team. Because he knows for sure they're 100% behind him. So I just think that people gotta understand if he says anything in support of Terry, just like DQ, of course I want him here.
Right.
That don't mean he disliked the team.
Sneak one more in here. Mo is in Forestville. Mo, what's good, dude? How you feeling about Terry?
Hey, what's up, JP and B-Mitch? How y'all doing, man?
Good, buddy.
Hey, JP, I got a question for you in this comment. I'm riding with the team, man. I ain't worried about it. We go through this almost every year in football. Somebody want to request a trade because they ain't get what they want. It started early in training camp. Then by the end of camp, the deal get done. I have zero. I'm not worried. I'm gonna be honest. I'm a diehard fan. I ain't worried about it. Terry, I do think his side, his agent and him. I just think they need to both with the team and him just meet in the middle. And my question for you, JP, is directly because you cover the team. You do a hell of a job.
Thanks, bud.
I got a buddy of mine. We got into a little, back and forth this morning, and he told me he heard one of his quote unquote friends that cover the team down there that they offered him $30 million and he turned it down. And I'm telling him, man, we don't even know the number that they offered because it ain't even been reported. Have you heard anything about the number that they offered him?
I don't believe.
Take it off air, man.
I don't believe it's 30. I'll say that. I'd find that hard to believe. Here's what we're going to do. Quick break. If you're on hold, stay there. We're going to take your calls. Terry McLaurin wants a trade. Is it going to happen? Are you freaked out? Landfill is. Nobody go anywhere. Oh, look at that body. Grant Paulson breaking a little news. The Commanders have signed Braylon Edwards, previously with the D.C. Defenders. Anybody that is going to try to build a bridge from the August 1st signing of Braylon Sanders from the XFL to what is going on with Terry McLaurin, don't build that bridge. Jump off it because you're nuts. This one thing has nothing to do with the other.
Probably not. Braylon Edwards. That name sounds familiar.
Wasn't there? I'm sorry, Braylon Sanders is who
Okay.
they signed. Braylon Edwards played at Michigan.
Yeah, I'm like,
Braylon Sanders. Braylon Sanders.
that was a
Braylon
long
Sanders.
time ago too.
Yeah. He spent time on the Pats practice squad last year. I think that is more telling of what this is about than anything you might think. So, phone lines are packed. I'm just going to go in order of who's been on hold longest.
There you go.
And it appears it is Mark in Largo. Mark, where
What
you at
up,
on
Mark?
the Terry situation?
Hey, what's up, B-Mitch? What's up, JP? How y'all
What's up,
doing?
man?
Good, buddy. How are you?
I will say this. I don't know what y'all giving the people at that station, but Denton Day is tripping. If he thinks no one will give Terry $33 million, New England will do it. On that note, I think this gets done this weekend.
This weekend?
They're not going to try to sell. They're not going to try to trade him, but they also know that New England will give him the money he wants. But I did see something that I thought was very interesting. I've been seeing this all on my Instagram page that the team is at 27 and Terry's at 30. Now, if that's the case, that's really making the team look bad because you can get a deal done at 30. He's not asking for 33 and 34. But I've seen it from multiple reports. The team is offering 27. He wants 30. I actually don't think it's that much of a big deal if the team just meets him at maybe 29 or something like that. You can get this thing done this weekend. That's why I think it's going to get done. It has to. And here's the other thing before I leave. Adams got this is the biggest fish he's got. But after this season, you got Debo, you got Tunsil, you got Lattimore. You got a lot of other people you got to deal with. Adam has to do better than this, guy. I love Adam. I've been ripping him for the last month. And I love Adam. But Adam has to do a better job and get ahead of this. You cannot let this happen again. You got to get ahead of this. And that's the one thing, if you listen to Diana Rossini, that she sent to Linnell last night, that an anonymous NFC GM said they didn't get ahead of this. They got to get ahead of this. Love you, JP.
All right, man.
Thanks, buddy.
Cool, bro.
Dog.
Take care, man. Everybody ready? Landville, you sitting down? Rev T is on the line. We get to hear from a man of the cloth about a situation that perhaps needs divine intervention. Hello, Reverend. How do you do?
JP, D-Mix, Jeff Lansfield, my 1067, my Commander Nation family. Something just ain't right in the water right now. You got a turd that done been through the hard times. When I say the hard times, when you wake up in the morning, it ain't no water on. When you wake up in the morning, it ain't no lights on. And that man was still radiant, still uplifted, still turning out standards for this team. And yet and still is unappreciated. Oh, I know how Terry may feel a little bit. You done gave so much. You done been there through the good times. You done been there through the bad times. You done been there through the times when ain't nobody else done had hope but Terry, because he showed up and he showed out without a doubt with different quarterbacks. Even before JD5 brought the DMV hope back alive. And yet and still they ain't signed Terry. Something just ain't right. Didn't Keith Swear you seen that B-Man?
Mm-hmm.
Something just ain't right. And see, people don't know. I peeped a couple of weeks back when that man was out east in Motors and he held his own press conference to talk about the situation. And Adam Peters, Josh Hurst, Magic Johnson, for everything y'all did right thus far. This move right here could make y'all seem so wrong. But let me tell y'all something that's good and true. Terry ain't coming back no more. I wouldn't come back. He ain't coming back no more. That man about to pack his bags. He probably already got them packed, got the house packed, and him and his new wife, they ready to move. They not right what they doing this man right now. I don't like it. I don't like it, and I love the Commanders. I love the Redskins. I love the burgundy and gold, but this right here, this ain't good for a man's soul. I ain't never showed them my words for none of these people. Y'all know who this is, the people's hype man. And oh yeah, White Mike bleeped you for not answering the phone yesterday when I was trying to call. Bama, people's hype man, Red Sea. Y'all need to sign Terry Bamas and free Red Sea. Bye, Bamas. Happy Friday.
Happy Friday, Rev. Thank you for the call, man. White
boy.
Mike catching shrapnel. We got a White Brian, and Ben is here today. Jeff getting love, and Friday Jeff got the day off.
Yeah.
Rev brought something up there, though, that I think is a really relevant talking point, and I don't know. I think the organization feels differently than some fans, than Reverend. I think a lot of fans are like, yo, Terry has been a dog since day one. He's done everything right. You got to take care of this dude. And I wonder if you're Adam Peters and Dan Quinn, you're like, yo, it's great that for 5 years before we got here, you were a stand-up person, a standout player. You had to deal with a lot of BS, but that has nothing to do with us. I wonder if they're like, yo, things got good because we came. You want to stick around? We want you to stick around.
I don't know if Dan Quinn is saying that, dog.
But
I don't buy that at all.
Can Adam Peters pay based on the 5 years prior? Do they owe that? Do they owe Terry something for that?
When you got guys on your team and that fits the standard of everything you preach, hell yes, you can pay that because of it. You can't just walk in automatically and forget about it because not only did he do it before you got here, he did it while you were here. And he did it at a higher clip when you got here. And I don't think just because they showed up, Terry started to play better.
I don't at all. But the organization, the team, everything improved.
I understand all that, but I'm saying he was a guy who was leading the way, not going along with it.
I agree.
Yeah.
But there is, I mean, it's a stock market saying, but like past performance cannot predict future results, right?
Yeah, but past performance can show you based off of what I saw when I stepped in here what he could possibly do. I mean, I don't know if that's what is being said. I doubt if the coach would be thinking that anyway.
So this report of 27 mil is coming from Stephen A. Smith, of all people. He said that this morning. Maybe we can get that audio in the system. But if they are at 27 and Terry only wants 30, you think they should just get to 30?
Get closer to it.
If
you offer 27, he wants 30, you can't just say, well, I'm staying at 27. No, how about 28.5?
Right. Bridge the gap.
Yeah.
I do, in this situation, and I wouldn't say this in every situation, but I do think there's an onus on the organization to bridge the gap. This dude, I think both from a football perspective and a human perspective.
Mm-hmm.
This is a dude that is the total package.
Mm-hmm.
Get it done. If you're on hold, stay there. We're going to keep the phone lines open all damn day. We are going to do Ask B. Mitch anything. I have a feeling I know what people will ask you about, Brian. They'll talk to you about meeting you at an Outback Steakhouse opening in Fredericksburg in 2004. But I do, huge day in baseball yesterday. Trade deadline, what the Nats did, what the Nats didn't do. Stephen Nesbitt joins the program next.
This update brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Grant Paulson reporting the Commanders are signing wide receiver Braylon Sanders from the UFL champion DC Defenders. He averaged 25 yards per catch for the DC team and spent some time with the Dolphins in 2022. He caught 2 passes for 17 yards for the Dolphins in 2022. Yesterday, Terry McLaurin requested a trade. The Dallas Cowboys and Micah Parsons seem far apart. Diana Rossini says the relationship is deteriorating to the point that a trade request could be in the offing and a severing of the relationship with the team as well. Quarterback Jaden Daniels yesterday at training camp on Deebo Samuel.
I'll just say for Deebo, I mean, the guy's played a lot of football, and he's very understanding of different coverages and routes, and you know, the guy is a pro, and he works hard. So for me, it's like I just go out there and try to communicate this is what I want versus this look versus this coverage, and he go out there and he puts in the work and he understands it.
DC Council voting early this afternoon on the proposal for the football stadium at the RFK site. Nats versus Brewers tonight, 6:15 on the Fan. Major League Baseball announces that the AstroTurf that's going to be used at the Speedway Classic tomorrow night between the Reds and the Braves will be donated to East Tennessee State Baseball after the game. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put our team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. Byron Kerr on the Fan.
High noon in the District of Columbia. Landfill, quick question for you. Is this Mark Seagrave's preferred walk-up music, or is this part of the Scotty's Vodka Rebel Friday soundtrack?
I think he specifically requested it.
Okay. Crank that, soldier boy. Mark Seagraves, NBC4, joins us now at the hearings on the RFK vote. Seagraves, what's up, man? Thanks for making time for us.
Hey, good morning. Thanks for having me. And I have no idea what that prattle was you were just playing right there. So not my requested walk-up. Hey, but look, you could not have had me on at a more pivotal time, because just minutes ago, and your listeners are going to be the first to get this news, and if you are in favor of getting a stadium here, this is very good news. Council members Janice Lewis-George and Zachary Parker, who have been on the edge of whether or not they would vote yes, because they have had many concerns about project labor agreements, about labor unions being involved in the construction of all of the development in the stadium and around the stadium, just put out a release that they have reached an agreement that will allow them to vote yes on this bill today. So that's 2 votes that they did not think that they had before. They were unsure. They were swing votes. Now they're in the yes column. That almost assures that this will get passed today when the council finally shows up and votes. The hearing, the markup was supposed to start at 11 o'clock this morning. An hour later, has still not started. That is very typical of the unprofessional attitude of the council to start late on everything while the public and press wait. But the big news, this is big news, that council members Zach Parker and Janice Lewis-George say that they have reached a deal that they are satisfied with that will provide union jobs at this site that will allow them to vote yes. So you could see this passing today with as many as 10 or 11 of the 12 council members voting yes. Again, if you are in favor of the team coming back to D.C. and building this stadium, this is very good news for you and breaking news.
So they were trying to not have any union workers work there?
It was going to be the percentage of union jobs, that there was going to be a higher percentage for union jobs for the actual stadium construction, but when it came to the housing and the other development on the 180-acre parcel, those were not going to be committed to union jobs. Now, we haven't seen the specifics of what they have agreed to, but it does mean that there will be a higher percentage of union jobs for the construction of the stadium and the surrounding development. And again, more importantly, for those people who are in favor of this, these are 2 yes votes that the chairman, the team, and the mayor desperately needed.
All right.
I'm talking with Mark Seagraves here from NBC4 with breaking news that 2 D.C. council members have now committed their vote for the RFK Stadium project, which is very good news for this project to go forward. You can follow Mark at Seagraves NBC4. Mark, if you want to tweet that out because you got breaking news, I can vamp for you a little bit, buddy, and let you put it out there.
That's okay, Ian, but let's just keep going. I need to get back into the hearing shortly.
So now, how many yes votes do they have?
That's a good question. We knew that they had, certainly 4 to 5. They need 8, right? That is the threshold that they need. They need 8 of the 12 council members, but they would like to get more than that. Chairman Mendelson on Wednesday said that he had hoped that he would get as many as 11 votes. We know Councilmember Brianne Nadeau is a no vote no matter what. She has been steadfast in her stance on that. But the rest, we don't know what Robert White's going to do. He had a very contentious back and forth with the mayor during the public hearing on Wednesday. We know Robert White wants to run for mayor, and he's trying to distinguish himself and set himself apart. But, look, and I think I've told this story to you guys before, if you go back to the baseball vote on the stadium, Linda Kropp was the chairman of the council back then, and at the last minute, in the middle of the night, she voted no, and it killed the deal, and the entire world blew up on her. A week later, they came back, voted again. She changed her vote back to yes, and obviously we ended up getting the team in the stadium. But then Linda Kropp ran for mayor and lost every single precinct in the city, something nobody has ever done before, even her neighbors did not vote for her. And nobody wants to be that politician in D.C. that even came close to killing this deal, particularly if you want to run for citywide office at some point. And some of these council members who are voting today do have aspirations of running for a different office possibly. So there's a lot going on there, but I think I would not be surprised if when they finally take the vote today that they get as many as 10 yes votes.
Wow, there you go.
Was it a lot? What was the percentage of the people that were in favor all at the thing yesterday? Because I talked to a lot of people, had tons of people over there that were testifying.
Yeah, so when the 2 days of testimony, but it was pretty evenly split. Probably more people in favor than against, but it was pretty evenly split. But look, so many of these hundreds of people who testified to an empty room because the council members didn't stick around all day to listen to their testimony. Wow. They had already written the legislation, and no, even the chairman said none of that testimony was going to change anybody's minds. There were a lot of people down here on Wednesday when the team and the mayor testified. Again, on both sides of the issue, making their voices heard. But today, I got to say, it's mostly reporters. There's not a lot of press, not a lot of public down here yet. But again, the vote hasn't even started. The D.C. Council, sadly, with a lot of disrespect for the public, routinely starts these hearings very, very late. And today, more than an hour late. And they've got to go through the markup hearing and then the committee of the whole to get to the legislation session. We may not get a final vote till much later this evening.
Do you need to go? Because I know you're in the thick of this thing. So if you need to run, we appreciate it.
You'll know when you hear my walk-off music.
All right. You mentioned, so it seems like there's a ton of momentum towards getting this thing done, right? We got 2 new votes.
Correct.
Two new votes. Folks that are committed to saying yes because they got some union jobs. That's great. What are the chances of a last-minute wrench in the plans?
Look, anything is possible with these 12 legislators. In any legislative body, anything is possible. But I know, and look, this is the reason that this hearing has been delayed so long this morning, is because these labor negotiations have been going on this morning, and it wasn't until just minutes ago that they resolved that. And so there's been a lot of arm twisting, and I know Mayor Bowser and team officials have met with every single council member over the past couple days, trying to get their votes, getting them to commit to voting yes, to see what they need in order to vote yes. And again, while there's a lot of vocal opposition, nobody wants to be seen as the person who killed football. Yeah. Right? Yeah. No politician wants that on their resume. And, You may get a council member vote present today rather than yes or no. Real profiles encouraged there, but
yeah, that is such chicken bleep.
That is a possibility that you might get something like that could happen today. But obviously, you've got to wait and see till the final vote. It's not over until the fat lady sings, I think, is a sports thing.
Yep.
But right now, this news of Janice Lewis-George and Zach Parker releasing this statement just minutes ago, that is very positive news. And I'll tell you, to give you an example of how positive it is, I learned of it from the mayor's office. The mayor's office called me immediately to tell me that they had reached this agreement, and so that just signals how happy they are.
It also signals what a G you are in all of this
Yeah,
reporting,
everybody
that they
call
reach
Mark
out direct
first.
to you.
What? It looks like the council is going to go take the dais right now, so I am going to dip
All
out.
right,
on you guys,
appreciate you,
but
brother.
I appreciate you guys having me. I really do.
Thank
All
you,
right,
Mark.
Mark. Take
Thank you
care.
for making time, bro. All right,
big
so
time stuff, bro.
breaking news on the Fan right there. Mark Seagraves, NBC4, reporting that D.C. Council members Zachary Parker and Janice Lewis-George, who had previously been undecided on their plans for RFK, are now planning to vote yes on the RFK Stadium project. With their support, the council should now have the 8 votes needed to pass the measure. And Seagraves made it sound like you could get as many as 10 votes to pass this. What happens in my read on the situation be, once enough people will publicly commit, some of the people standing in the back are like, I'm in on that too.
Yeah, I've always been in.
Right.
Save face.
Which is why I've said, I disagree with how Brianne Nadeau landed on her position. But I do respect that she came out with a position and has maintained it throughout. Like, at least you're taking a stance. If there's a council member that after all this months, that all the information, all the hearings, all the everything, all the delays, if there's a council member that only votes present, that is chicken bleep.
But if you also hear everything and you don't budge at all, I mean, you didn't care to listen to everything, you would know anyway. And if that position is taken, then you wonder sometimes, do you really care about what the public say? You really care about the information? Or you just going to go with what you think?
Right. Obviously, if you support the stadium, this looks like great news. I know there are some that don't support it, but I think most people do.
Most people do.
Now, I want to get back to the Terry McLaurin situation. The phone lines have been just on fire all day. We're just going to keep the phones open all day. I want to let people weigh in. But, B, one question I've had was the timing of the trade request. Because it is relatively early. This is kind of Terry's last move here, right? Yeah. You hold out, that gets a ton of attention. Then you hold in, that gets a ton of attention. The trade request was kind of the next logical step in if there was a playbook. But, like, did you maybe play that card too early?
No.
Well, I can't help but notice a few things. And it was one of the callers, I think, that said last night was a Hall of Fame game.
Yep.
So even though it wasn't great football, Trey Lance looked like a baller. Like, the nation was watching football last night and talking about football. And the McLaurin thing immediately became the hottest topic.
Yeah.
So you had football on. Today's also an off day for the Commanders, at least from the media. They have closed walkthroughs, but we ain't out there, right? So they knew their message got to dominate because we're not going to be asking Dan Quinn or other players. It's just going to be the entire media cycle talking about Terry requesting a trade.
Yep.
And Brian, a little part of me wonders if somebody was aware of this. You know what happened at high noon today?
What?
Well, certainly not the D.C. Council having their act together and being on time.
Yeah, they still waiting.
Apparently they're doing mic checks now. But at high noon today, the NFL has been announcing the top 100 players of the 2025 season as voted on by the players. This thing matters to players. At noon today,
Terry land?
At noon today, the NFL tweeted out, NFL top 100 players of 2025. Commanders wide receiver Terry McLaurin is ranked number 52. I don't know that they knew that was coming, But I wouldn't be shocked if they knew that was coming.
I mean, anybody involved with the NFL probably knew that was coming.
I bet.
The team probably knew it was coming, too.
Yeah. And important to point out, the Commanders' official account tweeted out, congrats to Terry on being number 52.
Yeah.
I
don't think it's animosity by no stretch from the team at this point. Seriously.
Denton Day was asking us. I guess Mark and Largo called in and yelled at us about Denton, and then he called and yelled at Denton about Denton. Denton claims
glad he yelled at Denton.
There's not a market. Two things can be true.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think Terry's going to get traded. I do think there are teams out there, if his number is, I got to beat DK, I think there are teams out there.
Especially if a team were to trade for him, they will pay what it takes.
It's what DK did.
Yeah.
Like, you're giving up assets to acquire a player. Of course you're going to meet his number.
Yep.
I think New England's one of them. I think there would be others, too. If you're Washington, now is the worst time to trade this dude.
I agree with that.
Like, I don't see it happening, but I do think it's naive to think, like, if Terry was a free agent, hell yeah, he'd get the money.
Easily.
The cap's going up. People
would have gotten it already.
And this is a self-preservation. You know what? You know what Robert Kraft is desperate? Desperate. Listen to his interviews. Watch that joke of a documentary that they made about the Patriots.
Yeah. He wants to do something to make people think it's about him and not about Bill.
That he can win.
Yeah.
That he's the winner. So would Robert Kraft cut the check for Terry?
Hell yeah.
And to validate their quarterback that they're trying to build up into something? Hell yes.
Mm-hmm.
Self-preservation league, man. All right. I'm trying to be fair to everybody on these phones. We're going in numerical order. How long you been on hold? Gary's in Fairfax. What up, Gary?
What up, G?
What's up, fellas?
We good, man.
Hey, JP, we just got the number. Just give the man $56 million.
You think that's the number?
He's number 56. Give him $56 million. There it is.
Nah,
right
he's
there.
52.
He's 52. 52.
That ain't gonna work.
Okay. All right. Everything ain't perfect. Hey, but look, check this out, man. I was just thinking, wouldn't it be, from the news we were just getting about the stadium and everything, how great would it be to let's go ahead and wrap this thing, next great thing. Next, we find out tonight the Commanders and 17 have reached an agreement. I mean, these guys, and I guess this is my point, these guys have done 90% of everything right. Would you agree?
Yeah.
Just about everything they touch has turned to gold. So it bothers me, and I never believed Stephen A. Smith. You put the A for whatever you want to put it as, but the same guy who wants to be first in line at the ribbon cutting ceremony in Laurel for the joint stadium for the Commanders and the Ravens. So that kind of gives me, my opinion of what he says. But if they're offering him $27 million and he wants 30, I cannot believe these guys who've done everything so right, made all the right moves, have nothing but good grace from the fans and everybody. I can't believe that they would let $3 million tie that up. You know, my mom, God rest her soul, that would be the ultimate of what she would used to say. Don't let 15 cents hold up a dollar.
Mm.
So I can't believe that they would let $3 million be the difference. And my last thing I want to say is, B. Mitch, you know this personally, my brother. NFL, not for long. You saw my man, the coach, telling the ref, not for long. Well, the NFL also means no freaking loyalty. Nobody's paying Terry for what he's done in the past, man. This is probably, of all the major sports industries in this country, there's no loyalty in the NFL, man. There's just not. B. Mitch, you know that, like I said, you know that personally.
Mm-hmm.
And I think they want Terry. It's like a family. And please, people, listen, one last thing. Stop calling in and making it a us against him, or he's the good guy, they're the bad guy. This is just a family. It's a family. All families have disagreements, man.
Yep.
That's all this is. There's no good guy or bad guy. We're a family. We're having a disagreement. Hopefully we will work it out. And I think that will happen. And you know what? When we're standing in the end zone and everybody's happy in February, we win the Super Bowl, this will all be forgotten. There won't be any good guys or bad guys because you know what Michael Corleone said? One of the smoothest, coldest lines ever delivered in a movie. I forget who he said it to, but he looked over at the guy and said, "It's not personal. It's business."
That's right,
baby.
Thank you, guys. Have a great weekend.
All right, brother.
Thanks, dude. Appreciate you, Fairfax. That was a good call right there.
Yes, it was.
Let's go to my guy Sam down in Akakeek. Sammy, where you
What
at
up,
on
Sam?
Terry, bud?
Yeah, I am here, and I thank you for taking my call. B. Mitch, Hall of Fame to you. JP, all ears to you. I appreciate the show. I've been a fan of this team since Vince Lombardi coached.
Damn,
I've been around a long time.
All right.
A long time. And I'm just going to make it short. I am in the Terry camp. I'm in the Terry camp. I want them to pay him. They can come to a compromise as long as he get paid. But my real concern is when they have to do a big contract in a few years with Jaden Daniels, what are they going to say when they're messing this one up with this man that has been so loyal and so dedicated to this franchise throughout lean years, and now they're treating him like, I don't know how they're treating him.
Well,
But
I
I'm
think
concerned about
Jaden will be able to get a
Daniels.
blank check and write his own.
Well, that's what we say. But
I'm
I
just
thought
saying.
it was an easy one on Terry, too.
Mm-hmm.
So we don't know. We really don't know because Adam Peters hadn't been there yet. So I'm waiting to see, especially with all these guys coming up next year on these one-year deals that's going to run extensions. I'm curious to what's going to happen. But I hope they come to and I believe they're going to come to a deal with Terry because I believe Terry wants to be here and they want him here. And the fan base as a whole wants him here because we suffered and we saw him suffer. Now we want him to get the meat pretty much.
All right.
Okay?
Appreciate you, Sam.
That's all I got to say.
Appreciate
but I
you,
thank
brother.
you for taking my call.
Thanks,
All
bud.
right.
Appreciate you listening, man. I don't know that these guys can pay on the stuff he had to deal with, and I don't know I don't know how you work that out, man. That's a complicated part of the calculus here, man. This is not a simple deal. Like, to me, the RFK deal is kind of simple. The Terry situation, a little more complicated.
Very much.
Nobody go anywhere. Phone lines are open all damn day. It's B. Mitch and Finley.
Breaking news heard here at the top of the hour on the show from NBC4's Mark Seagraves that council members Zachary Parker and Janice Lewis-George are going to go from undecided to yes for the RFK Stadium redevelopment plan, and that should be able to get to the 8 votes they need to pass the legislation so that it will be approved for the new site at RFK Stadium for Commanders football. Grant Paulson reporting that the Commanders are signing wide receiver Braylon Sanders, who played for the UFL champion DC Defenders. Terry McLaurin is requesting a trade as of yesterday, and he comes in today ranked number 52 in the top 100 NFL players. Micah Parsons and the Dallas Cowboys are also far apart, says Diana Rossini, and he's considering a trade request. Tigers' 16-year-old son, Charlie Woods, remained in strong position to earn a spot in the U.S. Junior Ryder Cup team. The top 2 finishers qualify, and he is currently in second position. I'm Byron Kerr on The Fan.
You said you had a salad. Where'd that chicken come from?
On the salad.
Little sandstorm on a Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday. I'm getting a little fired up because I'm 90 minutes till I'm off work. And then I would think it's the weekend. But I have to do like 8 other things after we get out of here. And then we got practice tomorrow at 8 a.m. Sunday is a legit off day, B.
What practice you got at 8 o'clock?
Tomorrow morning, the Commanders practice.
Oh, really? Wow.
You said you were going.
I'll be there.
That sounds like Brian got a tea time. RTJ?
After practice.
I wanted to play this. This Stephen A. Smith thing is kind of making the rounds on social media. Stephen A. Smith this morning on First Take, I assume, talking Terry McLaurin.
I'm not sure, Kimberly and fellas, how wise it is for him to take this position at this particular moment in time. The brother is a guy that registers 1,000-yard seasons with regularity. He can ball. He is a valuable asset to their franchise. My sources tell me right now they're at about $27 million with him. To me, if they came, I think they should at least come up to 30. There's no question about that.
So Stephen A. is easy to clown. The idea about putting the sharing a D.C. and Baltimore stadium in Laurel was asinine. Smart. But this dude's also been in sports a long time and is a big deal. Do you believe he's sourced up? That's the first time I've heard 27. I had heard a little more than 25, close to 26.
I'm sure he knows people.
Right.
You know, and like, one thing about it, if you're around this business, you are going to find somebody. And as you stated earlier, he is not someone that has clout. People want to talk to him. They want to be around his show. They'll let him know stuff. Because they know he will go yell it. He'll get if you want something to be heard, tell him.
Sure. If they're at 27 and it only needs to get to 30, offer the 29. Like, go. I've said all along, ideally in deals, it's 50-50, right? You get half of what you want, they get half of what they want, everybody moves forward.
Yep.
I do think because of who Terry is, what he means on the football field, straight football perspective, I think they could really use him to be the team they want to be. Somebody asked me, are they still a playoff team without Terry McLaurin? Yes. Like, let's not overthink this, man. When you have a star quarterback, and I believe Jaden Daniels is a star quarterback, you're in the playoff conversation no matter what. And don't forget, Deebo Samuel could be a baller. Laramie Tunsil looks freaking fantastic. Like, they made additions. You know what we got a very significant reminder of yesterday, B? Zach Ertz is a freaking baller.
Yes, he is.
Who knows? Maybe Bill Merritt really emerges like some people are guessing. He's looked good. It's early.
Yeah.
I'd caution it's early, but maybe he is. I think defensively they should be a lot better. I think Marshawn Lattimore looks like he could be really good again. Now, maybe some of these things go the opposite direction. I buy Kinlaw as an ascending player. Maybe you don't. Maybe it could go sideways. But the season will not be made or broken on Terry McLaurin's availability. Not having Terry limits the ceiling, I think. Watch that Detroit game last year. Terry took a screen 60 yards for a house call. I don't know that you beat Detroit in Detroit without Terry. But I think to wonder if they could still be a playoff team is nuts. Honestly. Yeah. Curl is in Wheatville. What's up, Curl?
Wheatville.
Colonel? Are you talking to the Colonel?
What up, Colonel?
What's up, Colonel?
Hey, JP and B. Mitch. Yeah. The main thing I want to say, it's the Eastern Motors curse. And all the guys that have been on that commercial don't last very long. What'd you have, Southeast Jerome? You had Gilbert Arenas. I mean,
well, he's outlasted them already.
What's that?
He outlasted all of them already.
Oh, I know. He's been around. I love him, but I'm just afraid. I'm a conspiracy theorist, and I think if you go on that Eastern Motors commercial, you're doomed.
All right, man. It worked out okay for Ovi.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay, was he on there?
Yeah, he was on there.
I'm wrong again. Hey, JP, did you ever wear that Bullets shirt I give you?
Oh, you gave me that Bullets shirt. Yeah, dude, I have it at the house.
Oh, good for you. I love that, man. That meant a lot to our family. But most of us are gone now anyway. So, love y'all. Have a good day.
Hey, Colonel, can I ask you a quick question?
Certainly.
Where is Wheatville?
It ain't Wheatonville. It's Wheaton, Maryland.
Okay. Thank you. I know Wheaton, Maryland.
Silver Spring, Glenmont.
Sure, I know
exactly where it's at.
Yo, Wheaton, when I played at Maplewood, Wheaton Boys Club had some dudes. They would ring your bell quick.
That happened to you
my
a lot
son
when you was in
wrestled for
school.
the Wheaton Boys Club.
Yeah, they had that train going past them. All right, thank you, Colonel. Appreciate you.
Okay, I love you guys. You're the greatest.
All right, thanks, bud. So we haven't talked to the aquarium yet today, but it's time. Hello, Ben Strober, with your red-ass hair. How you doing?
I'm all right. How you doing?
So Jeff is not here. Jeff needed a mental health day.
Well, Jeff is here because he said Wheatonville.
So that was the Colonel calling from Wheaton, and you wrote on the call sheet, "Curl in Wheatville."
Yeah, I think I missed the mark.
Yes, you did.
I'd say you did.
Well, no, you hit the mark.
Well, you know, for a job that I'm doing that should be really easy and self-explanatory, I found a way to mess up. So kudos to me.
Well, and it'd be one thing for me if you were from Fredericksburg or even Ashburn and just maybe weren't familiar with Wheaton. Didn't you grow up in Montgomery County?
I know what Wheaton is.
Are you sure?
Why
yes.
you wrote Wheatville?
I misheard the guy. I misheard his name. I misheard where he was from.
Okay. Well, I appreciate the ownership.
You know, it happens. I didn't purposely. I didn't try to make up a new city or anything like that.
Well, you did.
Hey, I bet you there's a Wheatville somewhere in the U.S. Look it up.
It
probably exists.
Not in Maryland.
They could listen on the Odyssey app.
We gotta bust your balls because if it was Jeff, I'd be busting his balls. We believe in equity on this program, so we're gonna bust your balls too.
I know.
Since I've got you,
Yep.
you're wearing your Jaden Daniels shirt today, and I know you were at training camp the other day. How you feeling about this Terry McLaurin situation?
It's tough. It's really hard to believe that it's gotten to this point and all the news that's transpired about it. It's definitely frustrating because I get called and texted nonstop about asking me what's going to happen. I go, I don't know. Nobody really seems to know what's happening within the situation. Everyone that does seem to know doesn't really know the full extent to everything, and that's been my mindset throughout this entire process. I still think it gets done. It's just a bit crazy that it's gotten to this point where RFK 2.0 might actually get done before Terry McLaurin's contract.
I think RFK 2.0 goes down today.
But there's still the second vote, I guess. So that's why I'm saying I don't even know how to look at it.
And it goes,
why is there a second vote?
Because they do weird stuff.
Somebody explained it to me on the phone a while back. I can't remember though because I don't do politics.
Wheatville. I found Wheatville. It was the first black community in Austin, Texas.
Bang. Shout out to Wheatville.
We got some history today. Thank you, Ben.
Oh, you're welcome.
Let's go to our guy Jonesy in D.C. Jonesy,
what's up?
How you
brother?
feeling about the Terry situation?
Hey, man, I was hoping to get a 5th birthday gift to Terry. Man, that was the news. But, man, I'm getting the birthday rough news that he's still somewhere in the middle to a trade, man. Look, we better with Terry than
Jonesy, I got to put you on hold, bro.
Jonesy, that phone is tripping.
That was something. Phone lines are open, 800-636-1067. Let's go to Paulie. Paulie, how you feeling about Terry, buddy?
Hell to the W.
What up?
Big bro, how you been, man?
I'm good, Paulie. What's happening?
Paulie doesn't call us, dude.
JP, my brother from another Caucasian mother, man. How you doing, man?
I'm chilling, dude.
Good. Hey, look, I'm going to say this. I'm going to start this with, I'm not scared of life after Terry, man. I had to deal with life after B. Mitch and life after LeVar Arrington, life after Trent Williams. So I'm not scared of life after Terry. But it's August 1st, and we talk about contracts and not talk about the season or the Giants. And that's what bothers me, because there's a distraction there. You know? So the ball's in management's court, man. They're going to have to find a middle ground or move on so we can start our season and concentrate on getting to the playoffs and holding a trophy up or something, man. So that's what really perturbs me about it, is that we just late in the game, and this is what we're talking about, man. And contrary to what the one caller said, you know, it's not personal, it's just business. Well, you know what? The business of my money is always personal. And I'll leave it at that, man. Hell to the devil.
Hey, Paulie, can you hold
Yes,
on?
sir.
I wanted to ask you something. You are famously Paulie from the 757, correct?
Yeah.
Now
Yes, sir.
that is the Norfolk area, correct?
Yes, Norfolk, Virginia Beach, Chesapeake, Newport News, Hampton,
Portsmouth?
Williamsburg, Suffolk,
Portsmouth,
Party Down P-Town.
Party Down
Bring it gun
P-Town.
with you.
If I may, just stay with me, Paulie. Ben Strober, where did you say Paulie was calling from here on the call sheet?
Says DC.
It says DC, or you wrote DC?
I wrote it.
0 for 2 for the young man all of a sudden.
Whoa.
Thank you, Paulie. Appreciate you, bud.
0 for 2. I've
Paulie,
taken
good
like
job,
50
man.
calls today.
Yeah, but in baseball, you're as good as your last slump. Landfill, how did Dylan Cruz do last night in his rehab assignment?
Yeah, but Dylan Cruz is terrible.
I like Ben. I'm just saying, all of a sudden, we're all over the place. Let's keep it locked up. Let's keep it tight, all right?
Ben just guess where the person's from.
Listen, since things have gone a little haywire, 3 calls in a row, let's ride the lightning. Hello, Commander. How do you feel about Terry McLaurin?
Oh, I feel great about Terry. You know, I really love this first-time caller, everyday drinker, and everyday listener from you guys.
Now that's an
I love
all-time
you guys
line,
I love you
Commander.
guys so much. Business is business. I really hope both sides don't screw up each other, you know, from the Eagles. You know, they can't spell Eagles. We could spell Eagles, but there's not our eagle. Our own eagle needs to be better, you know. So the value is the value. We know our own value. So I really wish both of them could investigate and get this done, and we can play ball. And we don't want Terry. We need Terry. That's period in the story. Thank you.
Thanks, Commandante.
Did he say business?
That was a hell of a line.
Did he say
First-time
business?
caller, everyday drinker.
I thought he said business, not business.
You never know. You know, I thought that was a pretty coherent call. I think Commandante, listening to an East Coast 10 to 2 show, living on the West Coast where it's only 9:40 a.m. I think that's actually good.
That's
for
the first
Commandante.
time that happened.
I like this tweet from Johnny Hecht. He says, Terry's situation reminds me of Batman. You either die a hero or live long enough to see yourself become a villain. He'll always be a hero in my eyes, but it'd be a shame to see him in anything but burgundy and gold. I don't think it's going to get there. I think they get a deal done. And I don't look forward to the day if this does go sideways and there is a trade or he sits out games. Like I may be proven wrong in this. I will allow for that. Like you guys can all call me and clown me that day. I still believe
I'm with you, Jay.
This is normal football business, man. And it sucks. I'm not trying to pretend that it doesn't suck, but I don't think anything here is that out of the ordinary. Phone lines are packed. Stay there. Quick break. Taking your calls all damn day. It's Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday, and they might vote yes on RFK Stadium. So, B, on the show sheet, Landfill asked a good question. How big of a mistake would trading Terry McLaurin be?
Kind of hard to answer that question because you never know. If you were to trade him and get something in return that comes out and be great, then that wouldn't be bad. But if you trade him and everything goes south, then you'd be bad. But you don't know until you see a trade and then what transpires after it. And like we never know about a draft until they go out and play.
I mean, Lavernius Coles was pretty good here. And then didn't they trade him to the Jets to get Santana?
Yeah. Didn't he leave the Jets and go back to the Jets?
He was with the Jets, came here, went back to the Jets.
So that was a good trade.
I don't think it's going to happen, but I don't think it's a great situation. Landini, we haven't heard from you, man. Where are you at on the Terry trade request?
It's not great. It's a little annoying that they let it get to this situation. I think if you were going to pay him, you should have just paid him. And if you weren't, you should have traded him back in April when you would have had an opportunity to get a draft pick for him or some other player. Or you would have had a way to kind of fill the gigantic 52nd best player in the NFL-sized hole in the roster.
Mm-hmm.
I do agree with that. Like, one thing Philly does really well is they take care of stuff early, ahead of time.
Or did they not expect this thing to go this way?
I think you really got to wonder that. Like, did they think everything was cool and they had a rough idea of the market, and then the market explodes and they're like, oh, F.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, who all got new contracts? Chase and Higgins got new deals, right? And maybe they weren't expecting those deals to get where they got to. Because Terry was out there for a while. And then he wasn't.
Mm-hmm.
You know, when did Jamar Chase and T. Higgins get? It was right at the beginning of the league year. So you knew all of a sudden, even a number 2 receiver, granted he's kind of a 1, but he's a number 2 in Cincy, is making $29 million. And then Garrett Wilson deal happens, and that just pushed everything forward. The DK, I think the one thing you could really point to that screwed Washington was Pittsburgh signing DK.
Let's think about, is it Pittsburgh? Because when you look at Higgins, he's the second receiver, right?
Yeah.
And he's making 29?
Yeah.
Terry's the number 1 receiver here, right?
Yeah.
I would say we have to be above that. You understand what I'm saying?
I mean, dude, look at...
How old is Higgins? 27, 28?
26.
26? But he's still the second receiver, right?
Now, what I find more important with Higgins, yes, he's making 29 roughly, 28.75, right? His guarantees are only 41. So you can have your AAV all day. Give me the guaranteed money. But to your point about number 1s and number 2s, Tyreek is clearly the number 1 in Miami, and he makes $30 million a year. He got $54 million guaranteed.
We saw that how many years
ago? He's a year older than Terry too, I would add. But Waddle in Miami is making 28 and has 76 guaranteed. Now maybe that's them trying to plan out for eventually when Tyreek.
Mm-hmm.
Tyreek doesn't strike me as a fella that stays in one place too long. Tyreek should get John Leahy's number because he's probably a guy that moves around a fair amount. You know, I think the Godwin deal was an interesting point, but Godwin has been injured a ton. I mean, Brandon Ayuk's making 30. Terry's way better.
I'm with that.
The McLaurin side has a point in all of this. Like, if it's 30 or bust, they have a point in all of this. Let's go to Danny out in San Diego. Danny, what's good? How you feeling about the Terry situation?
What's up, fellas? Thanks for taking my call. As a fan, pretty stressed out. I think most of us are, just because we saw what happened last year. And, I'm a lifelong fan, 48 years old. So I was lucky enough to have grandparents who had season tickets for over 30 years growing up. And so I can still remember seeing B. Mitch returning kicks for touchdowns and at RFK, and was at that game, the seat cushion game. So long time invested, man. Really love what you guys do. Just want to thank you straight up for everything you do. But, as far as Terry's situation, I believe this is just like the next tactical move from his side. I do wish Adam had gotten things racked up months ago, but here we are, Like that said, I think the team needs to recognize this is a unique case and avoid getting caught up in this precedent setting. That's just my opinion. I think locking down a guy like Terry sends the right message to both the locker room and the fans. But want to let you guys know, got a whole crew coming out to the Chargers game. Love to link up with you guys and share a beer at some point.
All right, let's do it, man.
Let us know.
Hey, thanks for the call. That was very nice, Danny. Appreciate you listening out
thank
west,
you guys.
bro. All right,
Like
take
sharing
care.
beers.
Yeah, man.
We like drinking beers with others, not necessarily sharing.
You just said share beer. That means drink beer with other dog.
It sounded like you were trying to
Stop,
share one.
stop being too damn literal.
One beer, two straws.
No, not like that, dude. I've never seen that happen. The fact that you even think about it, you must have done that before.
Lou is in D.C. What's up, sweet Lou? How you feeling?
Lou phone always just messed up.
Lou's in the metal shop. It's probably got us on hold. We'll try Jonesy one more time because he's been on hold a
Jonesy,
long
what's
time.
up, man?
Jonesy,
Your phone
you there?
working now?
Hey,
Yo.
what's going on? Hey, listen. What's up, JP? Listen, this is rough news on the brother's birthday, man. I was hoping to get some good news. I heard Rev T on there earlier talking about, something that just ain't right by Keith Sweat. But I'm hearing, just going through the motions by Paul the Note. That's the fame. So going through that. Going through the motions, baby. I'm tired of it. Pay that man his money. We're going to need him. Because what we got coming this season, it ain't no joke up there on that schedule, man. I'm sitting up there wondering, where these L's going to be coming from. Because, my goodness, man, it's going to be rough, baby. It's going to be rough. So, all I got, I'm hoping they get it done. I still got a little faith. I'm just hoping somebody caves in. I'm out.
All right, brother.
Thank you, Jonesy. I feel like Jonesy made reference to like 8 different 90s hip hop songs there. And
you
like
probably went
R&B.
to the 70s on a little bit of them.
All right. Phone lines remain open the last hour of the show. I got a text from a buddy of mine in New England that nobody's going to like. Nobody go anywhere.
This update brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. D.C. City Council votes this afternoon on the proposal for a football stadium at the RFK Stadium site. Good news announced by council members Zachary Parker and Janice Lewis-George that they will change their votes from undecided to yes because the Commanders agreed to their proposal to use 51% D.C. worker participation for construction. Channel 9 investigative reporter Eric Flack believes Christina Henderson's potential move to yes would provide the necessary 8 votes needed to pass the legislation. Grant Paulson reporting the Commanders are signing wide receiver Braylon Sanders. The 26-year-old averaged 25 yards per catch with the UFL champion D.C. Defenders. Terry McLaurin is frustrated with negotiations on his contract extension and has requested a trade, and he comes in today ranked number 52 in the top 100 NFL players. Micah Parsons and the Dallas Cowboys, also their relationship not going well. He could request a trade for Dallas. Nationals face the Brewers tonight, 6:15 pregame on the Fan. First pitch 6:45 with Mitchell Parker to the mound. Major League Baseball announces the 2027 All-Star Game will be in Chicago's Wrigley Field. Buccaneers starting quarterback Baker Mayfield suffered a hand contusion, but the team says they're not worried about the prognosis. He didn't practice today. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put our team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. Byron Kerr on the Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley on a Scotty's Vodka Rebel Friday. Scotty's Vodka is made in the DMV, loved in the DMV, and now available in select Virginia ABC stores.
Mm-hmm.
While we're at it, we've been talking training camp all day. Don't you forget, all your training camp coverage on 106.7 The Fan is presented by Paul Henry's Window Installation.
Yes, it is.
PaulHenry'sWindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. We're keeping these phone lines open, man. Folks are upset, emotional. This is a weird time, man. Terry McLaurin is
loved.
Pre-Jaden, he was everybody's favorite player. Now he's probably still half the people's favorite player. And makes him a better football team. This isn't all just emotional driven. Like football, he had 13 touchdowns last year. That's a lot.
That's a lot.
Let's go to Nick in Fairfax. Nick, what's good, dude? How you feeling?
Nick, what's up, man?
What's up with the phones, dog? Los is in Severna Park. Los knows what he's doing. Los, you there?
Yo, yes, I am here. Listen, it's my fault, okay? I did the new jerseys for the Super Bowl era Redskins jerseys. They take pre-orders in September and all that. I teased the system and went on the 8th gate and got me and my girlfriend one. And I got my girlfriend and Terry McLaurin one. So I think I jinxed it. So I want to apologize to the whole DMV area on why the Commanders aren't signing Terry McLaurin. Because I cheated the system on news sales for this thing to happen. I'm upset. I'm sad. Listen, I'm about to play some Radiohead, and just cry myself. And we'll see what happens, man. The Commanders.
Los, I'm gonna channel my inner Robin Williams in Good Will Hunting. It's not your fault.
Nah,
it's not your fault.
Not alone.
It's not your fault. Radiohead, though, always a good option. Thank you for the call, Los. Your phone was kind of cutting up, too.
A little funky.
It is a complicated situation, man. There's no way around that. Obviously, it's freaking a lot of people out. Let's see what Zeke says. Zeke, you there, buddy?
Zeke?
Hey, what's up, guys?
How you doing, man?
Hey, JP, I'm going to make a believer out of you. I told you guys before training camp started that Terry was going to hold out, which he did. I told you that he was going to ask for a trade, which he has, and I told you that the team was going to allow him to get a trade. And here's the reason, because, Brian, let's just do a quick role play. Brian, you are Terry. You're 30. You know this is your last contract. You want DK Metcalf money. You want more. He wants $136 million plus $60 million guaranteed, and he's not budgeting. JP, you Adam Peters. You say, oh man, I can't see paying you that. I got 4 starters that I'm gonna have to renegotiate their contract next year, so I'm not budging. Now, which one of y'all gonna move? That's where we are.
Well, you say I was Terry. If I was Terry, I'm telling you, I'm taking that. I'm already in camp, dog. You know, I look at my money differently than everybody else. I get it and start making me some more.
If it's 27 times 2, 54, and you probably convert some this year, get you to 60. Like, here's my thing, and this makes sense to me if I am Adam Peters. If you want to get caught up in AAV, we'll talk later. If you'd like to have a conversation about guaranteed money, let's do this. You've talked about the DK Metcalf deal. DK is guaranteed $60 million. I guess his total guarantees are higher, but the fully guaranteed is $60 million.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Terry.
Would you pay that?
Hold on, Zeke. Just hear me out. I'm AP. B is Terry. Terry, if you want to talk about the AAV, I don't think we can meet you there. But if you want to talk about the total guarantees, I can get you to DK's guarantees. I'm going to get you 2 years at 27, get you to 54, and I'll convert 6 or 8 mil this year to guaranteed money.
Pen?
Right? Like, guarantees need to be the driver, not AAV. And if you're determining your worth based on AAV, which is truly a pretty freaking arbitrary number in NFL contracts, the guarantees are what matter. Let the guarantees drive this, not the AAV. The people that care most about AAV, sorry, Zeke, I'm going to rant for a minute. The people that care most about AAV are likely representatives of players, because then you could brag about the biggest possible number.
Mm-hmm.
If the AAV is really big and you can get it 4 years, even if the last year is a void year, you could say it's a $120 million deal.
Yep.
But who cares? Because it's not real.
It's not. So
if I was in the room, 1, I would bring vodka. 2, I would be like, yo, let's talk about what matters here, which is the guaranteed money. And we might be able to get you to the same fully guaranteed money DK has.
Mm-hmm.
That's all that matters. You're like, T. Higgins is going to make $29 million, right? The fully guaranteed money on that's $30 million. Who cares about the AAV? If T. Higgins, God forbid, gets injured, the fully guaranteed money on that thing's $30 million. I don't care about the AAV. I want the highest fully guaranteed dollar amount.
Mm-hmm.
Don't get caught up in the nonsense. That would be if I was in the room. Unfortunately, Landville, I'm not in that room. Mark is in Landover Hills. What's up, Mark?
JP, top of the day to you.
You too,
top of the day to you, B. Mitch.
Yep, what's up, man?
Hey, man, this stuff is really going on, and as far as I'm concerned, the team has to be for the team, and Terry has to be for Terry, just like the steadiest man on radio, Brian Mitchell's been saying all along. And B. Mitch, it's good that you're there, and you can give people a good, honest assessment of what's happening, because you're 100% right. And, people shouldn't negotiate any other way. But I think that there's a couple of factors that we may be leaving out. And one of those factors may be that I don't think any of us, being lifelong Redskins fans, could complain about the job that Dan and Adam have done. However, this is really the first time that they may have had a tactical mistake. And I think that people who have been under duress with their team over the last 25 years, putting it lightly, are going to try and stand up for what's right. And I think that's why you get so many phone calls, people standing up for Terry and everything else. And if the only thing that matters is money, this pertaining to both sides, I would definitely recommend what Brian said, because you should always be conservative with your finances in any endeavor or any time you are involved in finance in your life.
Nah,
that
man.
is one of the most
go all in on
things
crypto.
to do. What's that?
You got to go all in on crypto.
Well, JP, I know you're a funny man and you're pretty good at it, but that's not really a laughing matter, but that's a good line, JP. I'll give you that much.
I was just messing around, Mark.
And
I appreciate it.
Hey, JP and Mitch, Mitch, I got to say this, man, and I know our friend, we both, all of us like, my man Doc would say it. Don't forget, ain't none of them put their hands in the dirt or busted a grape yet. And that's part of this, too. And let me tell you, there is something that I noticed B. Mitch is standing up for Terry. Him having had his hands in dirt, you better believe busted more than any grape. So, Adam better remember that, because this is the first big foobar that they've had. And you don't want to go beyond recognition with any human life or any endeavor you're in. And I'll get off here, guys, because I know you got other calls. And that's just one man's opinion on it that's been a 67-year fan.
Oh, wow.
Appreciate the call, man. Thanks, Mark.
All right, man. Appreciate it.
You know what's interesting? We have two callers.
Mm-hmm.
There's Mark in Landover, and then there's Mark in Landover Hills.
Mm-hmm.
I just find that interesting. And I think there's also Mark in Largo.
Yeah.
A lot of Marks. A lot of L's. A lot of L towns. Robert is calling from Dallas. What's up, buddy?
Rob?
Well, man, what's happening, fellas? Got to chime in on this. Everybody does realize that Terry McLaurin plays the wide receiver position, and I feel about that position the way most people incorrectly feel about the running back position. That is last on the list of importance. Terry's not even the best wide receiver in the NFC East. You got A.J. Brown, you got C.D. Lamb. And I like Terry. He's good. But let's just be real. That dude does not deserve that money that he's wanting, reportedly $30-something million a year. Just because Pittsburgh was stupid enough to pay DK Metcalf, who can only run straight. That's the only thing DK Metcalf can do, and post Instagram photos. Just because they did it doesn't mean we're stupid. And here's the main thing that's hurting Terry McLaurin. We got a quarterback now. And because you have a quarterback, the wide receiver position is not that important. This organization is going to be fine with or without Terry. So to use the old Barry Switzer saying, come to Oklahoma, we're going to win. Go somewhere else, we're still going to win. And I like you, Terry, but you are not on that level. You're good, but you're not Mike Evans, Justin Jefferson, Jamar Chase, A.J. Brown, C.D. Lamb. That's it. That's the list. Terry ain't on that level. And that's just business. I like them. Separate your emotions. Thanks for taking my call, guys.
Thank you, Robert. I appreciate you.
I don't know if Robert's all right, though. I think Robert is a little stretch.
Stressed?
Stretch. It's a stretch, what he's trying to say. You know, Rob always go against everything else. You got to just remember him. Normally if everybody likes him, he ain't going to like it. I've been talking to him for years. I know.
Yeah. I think there is a real discussion point there, though. Like, if the McLaurin camp is hell-bent on beating the DK deal, despite the fact
that can hurt you,
that DK is also 2 years younger than you. Like, I understand you don't like that being part of the negotiation, but it is. I don't like that I have a soft jawline, but I do. Easy, Landfill.
What the hell are you talking about?
Like, I'd like a more chiseled jawline. Wouldn't you? Look like Gaston from Sleeping Beauty.
I like what I look like right now.
Congratulations. You're going to like the way you look. I guarantee it. But there's some reality here. Like, if he gets more than DK, he becomes a top 3 or 4 paid receiver in the NFL.
But that
and I understand how the market works.
But that doesn't mean nothing, because as soon as you sign that deal, somebody else is going to break that next year. They'll go past it next year. And so my whole thing is, and he said he's not the best. Nobody cares if he's the best in the NFC East. He's on your team. He's the best receiver on your team, and he should command a certain amount of money. I agree with the fact that about the 34. No, I don't think you're going to get that. Especially once Sutton signed this deal and those type of things, you're not going to get that. That comes down some. But I don't think it's out the realm for him to be making $29, $30 million.
I don't either. To me, 30 is like if they are, yo, I got to get to 30 for this to work for me, and you're at 28, do it. If it's 35, maybe that's why we're in the situation we're in.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to give my man Lou another shot here. Lou, you there? Lou, dog, not there.
Lou called and fall asleep.
800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. D is in D.C. D, what up?
JP, B-Mitch, what up, man?
What up, bro? How you doing, man?
Hey, I think AP is pulling us. I think AP is about to cook something up, because if we could only book this at $30 million, I definitely believe that would have been done by now. But I think AP is working the phones. I really got him on the phone with Miami and calling about Tyreek Hill, Mr. Cheetah. I think that's the perfect trade right there. Think about it.
So you really think there? I mean, I see this stuff on social media, so I'm glad that somebody brought it to the radio. Tyreek Hill, undeniably great player.
It's the perfect trade. Miami needs a character guy. Terry is the perfect character guy. We upgrade at wide receiver. It's perfect. It works for both parties. I'm telling you. I think.
But you just brought up age, and then he's older than Terry, right?
Nah, they're the same age. They're 30. They're both 30.
Tyreek's a year older.
Tyreek is under contract for 2 more years. That's a steal.
Yeah, but
it makes sense.
Hold on. Tyreek is under contract for 2 more years. That is accurate. There is no guaranteed money starting next year. So you know what's going to happen next year with Tyreek? The same stuff that's happening right now with Terry. Also, Tyreek is a year older. So let's get the facts here. Tyreek's a great player. If you're worried about Terry aging and keeping his speed, Tyreek's element, what makes him so dynamic, is his speed. Not only
he hasn't shown any slowdown.
Terry hasn't either.
Slowing down since.
Last year was the
better.
first.
He's
Hold
an
on.
upgrade. He's an upgrade.
D.
That's no question. He's a better player than Terry.
Yeah, Landfill, can
But
I talk?
You know, if Terry
Can I
wants
talk?
to be traded, give the man what he wants.
Hold on, dude. How can you say he hasn't shown any drop-off in production when last year was the first year he didn't go for 1,000 yards since 2019?
I didn't say production. I said ability.
Aren't they the same?
He still has his speed.
Dude.
No, he still has his speed. But if Tua goes down in Miami and you don't have a stable quarterback, of course your production is going to go down. With JD5, what are we looking at? We're looking at Pat Mahomes 2.0 right there. What are we talking about?
All right, can you acknowledge the facts that Tyreek is 31, Terry is 29, Tyreek will be 32 in March and won't have guaranteed money left on his deal in March. So you're going to go through this exact same song and dance, and probably louder and crazier.
It's easier to move money on non-guaranteed contracts than just paying a guy flat out.
That's
with a
the
brand new
same
contract.
position they're in right now. I appreciate the call, dude.
You're wrong in this one, brother.
I'm not saying he's wrong.
I'm saying he's wrong.
Why?
It ain't just easy to just move it around like that, especially the guy that's going to be 32 years old. If he thinks this is an issue right now, in the spring, you'll be sitting up here wanting – Tyreek would want 40-something million.
Yes.
Come on, man.
Terry does everything the right way. Is that how anyone has ever described Tyreek Hill? You want to get crazy? I got it crazy. That I don't even want to really bring up, but I guess I will. Detroit has a unique situation with Jameson Williams.
Mm-hmm.
He's going into the last year of his rookie deal, right? Maybe he's going into the 4th year of his rookie deal, and then there's an option year. Like, Williams, to me, is a player on the ascent that has had some stuff. He's done some dumb stuff. He's had some injuries.
Mm-hmm.
Like, okay, let me get the facts are important. Williams is going into the 4th year, so the last year of his rookie deal, but they've already picked up the option year. Detroit's money's kind of all over the place. Detroit's in win-now mode.
Totally.
I don't know that makes sense, but like the only way anything makes sense for Washington, to me, now is getting another receiver. Is somebody else that helps your
receiver
offense.
that's like a Williams with that ability and younger.
And
that's
then,
somebody that's older.
Detroit, that to me, if they are uneasy about paying Jameson Williams, and Washington determines that's our guy, we will pay that dude, that would be something dramatically different. Tyreek Hill is older, more expensive, and gonna want a new deal.
Oh, hell yeah.
So, like, when I see these tweets and everybody on Instagram saying this stuff, like, I just don't see that thing happening in the slightest.
Mm-hmm.
The other things we'll get, trading him for Trey Hendrickson, trading him for Micah Parsons. I think Micah Parsons on September 2nd signs a new biggest deal in the NFL for a defensive player with Dallas.
Mm-hmm.
That's just how things go down there. Hendrickson, I don't know. Would you want to trade Terry for Hendrickson, B?
No.
If you hadn't just added Von Miller, and I'm not saying
I want to enhance Jaden Daniel. Hendrickson doesn't do that.
I tend to agree with you. Phone lines are lit up. I'll sneak one in here. Who's been on hold the longest? Newell. I think it's Noel, right?
Yeah, that's me. Hey, how are you guys doing?
Ben literally wrote Newell.
I think that's like this is like the third or fourth time, or there have been different iterations with my name, so I'm used to it by now. But it's all love, and it's not a problem. So, but thank you guys for taking my call. So,
no problem.
I mean, really, like, first of all, I do not want to trade Terry McLaurin for Tyreek Hill. That was insane. I don't know why anyone want to do that. Jaden really needs Terry McLaurin. Period. I don't think we're trading him. I don't think anybody in our fan base believes that it's going to happen. But I do want to say something regarding Adam Peters, because I don't fault him for trying to get this correctly, because I get the argument that if we sign him to a really big contract past DK Metcalf or around where DK Metcalf is making his money, you have to take into account the next couple of years with the fact that the contract starts next year. You have to think about Frankie Louvu. You have to think about what Tunsil's going to get. You got to think about what if Lattimore has a breakout year. You got to think about all of these things. But at the end of the day, something happened with their communication that didn't sit well with Terry. Adam Peters has to address that behind closed doors, because something was off there, and I hope that he addresses that. And then I also hope that he gets a little bit above that threshold of like 28 and 29 to like 30 or 31 and tries to figure out a way to just make it work. Because if your goal is the Super Bowl, you got to try to find a way to make it work. So hopefully all of this can actually manifest itself, but that's kind of where I stand on this whole thing, and I hope it works out for everybody.
Appreciate you, brother.
Good call, brother.
Thanks, man.
Thank you.
Phone lines open the rest of the hour. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley.
The markup from D.C. Council concerning the Commanders' new stadium deal at the RFK Stadium site is underway in D.C. The vote is expected this afternoon about the RFK site. Good news announced by council members Zachary Parker and Janice Lewis-George that they will change their votes from undecided to yes. Commanders agreeing to their proposal to use 51% D.C. worker participation for the construction. Former UFL champion D.C. Defenders wide receiver Braylon Sanders signing with the Commanders, according to our very own Grant Paulson. Terry McLaurin comes in ranked number 52 in the top 100 NFL players. Yesterday, he had requested a trade. Micah Parsons and the Dallas Cowboys also have a deteriorated relationship. Micah Parsons and the Dallas Cowboys are also discussing a new deal. And Diana Rossini says that they are far apart and there could be a trade request there as well. Major League Baseball has awarded the 2027 All-Star Game to Chicago's Wrigley Field. Nationals versus Brewers, 6:15 on The Fan. Byron Kerr on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Doc Walker in the building. Hello, Doctor. I didn't see you there. Doc, you want to join us and talk Terry? Doc does not want to join us and talk Terry. A whole bunch of people do, though. Trying to keep these phone lines open. Let people understand, it's not the end of the world with Terry yet. Phone lines are packed, so I'm just going to let the people talk. It's been a fun show, kind of just letting callers dominate. For all the haters that say I never take calls, listen to today's show over and over.
I've been on the show for 5 years.
Dave's in Rockville. Dave, what up?
Hey, thanks for taking my call. First, before we get to Terry, B. Mitch, I'm a longtime Dallas Cowboy, lifetime Cowboys fan, and you belong in the Hall of Fame. If I had a vote, you'd be in.
Appreciate you,
no
sir.
questions asked.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, and now to Terry. I'm a former budget guy with the government, so just check these numbers out. Based on his last 5 years, average 80 catches. If you give him $30 million, that's $375,000 a catch, and $27,000 for every yard. Based on the last, that's a lot of money per catch and per yard. I just thought I'd like to point that out. I don't think any wide receiver, quarterback, or running back is worth more than the 5 guys up front who give them a chance to make that money. If you don't pay the offensive line, you're done.
Yep, but they don't get paid like that, like the
Left
wide
tackles,
receivers
dude.
and the running backs.
Yeah. Appreciate the call, man.
Yeah.
Thanks,
Thank
Dave.
you.
Take care, dude. Keep the phone lines going. Deacon is on the line. What's up, Deke?
Hey, what's going on, JP? I'm all ears, baby. Brian,
my
I'm
guy.
10 toes down, baby.
All right, baby.
Yeah. Hey, look, all we going to do is, what we going to do? We going to sing and dance? We going to hold each other's hand? Let's have a come to Jesus moment right here, all right? Give the man his guaranteed money. And Brian, talk to your people on the inside. Y'all, you know who they are. Somebody get a word out to Magic. Somebody talk about your guaranteed money, son. That's what he needs to get, because he could play today and be broke up tomorrow. But at least JD5 will have the man that he knows he can depend on. Terry's he's a security blanket. We know that he's a security blanket because he was there when we ain't had nothing, and he was doing something. So get a man his guaranteed money, get him signed up, and we'll take our lumps as we go. $3 million is nothing when you're making 40 and 30 and 40 million a year. You know what I mean?
Thanks
All
for
right,
the
man.
call, Deke. Appreciate you, bud.
I'm with the guarantee thing.
Yeah. The guarantees, dude, I just tweeted it out. Like, if DK Metcalf has to be your marker, don't worry about the AAV. Worry about what DK got guaranteed. He got $60 million fully guaranteed at signing. Washington could get that done over the weekend. 2 at 28, convert some money this year. You got to convert you're probably going to convert some money this year regardless.
Mm-hmm.
You get that thing to 64. What did the $64 million man? Who was that guy?
That was a $60 million man.
Thanks, 60.
No, that was a $6 million man.
Inflation. Inflation, bitch. Let's go to Jaime and Manassas. Jaime's our guy. Saw him at training camp the other day. What's up, dude?
What up, Jaime?
Hey, what's going on, man? How you doing, guys?
Good.
I'm good.
Hey,
How are you?
I'm a little frustrated with what's going on with Terry McLaurin, man. He deserves the money. Whoever is talking about how much he's making for a catch have to remember the crappy quarterbacks he's played with, the offensive coordinators we have here that didn't know how to use him. And you know what? I don't think there would be so much noise if it was any other player in the roster but Terry McLaurin. He's one of us. He's a leader. He's a great player. He's done everything that is being asked for him and more, and he deserves the money. Come on, guys. Pay the guy.
That's a good call,
All
Jaime.
right, brother.
I think a lot of people feel the way you do. Thanks for the call, Bo. I think a lot of people feel that way. I think my advice to the organization would be, if they're at 30 and you're at 27, get to 29. Make it right. You're giving more than you want.
Yep.
And just get this thing done. I'm not sure it's that simple. And I do think they can only go to a point of trying to get this done. You want to deal at 50-50, you can go to 60-40 to try to do the right thing. But you got to have a limit too, man. You can't go to 70-30. Landfill prefers 69-31. Darren is in Maryland. Darren, what's up?
What's up with y'all, man? How y'all doing?
Good, man.
I just don't understand if Terry plays this season. I heard him say that he doesn't want to step on the field without a new contract. Maybe it's just me. I don't understand. If he goes out and balls out this season, let's call it 1,300 yards, 17 touchdowns, would that give him more grounds for a better contract, like talk with better contract at the start of the next season? It's not like the new contract won't hit. The new contract's not going to hit until his age 31 season. Is there a downfall for him somewhere with that?
Yeah, he'll be making 32. He'll be making 31 then instead of making 30. And then they're going that age. Every time they go another year, you think they're not going to keep discussing that age?
That's true. But like he said, he has no injuries. Terry still looks fine. I mean,
the highest amount of guaranteed money he can get is right now. There's a reason this is all happening right now. Because a year from now, the fully guaranteed money, the AAV might go up, but the fully guaranteed will go down.
Drop.
The highest chance of the biggest guaranteed bag, the money he knows will go into his bank account, can happen right now.
Happen right now. Okay. So no matter how he balls out, he's still a depreciating asset, basically. It's not going to get any more.
Unfortunately,
so that's why it seems.
Not maybe on a per year basis, right? Because if he continues to be a stud, maybe 2 years from now, the salary cap jumps up to $350, and all of a sudden Terry makes 36 for 1 year, but it still wouldn't be guaranteed like it would be now. The reason they want to lock in now, just to go one step further, is you can say, why can't Terry just play on this contract this year, ball out, and get paid? There's not much guaranteed money on this year. So if he gets hurt, what the heck happens? And you don't like to think like that, but that's the reality of why all this is happening now. Good call, though. Thanks, Darren.
Appreciate it.
Thanks, dude. Steve is in Arlington. Steve, what up, dude?
Hey, how are you guys?
Good. How are you?
Yeah. Well, hey, I'm calling I'm doing a little retro sports call here, thinking back to the situation with Scottie Pippen and Michael Jordan and how Scottie Pippen was not able to renegotiate a contract, and he hung in there as sort of the right-hand man to Michael Jordan through quite a few seasons. And I'm just wondering if there's any parallel or lesson learned that you guys see in the situation right now with Terry and the historic case of Scottie Pippen and Michael Jordan and the Bulls management refusing to pay Scottie.
I'll let you answer that one, B. Thanks, Steve.
I don't know if they refused to pay Scottie, but I don't think there's no parallel. Scottie didn't want to
Scottie
sign
got locked into a long-term deal.
He got locked into a deal that they all told him not to do.
The only parallel I see with that call is when the gummy hits and the way Steve was talking. That's the parallel I saw. Joe is in Manassas. What's up, Joe?
Hey, what's up, guys? Love this show as always. And I'm glad Steve's not the general manager. But anyway, I'm putting my general manager hat on right now. I'm
Put it on.
Peters, man. Let's do it. Hey, so let me ask you this: I'm going to offer him $25 million, right? Just like they probably are. He probably wants 30. I'll do 28. Let's do 28. I'm not giving anything else. He hasn't done anything. Like our franchise, new management. Terry's great. We love him. I love him. We're good. But moving forward, I'm not paying a guy that's under contract when he's 31, 32. Hey, let Terry go out there and play. If you don't want to play, what are you going to do? Sit out at age 30 years old? I'm calling the man's bluff.
Yeah, but see, you would lose a whole damn team too. That's not going to work.
But B. Mitch, why wouldn't you let him sit out?
Because they want to win. Why would you let a talented athlete sit out if you're not going to be? You want him to win. You don't want to just have him sitting there.
Yeah, you want to win this year, but you don't want to pay a 31 or 32-year-old receiver $30 million when he's 31 or 32.
But what if he's performing at a high level at that moment? Who cares?
What if? The track record, you have to go on track record, B. Mitch. And
I go on his track record. His track record has been stellar.
Well, he hasn't played. He's not 30 years old yet.
But you haven't seen him play at 30. You've seen him play so far. He hasn't dropped off, has he?
Let me ask you this, B. Mitch. If I let him sit out this year, we don't have a Terry McLaurin, right? And he plans to sit out all season. What is he going to make next year on the market? What is he? It's not going to be $28 million. It's going to be like, what is he going to get? 15.
So in other words, you just say I'm gonna just go and blow everything up. Treat my star player like a piece of crap, and you think you're going forward, you're gonna have a great.
I'm the general manager of the Commanders. I'm not the general manager of players' feelings.
You don't understand, bro.
Feel that?
You don't understand.
I do understand.
You don't understand. You don't have a clue.
Understand.
You don't have a clue, dude.
You don't understand,
You're repeating
brother.
crap you heard on social media. You don't have a clue. You don't have a clue.
What I think in my head. And
Joe, now you're telling me all you do is repeating everything I've heard every day from everybody. You're repeating. You don't know this stuff.
We got to go to break, Joe. Thank you for the call. We're hard up against it. Nobody go anywhere. We're going to try to get through as many calls as we can before the show is over. It's B. Mitch Finley. I can feel your call. Shout out to Landfill. China food hit the spot today, baby. Who's our guy? Let's give him a free plug. Hunan Dynasty? Banging. I feel like there's a Hunan Dynasty in every city in the United States. Like, that's the most common Chinese food takeout restaurant name.
Yeah.
There's a lot of them.
Yeah, it's a lot of them.
Maybe like China Cafe is a big one. We used to get beer from this joint, China Hut, on Georgia Avenue when we were like 15.
JP, you just like telling all your stuff, huh?
Shout out to China Hut.
You don't get China Hut in trouble.
if China Hut still exists.
They may still be around, dog.
Let's go to Alvin in Chesterfield. Alvin, what's good, dude? Alvin!
Alvin, what's up?
That was a Alvin and the Chipmunks plug.
I know what it was.
Alvin didn't get it. CJ is in D.C. CJ, you there?
Yeah, I'm here. What's going on, guys?
What up, brother?
How you doing, man?
I'm great, man. This is a crazy conversation on so many different levels, man, because, you got people that, because everybody equate what he's done for over the years. You got to understand something. We've been clamoring for a GM. We want a GM to come in here. We want an organization that don't get caught up in personal feelings. You want an organization that comes in and puts a value on a position, right? Because of the value that they established for it. Somebody just said a few minutes ago, it's a depreciating asset at the end of the day, right? They've established where they are with that, what their value is on it. That's what their value is on it. If Terry wants to trade, open it up, allow him to go out and look for a trade. Let the market set his value and see if his value is what he really feels that it is. But if it comes back and the value still the same as what we established it to be, now what's the complaint? Because you have to understand, the people in the building right now, it's probably 10 people in that building that was there going through what Terry went through. We are moving forward and building an organization. We don't have a GM for Terry McLaurin. I want Terry here just as much as the next person. Trust me, I love Terry. But to say that we're just going to tie this whole thing up because he wants the money that they established as an organization that they don't want to pay him, as a fan, you have to be a fan of the organization. You can't just get caught up in what he say he wants. If he go out on the open market and the open market say, well, hell, Terry, we're only willing to – we see your T. Higgins money, 28, 27. Now what? Are we still supposed to give him 33, 35 because he say that's what he wants? In life, you're only worth what someone's willing to pay you. We all want to say that we're worth $60 million in whatever our profession is. But at the end of the day, if you work for one company and another company come and buys it over because their company was failing, but you were the top producer, they're not going to come in and say, well, hell, I'm going to give you a boost because you were the top producer and you were faithful. Hell no. This is where we see the value at. And I applaud Adam for doing that. I really do. That's just where I am with it. And
See,
I think
that's if you believe all those numbers that are being thrown around. I don't believe he's supposed to get $34, $35 million. I don't believe that.
Mm-hmm.
But I also know in negotiation, you negotiate with good faith.
Mm-hmm.
You don't just say, oh, this is the number we're going to pay you. No, it's a negotiation.
Mm-hmm.
And I've been through a lot of NFL contracts. If they were to just say, well, all I think you're worth is this, I'm going to give it to you, you'll have a lot of people holding out then.
Yeah.
But no, you have to negotiate it. And I think that's the ultimate thing. If Stephen A was right when there's 27 and 30, they got to come somewhere in between that.
Yeah.
Appreciate
I
you, CJ.
agree with you, B.
Thanks,
yeah,
bud.
definitely.
All right, bro.
Listen, we're not going to be able to get to everybody. Trucker Dan is in PG County. What's up, Trucker?
What's up, fellas?
What's up, bro?
Ain't too much. I ain't heard from you guys for a long time. All these people got me laughing because they'll call up the show and ask B. Mitch and Fenley a question. They'll be like, hey, B. Mitch, what's your answer? Then B. Mitch will give them the answer. Then they'll sit there and argue with you about the answer that they just asked for, which makes it more hilarious because if you just knew the answer, you wouldn't be asking for it. All these people here act like they Commanders fan. I don't think you guys are. Because how you going to tell me that Terry ain't worth the money that he's asking for? Are you the same guys that watch the same football game that I watch? When we played Tampa Bay during the playoffs, you know who could check Terry McLaurin? Nobody. When JD Fowler's in trouble, who he throw it to? Terry McLaurin. How you guys want to tell me that Terry McLaurin is not a top wide receiver and he don't deserve the ball when he's the one? A guy called in earlier talking about Tyreek Hill there had all these yards because Tua went injured. You know who there had a quarterback and still produced?
I seems like
statement that these people are making, and they're not trying to pay the guy. Just pay the man, please. I'm not trying to hear this stuff about Adam Peters and this and that and the third.
Thank you, Trucker. Appreciate you, buddy. I'll try to go speedy here. Max is in Aspen Hill. Max, what do you got?
Hey guys, love the show. Love listening to y'all.
Thanks, bud.
Yeah, I grew up basically as a Washington fan. Watched the first Super Bowl that they won in '91. I was little, but I remember it. I genuinely think we need to, like the guy before, we need to pay Terry. I think he's just great with contested catches, one of the best in the NFL. And I think Jaden and him have great chemistry. And honestly, man, I think I would love to see Adam Peters just figure something out. But I also think a lot of people are saying, oh, we should trade him. And I just don't think that's right. I think he's been a part of the just everything altogether and just overall. I'm also questioning his agent. Like, I know there's been talk about his agent, who his agent is. I don't know what you guys think, but if they're handling it right. But yeah, I've been a lifelong fan, like grew up in DC suburbs. So hopefully we figure something out, because this is getting a little nerve wracking, especially with Jane Daniels. You know, we want him to be good. And Harry's great, but I also have hope in some of our rookies as well. So yeah, I don't know what you guys think regarding that, but
appreciate you, brother.
I got hope for them too, but they won't be a finished product for a few years.
Max is in Aspen Hill. Shout out to Floor Max in Aspen Hill. Shout out to Eric and sorry. All right, last one of the day, B. You pick a direction. North, south, east, west. Where do you want to go?
Wherever you go, man.
Reggie's in Upper Marlboro. Reggie, what's good?
Gentlemen, thank you for taking my call. I'm going to try to blend a lot of what I've been hearing, emotion, business side of this. If we offer Terry, and not just because it's Terry, we offer a performance-based package. I'll give you $27 million, and then I'm going to roll in there where you can get the other $3 million based on your performance. I'm paying you for the right now performance, not past performance or anything. If Terry balls like he normally does, he gets his $3 million. If he doesn't, then I've hedged my bet against potentially injuries, potentially poor performance or whatever. And
Good
this
call,
notion
Reg.
about
We got a boogie, man. Thank you. Thank you to everybody that listened to the program today. Thank you to everybody that called in. That was a vigorous round of phone calls today. I appreciate it, man. I think just
About time you go to the phones, Jay. Hell.
Thank you to Jordan Schultz for joining us. Busy day. Grant and Danny coming your way next. Mark Seagraves just tweeted out there was a plan from some of the D.C. Council to ban personal seat licenses, and that got voted down. Looks like RFK is cruising through. I'm sure the news will come out later today. Grant and Danny next. You made it this far. Ben Strober owes you a spelling lesson.
This update brought to you by the Chesapeake Bay Sox. Purchase tickets at baysox.com. The D.C. City Council hearing is going on now with the vote coming up on the proposal for a football stadium at the RFK site. Good news this morning as council members Zachary Parker and Janice Lewis-George announced that they will change their votes from undecided to yes because the Commanders agreed to their proposal to use 51% D.C. worker participation in the construction. Channel 9 investigative reporter Eric Flack believes Christina Henderson's potential move to yes would provide the necessary 8 votes for the legislation to pass. Grant Paulson reporting from a source the Commanders are signing wide receiver Braylon Sanders. The 26-year-old played for the UFL champion DC Defenders and in 2022 with the Miami Dolphins. Wide receiver Terry McLaurin announced a request for a trade yesterday, and he comes in today ranked number 52 in the top 100 NFL players list. Micah Parsons and the Dallas Cowboys relationship is deteriorating, according to Diana Rossini, and he also could request a trade. Nationals baseball tonight at 6:15 on the Fan with Mitchell Parker called to the mound at 6:45 and first pitch. And Major League Baseball announcing the AstroTurf field used in tomorrow night's Speedway Classic between the Reds and the Braves in Bristol, Tennessee will be donated to East Tennessee State Baseball. The Athletic reporting ESPN and NFL have agreed to a blockbuster billion-dollar deal that will result in top media properties like the Red Zone moving to the network. I'm Byron Kerr on the Fan.
Yeah, Friday. What's up? Welcome in. It's August in 2025. August 1st, just after 2 o'clock. We're Grant and Danny, and we're taking you all the way up to 6:30 on the Fan. Got a great show planned for you. In about 25 minutes, the interim general manager of the Nationals, Mike DeBartalo, joins us to discuss the trade deadline yesterday. He made 5 trades. He did not trade Mackenzie Gore. We'll get to the bottom of everything the Nats did and didn't do. And Mike Florio of Pro Football Talk has thoughts on the Terry McLaurin trade request, as well as the news that we're waiting on, and that is the future of a stadium in D.C. Looks like a vote is going to go well for the Commanders today after a couple council members changed their tune over striking a deal on some of their labor
some of their asks,
demands. Yeah. So everything looks smooth. We're just awaiting the conclusion now, and what seems like a formality that they're going to get the 8 yes votes that they need.
Dude, pretty big summer Friday for your pals, right? I mean, usually we
on.
got a little training camp. Like, who looks good at training camp right now? Well, you guys were out there a couple days. Who's looking good? That's normally what we're doing. We got a superstar holding out. Our most productive player over the last decade or so is, demanding trades, which we'll get to in a second. The place that the team is going to play for the next several decades is up for grabs and might be, steamrolling towards a resolution on that today. Like,
the vote
that's pretty
today,
big.
After months and months and months of talking about a possible vote. Yeah, and the GM of the Nationals and Mike DeBartalo the day after the trade deadline with a lot of news on their front that we need his thoughts on. So, yeah, it's a nice little show. We're excited about it. Let's start with the Terry McLaurin trade demand because it came out quite literally about 5 minutes after we got off the air yesterday. Nice little kick to the tuchus.
Wasn't that nice?
For your pals.
Wasn't that fun?
I don't understand the timing of that announcement from him or his agent.
It's terrible timing by him and his agent.
So the agent clearly leaks this to, I think it was Jordan Schultz of Fox Sports who broke it initially. Doesn't really matter who it is. Schefter shortly after that came out with it. But generally you want to leak things during the day, during the business hours when all the national TV shows and radio shows are live and everyone can talk about it in the news cycle all day long, rather than right after the close of business, where by the time the morning rolls around, in D.C. it's still huge news, but there's a bunch of other things that are going to be happening. It's out of the news cycle. But on top of that, it is a little bit of a deep cut, nerdier thing. There is no access at the facility today. So if you're the agent, part of what you're hoping to do is create a little bit of a circus. You are trying to make the story in Ashburn that Terry McLaurin requested a trade. And that'll be the story tomorrow when the media is back out there on a Saturday. Again, not a weekday, not when everyone's plugged in on their computers and trying to get all the news. Now it's a weekend storyline, which is better for the team anyway. And it's almost going to be 48 hours after the request for the trade. So just naturally in this minute-to-minute news cycle, a little bit of the fervor and the intensity dies down. So I just think from a sure business standpoint, like Agent 101, I was really surprised that they leaked it when they did.
Frankly, it's amateurish. It shows a lack of kind of understanding. Because what's the point of it to announce it? You could do that internally and have those conversations. Why do you have a press conference at Eastern Motors where your job's your credit? Why are you signing autographs after practice every day? Why are you staging pictures and video of you and Terry talking after practices? You want it to go viral. You want people to be talking about it. You're trying to do your public pressure campaign. It just sort of shows you that it's not like this guy knows everything and has a total grasp on reality and what's supposed to be happening. This is a misstep, quite frankly. The idea is no one can do business without Terry McLaurin. Everybody's so distracted. We're pressuring the team. You have to sign him. You did them a favor by announcing it in this way. Now, again, the crux of it is the trade demand. We'll get to all that. But it just kind of shows you, I have his agent filed in the maybe not the best category. I've kind of deduced that and figured it out.
I don't know that everything that they're doing at the park is for show. There's not a whole lot of places, honestly, where they're going to meet where the media is not going to see it. It's not like his agent's going in the building and can talk with him in the locker room necessarily. He's out there at practice, basically in the VIP area where families are. And just like the families come out on the field, there are other agents out on the field. We're just not interested in taking pictures of that interaction. So I don't think every time that they have a quick powwow or they have a conversation, or whether he's updating him on a conversation he had with Peters, or they're just talking about, his mental and how Terry's holding up and how things are going, I don't think that's for show 100%. I mean, could they have text and phone conversations? Of course. Does Buddy Baker, the agent, have to be there? I guess not. I'm not saying it's 0% that they don't want to be seen. I think they're happy with the coverage that they're getting, as well they should be, by the way. That's kind of my point with announce this yesterday at noon. Do it on Wednesday, as far away from the end of the week as possible. Like, there were strategies they could have implemented and executed, but just surprised by when they released it. And by that, I mean leaked it. Could it have come out anyway? In other words, Jordan Schultz said within the last 30 minutes he had requested the trade, which means evening yesterday is when the agent told Peters Terry wants out. I don't think the team would have sent that to Adam Schefter, who seems to be the one that they go to with things, or Ian Rappaport or anybody else, because there's no real benefit for them to put out there that Terry McLaurin's requesting a trade. It's possible, and if that happens, okay, so be it. It wasn't the best situation ever, but at least you didn't set yourself up for a bad situation. You wait till first thing this morning, and it's 7 a.m. you send that out, and now it's the number one story in the news cycle for the next several hours. So I was a little surprised by that, but I guess we're burying the lead here, which is, what a development, man. I'm not surprised that he requested a trade. I've been saying for the last couple of weeks, it was actually odd that he hadn't requested a trade, as upset as he is. When you're holding out, normally you've already requested a trade, or you do it at the exact same time. When you're holding in, again, generally, see Trey Hendrickson, you've already gone public and said you'd like to be traded. So it was very strange to me. Those two things are normally coinciding and somewhat working in the same direction. I thought this would have happened a couple weeks ago. But when they didn't do it, it is their last card they can put down. It is their last play. And so if you're waiting, then doing it now is odd to me. Because when you didn't play that card, at least you could have waited closer to the start of the season. I just feel like he's got nothing left now, McLaurin and the agent. You've done your holdout. You ended it very quickly. You've done your hold in. We're almost a week into that at this point. Everything's kind of calming down on that front. He still comes out and signs the autographs. But Danny, as an example, after days of us following him around with our cameras and chasing him up to the building so he could say, we're taking it day by day. Yesterday, he was signing autographs for 30 minutes. There wasn't a single camera over there recording him. Like, it got to a point where it was no longer a bigger deal that he was doing it than whatever was going on at the facility. So that's kind of where we are on the hold-in front. And now the last thing is to request a trade, which is a bigger deal than holding out or holding in. Right. This is the first time he has made the public statement to say, I'd rather have my money somewhere else than just be here on a cheaper deal. But where's this thing headed? I think still nowhere. I mean, the team's not trading Terry McLaurin.
Yeah, here's how the conversation would go for me. Hey, we'd like to request a trade. No. Would you like to talk about anything else, or do you want to keep holding out or in or whatever? I mean, it's pretty simple. At this juncture, there's no way I can replace a wide receiver 1 plus an incentive for me to do it. So no, there's no trade. Now, if you go out there as the agent and bring me something amazing, we can have a conversation. But I don't think that's going to happen. I think everybody's pretty much set. I might get a 3rd rounder or something like that, maybe a low second for Terry McLaurin. That's not worth it to me. I've got a win now window. We want him to play football. He's under contract for 25 this year. We could franchise him for 28 next year. We got you. So if you want to play football, it's for us. What else do you want to do? I mean, it's pretty simple to me.
Yeah, I went through the recent history of just receivers who have requested trades, but star players at other positions have done it as well. And they don't get traded. It doesn't really happen. There are certainly examples where it has, but T. Higgins wanted a trade, requested it from the Bengals, was every bit as angry with Cincinnati as McLaurin is with Washington. It was actually a little bit uglier for longer. I think that's just because McLaurin is having a hard time being the bad guy, somewhat. But T. Higgins is still a Cincinnati Bengal as we sit here and talk now. After 2 years of him and the team being in a game of chicken, and he's on a new deal, by the way. He actually signed a new contract there. Brandon Ayuk, remember, requested a trade from the San Francisco 49ers last year. He and Jaden Daniels were like flirting with their videos and their texts, and he's got pictures of Commanders practice somehow and whatever was going on. And those guys are boys, right? He wants a trade from San Francisco and pretty clearly wanted to be here in Washington. Let me just see what team he's on. Oh, he's still on the 49ers, and he's got a new contract. Deebo Samuel is now on Washington and was traded this offseason. It's been a couple of years since he started asking for a trade and agitating to get out of San Francisco, and he didn't get the deal when he asked for it, and he played that season for the 49ers because you just don't have the ability to force them to trade you. The chances that they actually trade McLaurin are remote. If I got one text from a Commanders fan yesterday or one comment, I must have got 50 from people who were sad or crying emoji or it's all over, or Terry's gone. I'm going, no. These are two very, very different things. I can request to be in a certain teacher's class. The school does not have to grant it. I can request to my wife, hey, I'd like to sleep in tomorrow and I'd like to go to the Nats game at 4:05. And she could say, that's a good request.
Thank you for your request.
They have no reason to grant this. I couldn't come up with one legitimate reason why the Commanders would or should trade Terry McLaurin. If they do, Danny, your receiver room is substandard and below average, and you can't accomplish any of your goals. Oh, by the way, he's under contract this year.
Yeah.
He has to show up. And you have the hammer you can slam still for next year, which is a franchise tag. So there's really no reason for them to grant him this trade. Zero.
Again, especially at this stage, at this juncture. This is a professional human being trying to better his livelihood. So I'm not diminishing that. I'm giving you the analogy, okay? So I'm not comparing him to my children, all right? This is a grown man. But when my child says, I'm not going to brush my teeth, you are. As you can get as mad as you want. You can agitate as much as you want. You can throw as many things as you want. You can scream and yell and throw your temper tantrum. In this case, it's a professional one. But that's what this is. This is a professional temper tantrum. And again, it's not, he's not impugning anybody. He's not ripping anybody's character or, lighting fire to things on his way out yet. But that's what this amounts to. The team has the hammer here, as you already said. And I keep coming back to this. This has been my salient point throughout this entire process. 25 this year, 28 next year, according to overthecap.com. Maybe it's 29, maybe it's 28.5 for the franchise tag. And after that, we can have a conversation. There is no reason for the team to go above those totals unless you buy the argument, but it's Terry, and we love him, and he's different. The team clearly doesn't view it that way. So in terms of their negotiating leverage, this to me is the, okay, man, now we're just playing the waiting game. That's the last lever you can pull, is the trade me. No, what else you got? I mean, that's how quickly that would be dismissed for me if I was Danny Peters.
Yeah, my opinion on all of this has not changed at all in the last month. I still feel the same way. I think McLaurin is asking for a little bit more than market and probably what the team needs to pay him. I think because of his age and the history of receivers at that age, the team is trying to keep him a little bit below market, but around old guy market, so to speak.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he's not old guy experienced. His agent is saying, look at years 7, 8, and 9, guys get paid. And they're going, yeah, but you're older than guys who go into years 7, 8, and 9. So I think, as is generally the case when two sides are far apart, what he should actually be making is a little bit in the middle from what we're anticipating or I guess assuming these offers are right now. I think the offers are 25-ish from the Commanders, and he wants 34 or 33 or something like that. That's a big gap between those two.
Yes, it is.
If you split the difference, right, you're talking about being around $29 million. I think that's probably what it should end up being. When you look at the fact that the age of 1,000-yard receivers for the last time that they did it, DeAndre Hopkins, 31, Julio Jones, after 30, didn't do it. Antonio Brown, 30, A.J. Green, 29, Amari Cooper, 29, Keenan Allen, 31, Cooper Kupp, 28. The guys have fallen off right around where McLaurin is. And Adam Peters knows this better than anybody. But what I have also said the entire time, Danny, is I actually do believe in the idea that McLaurin is deserving, based on what he's done for this organization, in a slight overpay. So whatever he's worth as a number, as a punch it into a computer by his age, by his production, by his experience so far in the league, and everything that a computer would spit out, zero emotion, not knowing that Terry McLaurin has been the team guy. I would give him a couple million more than that because he's Terry McLaurin, because of my whole Commander rhetoric, we take care of our guys rhetoric, culture first rhetoric, all this stuff that they've been selling since day one when they got here. So I would have no problem paying him $31, $32 million a year. It's a couple $1 million difference. The guaranteed money over a few years we're talking about is $4 to $6 million. That's worth it to me, to get this thing done and to not have this massive distraction that is a blight on an otherwise flawless operation for the last couple of years. I would 100% do a slight overpay. But they aren't even close enough yet to do a slight overpay. Yeah. So am I annoyed and frustrated like everybody else? Sure. Absolutely. But I don't view this as perilous. I don't view this as irreparable, because if nothing happens, all we've got to do is wait a few weeks and the dude's going to play football. I just refuse to believe he won't. How would he not? Make the case for me that he doesn't show up and play football eventually. What is the alternative? That you go full Le'Veon Bell? That you sit out a football season? That you pretend to be hurt for the whole year? He's not doing that. And that's the problem for him and his agent. They've got you between a rock and a hard place.
Yeah, it's the CBA. That is the immovable thing here that is closing. The timeline is closing in on this side, and there's only so many levers they can pull, and they're allowed to, by the way. And I still don't even begrudge this. Do whatever you can to get as much money as you can. But at the end of the day, why do we talk about contracts? Why do we talk about how much players make? Not to be, quote unquote, in their pockets or whatever. It's not like I don't want these guys playing this violent game to earn a wonderful living. We do it because it's about team building. The reason you and I don't want to speak for you, but I'm going, God, they paid that much to Javon Kinlaw? They're paying him 15 plus over the next couple of seasons. This one's a little bit cheaper for a cap hit. But why do I care about that? Not because I don't want Javon Kinlaw to be financially successful. It's because that means I can't go get the next Bobby Wagner if he's being paid $5 million too much. It means that instead of Will Harris, it's another special team Sam that I'm hoping elevates to the strong safety role, etc. It's about team building. We care about the salary cap, not because we're in people's pockets. We don't want guys to do well. It's about making our Sundays fun. It's about building the best possible team. Sure. That's, to me, the whole point of why I go now. When we're talking about somebody earning as much as they possibly can, I'm going, it's not unlimited, right? I want Terry to succeed, but at a certain point, you're going, okay, you've done all you can here. You've made your point. We're not trading you. They got you by the short hairs. You got to come play football here. That's the inescapable part of this for me.
It is okay to overpay a guy who's the face of your franchise, though. The idea that they have to do this with everybody, of course they wouldn't or shouldn't do that. You always say, oh, well, if you do it with him, it's a slippery slope. No, it's not. There's one guy like this who has been the face of this franchise. There's one guy when he walks out of the building, other than Jaden Daniels, that thousands of kids wearing his jersey gather around for his autograph. There's one of these guys. And it is very reasonable to just say, you know what? Let's take care of this guy. When you're pretending like as soon as you draft Johnny Newton, he's Mr. Commander and he comes out in a Commandalorian helmet and vest because you got the commander tag. What we do here is we find commanders. Well, you have the lieutenant commander and you're unwilling to pay him. I saw a great tweet today that's actually really funny. And it's more, snarky and kind of strawman-y than it is accurate. But I think there actually is a decent point here. This guy, Jimmy Kempski on Twitter, who covers the Eagles, said, by my count this offseason, the Commanders signed, traded, or re-signed 20 players who are either 30 years old or will be 30 by the end of the season. Got to draw the line at Terry McLaurin, though. Now, most of these are one-year deals for not a lot of money. It's very different when you're talking about guaranteeing someone $50, $60 million. But nobody has been more pro-old players
right.
since he took the job than Adam Peters. He's looking for 30-year-olds, it feels like. Bobby Wagner, you're 34. Too bad you're not 40. Can we get you again for 2 more years? Von Miller's available? Sir, Von Miller's almost 40 years old.
That's exactly right.
Who cares? He's a commander. They do nothing but add 30-year-olds. They're like, we really like this guy, but he's only 26. Call us back in 5 years. They're the oldest team in the league, but they draw the line at Terry McLaurin. Now, again, it's fun to say that. I get that this is a little
if he
bit
wants
different.
1 year, $6 million, I'd love to do it right now.
Right. They'd be happy to give him Bobby Wagner's contract. I get it. But it is just a little bit funny that they're now the flag in the ground. We can't possibly pay the old guy team. You're the oldest team in the league.
And it's not close.
You pay every old guy who's ever old guyed. That's all you do is pay old guys since you guys got here. They are doing good business. They're making a smart decision. I think they're playing this correctly. If it's not Terry McLaurin, if it's just unnamed player, we don't know it's the Commanders. We don't know it's McLaurin. You're watching the Broncos negotiate with Cortland Sutton, and this is what's happening. You would say the team's right, the player's not necessarily. But this is a slightly unique circumstance, and where we've disagreed a little bit is you're saying the fact that he's Terry and the last several years shouldn't matter at all. I'm not saying they should matter 100%, but they should matter a good bit. And that's where I'm perfectly okay when the cap is a couple $100 million and growing all the time to overpay this guy by a few $1 million when you're not paying your quarterback anything. The notion that they can't build a team or they can't still be really good because McLaurin's making 32 and not 28, that's silly. I mean, it just is. And the guaranteed money over several years, it can all be finagled and worked around. We see quarterbacks get paid ridiculous contracts all the time, and somehow the team keeps showing up on Sunday. They could absolutely figure this out. Now, if he wants 42, if he wants 40, he wants Jamar Chase money, get out of here. Get out of my office and call me back when you're serious. But that's not really what we're talking about, I don't think. I think it's 32, 33 million versus 28 or 29, which might be a good place to actually pay him. But after Cortland Sutton got what he got, as soon as that happened, you knew, oh, this is not ending anytime soon.
No.
Because Terry McLaurin and the agent had a really bad day when they found out what he got.
Yeah, I believe that Adam Schefter conjecture or whatever, that he's well over DK Metcalf in terms of his demands, and Washington's probably slightly over Cortland Sutton in terms of their offer. I think there's an enormous gap.
I think well over is like $500,000 to $1 million. Based on everything that I've gathered, I have no reason to believe they're trying to reset the market. It's possible. I would believe maybe that he's upwards of close to $35 million, which is, $1.5 million over. I can't imagine any more than that. And if that's true, that's what you're asking for because they're dug in on 25 and you're trying to get to 30, and that's just how a deal works. But I think if you gave his agent truth serum and you said, what would you guys sign for? I think you could get this thing done at 31 change, 32, 32 and a half, something like that. I just don't know that the Commanders are ever going to get there because they don't feel like they have to.
Right.
A lot more on Terry McLaurin. We'll get some of your feedback as we go today on the Fan. But the Nats had a trade deadline yesterday. They did not trade Mackenzie Gore. We want to find out why they didn't and how the trade deadline worked on that front. They did make 5 trades. We'll talk to interim GM Mike DeBartalo of the Nationals for the first time on Grant and Danny next.
This update is brought to you by Melwood. Cowboys pass rusher Micah Parsons took to social media about 10 minutes ago with a multi-page essay to Cowboys fans telling that he wants out of the Dallas Cowboys. Micah Parsons, 26 years of age, is a 4-time Pro Bowler and 3-time All-Pro, but is clearly frustrated with the pace the contract negotiations have gone with him in the organization. Same thing happening elsewhere in the NFC East as the Washington Commanders and their star wide receiver Terry McLaurin has requested a trade as well. Jordan Schultz of Fox Sports joined B. Mitch and Finley earlier today and gave the details on why McLaurin requested the trade. Nats baseball on tap tonight as well, right here on The Fan. The fellas beginning a 6-game homestand as they play the Milwaukee Brewers for 3 games over the weekend. It'll be Mitch Parker on the bump tonight for D.C. It is a 6:45 first pitch. Pregame coverage gets rolling at 6:15. Support people with disabilities in your community by donating your unwanted vehicle to Melwood. Donating is fast, free, and easy. Visit melwood.org or call 1-877-MELWOOD for more information. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Linnell Willingham on The Fan.
Grant and Danny on The Fan. Let's go to the Rude Guest Hotline the day after the trade deadline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV, to talk to the Nats interim general manager Mike DeBartalo, who just put the finishing touches on his first deadline as an acting general manager after many years working under Mike Rizzo, and he's kind enough to hop on with us here to discuss what the Nats did and didn't do. Mike, thank you for the time. It's Grant and Danny. How are you?
Absolutely. Doing well, guys. How are you guys doing?
Doing great, man.
How different was yesterday for you? Give us an idea just in the past of what your role was and how involved you were with Mike and what that was like yesterday. Were you the only one working the phones, or was there someone in that DeBartalo role from the past that was kind of handing you the phone when something was almost done? Like, how did it actually work?
Yeah, it was in some ways a lot the same because I've been heavily involved in the past and been in that room for 10 plus years. But obviously, when you're making the decisions, it's a little bit of a different story. But I was working the phones, most of the time myself, and I was doing that in the past heavily as well. So, not a huge change in some of the day-to-day, like minute by minute, but when you're making the final call and obviously you're setting the priorities and making those final decisions, it was a little bit different and exciting, and excited about the guys we got back and the strong talent. We were able to build the farm system a little bit further and hopefully make things better for the future.
What was the theme for you guys yesterday? Just in terms of that, was it the priority to widen the depth in the farm system, to try to grab a couple guys that you think may be marquee? Just sort of give me a feel for what you went into yesterday and maybe the past week or so as you've made several moves. What was kind of the main theme there, Mike?
Yeah, the big picture goal was just to bolster, get as much talent, future talent as we could in whatever way we could. So it wasn't sort of, hey, target one guy, it was, just upside and building depth in the farm system, however we could do it, and just get the best prospects we could. So whether it was pitching, with guys like Eric Swan and Sean Paul Lignon from the Dodgers and Josh Randall and RJ Sales from the Tigers in the Finnegan trade, those are arms we're really excited about. But we also got some position players, Ronnie Cruz, an infielder, young infielder in the Soroka trade from the Cubs, and Christian Franklin, and a really versatile outfielder from the Cubs. Jake Eater, a major league arm, pitching the majors in the Chafin Garcia trade. So, tried to just get value and talent wherever we could and just build out the depth a little bit further throughout the system.
Mike, another question as to how the deadline actually works, and I guess every situation could be different, but do you highlight players you really like, either based on your databases analytically? You said you used more of kind of a numbers data approach this time around, or with pro scouts that see someone and call you. I'll use Lignon as an example because he's such a talented prospect. Like, is that someone where you guys go, all right, we want this guy, let's see if we can figure out a way to get him from the Dodgers? Or do the Dodgers call you about call, and then when you get into their system, you find some guys you like? Like, what happens first?
Yeah, it's the latter. We've got some guys, certainly the guys that were on expiring contracts, the Soroka, Finnegan, the Rosario, and then areas where, we have a little bit more of organizational depth, and a little bit more of a logjam, like in the situation of Alex calling the outfield, where we feel like we have several talented outfielders. Teams will call us on these guys, and that's usually the way it works is, teams call and say, hey, we're interested in, Michael Soroka, we're looking, for another starter. Like, what are you guys thinking? And we'll dig into it's obviously a lot of work and, great job by our whole front office staff and our scouts on the ground. And, we'll dig into those organizations and kind of try to find that sort of sweet spot where, okay, this guy's a good pitcher. He's, in terms of what we're giving up, but it's on an expiring contract. Let's find, some interesting prospects that we think can really help the system and, that have performed well, that have some attributes we like, in a
sorry to jump in. Do you have I'd imagine you guys don't have portfolios on like every player in the minor leagues at AA. So I'm just like we have information on every professional player, in every organization. And so we'll go through and, we have, performance information, we have scouting information, we have, kind of value information on kind of how we sort of press out these guys. And we'll talk through those names. Okay. Like, in this range, Ronnie Cruz, we have a good scouting report on him. He's performed well in rookie ball. He's young, he's athletic, he hits the ball really hard. He has good knowledge of the strike zone. He's athletic. He has a good arm. He can play, these are all conversations, in more depth, obviously, and we'll kind of talk through all these guys and try to come to a consensus of who we think fits best and who we want to ask for, from the organization. And then you go back and forth with that team and try to see if you can line up on some guys. So these are guys that we highlighted and feel really good about. And, ultimately, to get this major league talent that clubs were seeking, we were able to get these guys in return.
Mike DeBartalo with us here on Grant and Danny. So, Mike, I looking at the transactions, all makes a lot of sense to me. All the hotel room guys, the guys that probably aren't going to buy here that we're renting, you know what I mean? Just here short term, the Andrew Chafins, Luis Garcias of the world, totally makes a lot of sense to me. I would have lost a lot of money if I'd gone into yesterday saying that Josh Bell wouldn't have been traded. I was really, really surprised by that. I love Josh Bell. He's a great dude. I think he should be either run for office or be a college professor or something like that. He can do whatever he wants.
Sure.
I was pretty surprised by that. I'd love for you to walk us through that.
Yeah, look, for the guys that were on expiring deals, and we were very open-minded to opportunities for them to go to a winner and chase a ring, and that's something we were very open-minded to, and ultimately nothing came together for those guys.
Would you've taken like even a lesser deal? You maybe don't want to get into specifics, but should we assume that to mean there just wasn't much of a market?
I don't want. I would just say we were very open-minded to moving those guys.
All right, the one guy we haven't asked about and probably could have and should have started the conversation with, as Mike DeBartalo's with us, is Mackenzie Gore. There was so much leading up to the deadline in terms of smoke on Gore. Did you actually have conversations on Gore with teams, or was that just rumors? And did any of them materialize in any kind of serious discussions?
Yeah, I mean, when you have a player as talented as Mackenzie, an all-star who's controllable for years, teams call, and it's our job to listen and evaluate every opportunity that's brought before us. So certainly, when teams call, and they did, we listen and we discuss it. We discuss it, throughout the organization as to kind of what makes sense for us, and ultimately, we value Mackenzie very highly. He's a great pitcher, and we just weren't able to line up on something there, and think he's a really important part of the club. And it's really not, when you look at what happened in the market, it wasn't much of an outlier relative to some other teams that had some really talented pitchers out there that were also controllable that didn't move on some other teams. And so, we value Mackenzie highly and think really highly of him, and just nothing came together on that.
Yeah, right at the deadline yesterday when we found out that Mackenzie Gore hadn't been traded, I even think on the air, I kind of wondered, could you guys not get the deal you wanted, or maybe ownership wanted to hang on to him? And as last night went on and I looked around, it didn't seem like a lot of the starting pitchers got moved. So I guess I would just get a thought from you on the starting pitching market and maybe why it didn't materialize. But also, is that fair to say that it wasn't that ownership said we're keeping Mackenzie Gore? It was just that you didn't get a deal that you thought was good enough to trade an all-star number one type starter?
Yeah, I can't speak for other teams. I mean, again, for us, we had conversations organizationally. I keep ownership involved and aware of all the conversations I'm having, and we had really productive conversations there, and they had good questions, and they want to win. Again, so ultimately, nothing was brought to us that we had to be extraordinarily motivated to move a guy like Mackenzie Gore, who's an all-star and just an incredibly talented pitcher, and there was nothing that compelled us to do that ultimately.
Mike, also, we haven't had a chance to speak with you since the draft. Would love kind of your thoughts about this kind of whirlwind month or so of player acquisition, feeding your system there for the Nationals. Yeah. Just kind of give us your 30,000-foot view there.
Yeah, I think we've made a lot of progress and accomplished a lot in 3 to 4 weeks. I appreciate the question. I mean, when you look at how much talent we've added to the organization in the last 3+ weeks, Eli Willett's the number one pick in the draft, a switch hitting shortstop with a great approach at the plate, who's a talented hitter, who's a elite defender, and you can go through the list. Ethan Petrie with a big power bat, some really talented high school arms, and Miguel Simi Jr. and Coy James and Landon Harmon, Coy James being a infielder. Those 5 guys, it's a huge amount of talent to add to the organization, and then you add in the guys we got at the deadline, several talented pitchers, some position players. So just in the last 3 weeks, I think we've added a lot of talent, and that's really going to benefit the Nationals over the long term, and I feel really good about that.
Yeah, I mean, oftentimes we shouldn't, go full, Chris Farley, where we bring someone on and just tell them how awesome everything was that they did. But the draft, I was so happy with. It seemed like you guys had a plan. And look, a lot of these guys that you took early are teenagers. It's lottery tickets in high school. There's just no way to know with those first 5 rounds worth of players that you took if they're going to become the players you want them to be or not. But you went in with a plan, and to get Harmon and Simi and James after you go Willits and Petrie, you guys had to be elated. Was that kind of all telegraphed before it started, or how much of that is kind of figuring things out as you go?
No, it's a great question, and I appreciate the kind words too. I mean, it went exactly as how we hoped. Quite honestly, it went exactly as we had hoped. It wasn't telegraphed per se. We didn't. Willis was the number one guy on our board, and to be able to get him and sign him at a number that allowed us to get several other talents that we'd really circled in the draft as guys we really wanted. You don't know that's possible until the draft unfolds, and it really did unfold exactly as we would have hoped, to get so much upside, and not just the number one guy on our board, but then several other guys, second, third, fourth rounds that, the talent, especially in some of those later rounds, and we, paid those guys above slot bonuses, but the talent was way above where they were drafted, in my opinion. And so we were just really ecstatic as well as to how that all played out.
Interim GM of the Nats, Mike DeBartalo. I know you got to jump. We'll let you out on this, Mike. You've had about a month here, and in a short order with the draft and with free, and now the trade deadline, a lot was thrown on your plate as a first-time acting general manager. If this was an audition and you move 5 guys, 4 of which were rentals, or 6 guys, 5 rentals and one that was controllable for 10 new players to the system, and then the draft we just talked about, I know it's not about you, but you got to feel pretty good about what you've shown as a GM here over the last month as a candidate for the job.
Oh, well, thanks. I mean, it's a credit to the staff around, and a whole team effort, both the scouts and the front office staff, and everybody's been working incredibly hard, and it's been very exciting and rewarding to see how motivated everybody is and how hard everybody's working and the great job everybody else is doing. So, I had enough on my plate. As you said, it's a whirlwind between jumping right in with the draft and deadline. So haven't even thought about, the implications of any of that, other than just excited about the talent we brought in for the Nats. So, but I really appreciate the kind words.
Mike, thank you for joining us, man. Appreciate the time. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thanks, guys. Enjoyed it.
Mike DeBartalo, the interim general manager with the Nationals in the wake of yesterday's trade deadline. discussing some of the moves the Nats made. They trade 6 players out. 5 were players that were leaving or weren't under contract beyond this year. They get 10 players they add to the minor league system, including 3 in their top 15 via MLB pipeline. They did okay considering they really didn't trade much.
Right. They didn't give up a lot.
Their biggest asset was Alex Cole. And you flood the system with more talent. I still am willing to rave about the draft. I just thought the execution of the plan was phenomenal. We'll see. They're going to go out and shop for executives and managers, but DeBartalo's acquitted himself well as data guy, which is movement a lot of people have wanted to see for a long time.
I'll tell you this real quick. Everybody I've ever spoken to where his name has come up has had glowing things to say about him. In all walks. Man. Yeah. All, regardless of what job you had with the Nationals or were dealing with him, they've been very impressed with that guy.
He's very well liked. Yeah. He is in anonymity in the shadows, just worked really hard for a long time. It's hard generally not to like people who get very little credit and just do a lot of work. And that's kind of been his role as Rizzo's right-hand man for an extended period of time. Terry McLaurin wants to be traded. The Commanders are awaiting a vote that could grant them a big step toward a stadium in D.C. We're covering it all on The Fan. Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk in 15 minutes. Black 80. Black 80. Come on, hut. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. It is football time in America. Of course, the trade deadline for baseball having come yesterday. Mike DeBartalo of the Nats just hopped on. If you missed that interview, grab it at thefandc.com. We do have Mike Florio coming up in about 10 minutes. We'll have Albert Breer in the back half of the show. I'm texting with him now. He had a nice thread today on McLaurin. He's been pretty plugged in on everything going on with Terry, his agent, the team. But the debate now, Danny, is does the request of a trade really change anything? It doesn't feel like it. Now, I think it's a huge deal. I was on with Linnell because I had not left the building yet. Because remember how it came out right after our show ended?
Right.
Nice little kick to the tuchus. So I walked in and went on with Linnell, and he said, this is a formality, right? And I said, well,
it is and it isn't.
Maybe, but this is a huge development. It's a big, big deal. He has not previously said, and I don't mean verbally, I mean with his actions, I'm okay not playing for the Commanders. What he has said publicly is, I want to be a Commander for life. I want to feel valued. They need to pay me. By demanding a trade, what you're saying, Danny, is I don't really care if it's you. I've earned money and I want my money. Now, he's trying to get it here. That's the point I think people missed when earlier on, 2 weeks ago in the offseason, I was saying I can't believe he hasn't requested a trade. And people were yelling, well, he wants to play here. What's so complicated about that? He doesn't want to be traded. It doesn't mean when you request a trade that he's not demanding it. He's not saying I won't play for you. That's the opposite, I think, of what he wants. He wants money. He prefers it to be here. But this is a bigger deal than what was 100% a lock that he was going to hold out. 100% a lock eventually that you're going to hold in. You don't necessarily have to demand the trade. Most of the time guys do.
Mm-hmm.
He had stayed above it. Car dealership, Eastern Motors, he goes, we're not really there yet. That's pretty far. I don't need to do that. His agent was standing there the other day. People were talking to him. Hey, really? You guys haven't requested a trade? It's not at that spot yet. We got there.
I guess it is now. Yeah, I mean, to me, it's more symbolic than it is a line in the sand. And what I mean is nothing changes from the negotiating perspective. This is sort of the last bit of public pressure you can apply. I mean, what they did to me was the agent and Terry concocted this sort of PR move where you get the people on your side chanting Terry, you show up for your autographs, you cut your Eastern Motors promo, you do all these different things to try to publicly pressure the team before you make a withdrawal. Because this hurts you a little bit in the court of public opinion, right? It goes from, all Terry wants is to play here, you guys. We love Terry. Terry forever. Number 17, we love him. Wait, you don't want to be here? You're going to lose a few people. But you just spent a few weeks trying to build yourself up and make the team the bad guy. And now you kind of go for the, if it's not going to be here, it's got to be somewhere else where I'm valued type angle. Again, nothing changes in terms of the team's obligation. Their negotiating stance is still, it's the team plus the CBA pushing in the opposite direction. You got to play football to get what you want. We got you this year 25, next year 28 and change with the franchise tag. Your move, right? Any offer that we make is not really going to supersede that. We've got the leverage here. We've got the hammer. You can do whatever you want in between, and you're doing it, and that's fine. You're not breaking any rules. But again, at the end of the day, that's the inescapable truth of all these type negotiations. So in terms of what it actually means, he's not being traded, so put that off the table. But to me, it's more symbolic that Terry, who doesn't do anything wrong, is now not really that different than the other guys who are going through contract stuff and demand trades and go through kind of the history on it.
Yeah, I wonder how long we use that description of him. Terry McLaurin, who's the ultimate team guy and does everything professionally and has been the good soldier his entire career, is holding out. Now it's is holding in. Now it's is requesting a trade.
Mm-hmm.
Well, if you just woke up 3 weeks ago, he's no different than Jamar Chase.
Yeah,
he's no different than Justin Jefferson.
T. Higgins, Brandon Ayuk, the rest. I saw it.
It's just business.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it doesn't make him a bad guy.
No.
But at some point, the whole best teammate ever, Mr. Professional, it doesn't really matter anymore if the result is the same. What's the line from The Departed? When someone's holding a gun, good guys and bad guys don't matter. You remember the line?
Yeah.
Something along those lines. It's like, are you a good guy or a bad guy? But when you're looking down the barrel of a gun, what's the difference? Like, Terry McLaurin is a better pro and a less of a diva than almost every receiver in the league. But there's no receiver who's gone thus far this offseason. He's the guy that's kind of leading the way as far as agitation with your team. By the way, if you're a Commanders fan who's a little frustrated and down in the dumps about this, I've got some good news for you. Micah Parsons has requested a trade from the Dallas Cowboys. So we've got that going for us. If you're a little upset, it's sweet little Terry's not as sweet anymore. He's growing up. He's leaving the house. He's slamming doors. He's sneaking out at night.
That's right. Screw you, Mom and Dad.
He's acting out a little bit, right? Our sweet little prince is all grown up. Well, don't worry, because Jerry Jones is screwing up another negotiation in Dallas. This isn't over age, by the way. This isn't over a disagreement of, are you about to fall off? This is a young guy in his prime who's just clearly deserving of money. And Jerry Jones and the Cowboys are doing their thing where they don't pay him until the last possible second.
And he's taking pot shots in public at him, by the way.
Micah Parsons requesting a trade from the Cowboys.
Of all the players that I've ever negotiated with, Michael Parsons is as savvy and knowledgeable and understanding of his financial business relative to football as any player I've ever been around.
The Cowboys have to stop negotiating with this Michael Parsons guy and start focusing on Micah Parsons.
There's your big mistake. Just call Micah Parsons.
That's all you got to do.
This man named Michael, who keeps answering the phone, is savvy. He is intelligent. He is thoughtful and smart. Michael is a damn genius.
Well, when Micah said they haven't negotiated in months, I didn't realize he said, it's because they're calling him and going, is Michael there? And he's saying no and hanging up. And that's kind of the
He's
end
like,
of
there's no Michael here. That's why I was talking to Michael yesterday.
Let's talk to Pro Football Talk's Mike Florio. McLaurin. We'll talk about Michael Parsons. Is that right? Michael
Parsons.
Yeah. The stadium deal, everything going on in the NFL. On Grant and Danny next.
Michael Parsons
I'm Linnell Willingham, and here's what's happening. Busy news day here in the nation's capital as we got a big update on the Commanders' potential return to RFK. According to Mark Seagraves of NBC4, council members Zach Parker and Janice Lewis-George are now on board for a Commanders' return to the district after previously being undecided. And now with their support, the council should have the 8 votes needed to pass the RFK Stadium bill. The contract drama continues in the NFC East as Cowboys star edge rusher Micah Parsons took to social media about 25 minutes ago requesting a trade from the team as contract talks have not progressed enough to his liking. According to multiple sources, the Dallas Cowboys are not interested in trading their star edge rusher. We'll see where things end up going from here. The Nats are back at home after having the last few nights off. They'll play game 1 of a 6-game homestand as they take on the Milwaukee Brewers tonight for game 1 of a 3-game weekend series. It'll be Mitch Parker on the pump for DC. It is a 6:45 first pitch. Pregame coverage is rolling right here on the Fan at 6:15. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Linnell Willingham on the Fan.
G&D live in D.C. on the Fan, awaiting word on a vote from the D.C. City Council this afternoon that is expected to be very team-friendly. Supposed to get the 8 yeses needed. Now, there's another vote coming September 17th if everything goes well today before things go to Congress, and who knows what happens at that point. But today would be a big step for the Commanders to come back home to D.C. Show's brought to you today and every day by the law firm Condori and Murrah. They're going to help you to set up a living trust or put together a medical power of attorney. All the important stuff you got to do that's not that fun, they can handle. Schedule a consultation with their attorneys today at kmlawyers.com and mention us to get a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. Let's talk a little Commanders football, get a national perspective. Our camp coverage on the Fan comes your way via Paul Henry's window installation. And Mike Florio is with us right now from Pro Football Talk to discuss what's going on with Terry McLaurin and hop around the NFL. Mike, thanks for a few minutes. We know you're busy. We appreciate it. How are you?
I'm doing great, guys. How are you?
Doing very well. We're all kind of in shock about how far apart the team and McLaurin are because he has been the anti-diva, like Mr. Good Guy here for years, and he's doing a decent job playing the part of the businessman now. The hold-in continues. He requests a trade. What's your take from afar on what's happening here between the team and the player?
Well, the threshold question is the easiest one to answer. Does he deserve a new contract? Absolutely, yes. The problem is when he's at 15.5, when the market has stretched past $40 million per year in new money average, how do you properly affix a value that will make both him and the team happy? And they're clearly very far apart. I've seen different numbers out there. I think Stephen A. Smith was saying that he wants they offered 27. I've seen he wants 35. Look, if it's anything like that, yeah, that's why they don't have a deal. The gap is too big. And then the structure is always part of this too. How much is fully guaranteed at signing? Is it 1 year? Is it 2 years? What kind of flexibility does the team have to get out of it if once he gets past the age of 30 and his birthday is coming up in September, he begins to see a erosion of his skills? So these are all things, when you get to the third contract, that become very challenging. And this is where we are with a receiver who's going to be 30. Look around the league. How many receivers keep performing at a very high level beyond their 30th birthday? That's the challenge. And the thing that's in McLaurin's favor, you got 2 more years of Jaden Daniels under a slotted rookie deal as the second pick in the draft. It is peanuts in comparison to what he's eventually going to make, but they can't pay him anything until the 2026 regular season ends. The next 2 years are the time for the other players to get paid, and I think that's one of the reasons why he's making this move. So that's it in a nutshell. And, he held out, lost $200,000, never should have held out because you can't get that money back. The fines are non-waivable when you're on your second contract, and now he just hopes that they will, before week 1, give him an offer that he'll deem worthy of acceptance unless they do indeed decide to trade him. But I remember Myles Garrett back at Super Bowl week put out the statement and made the rounds at the media center saying how he wanted out of Cleveland. And there's nothing like money
to make a guy decide he wants to stick around.
Well, I was saying earlier, T. Higgins, Debo.
Ayuk last year.
Ayuk, yeah. I mean, there's a lot of guys who have asked for a trade. It didn't get him anywhere, and most of them are on new deals now.
Well, that's right. That's absolutely right. And sometimes you have to do that in order to shake things up to get what you want. And this is one of the reasons why there are plenty of agents who think you should never hold out, that you can be more of a distraction in the building than you are out of the building, especially when you're talking about daily fines that can't be waived, and then the possibility that the team is going to stay dug in. They're not going to be motivated to cave, and then you start losing game checks, not just at the value of what you're due to make this year, but as a practical matter, at the value of what the team is willing to pay if you would go ahead and do a deal and show up. So it was smart for him to show up. He shouldn't have held out, and now he's creating a distraction. And apparently, Michael Parsons likes the sound of it because the next day he does the same damn thing.
Mike Florio with us here on Grant and Danny. So, Mike, help me out with something. I from the team's, or maybe from Terry's perspective, regardless of where you look at it, isn't this a CBA problem? And you kind of touched on this, but there's only so much you can do. There's only so many levers you can pull, only so much anger you can express or demands that you can make. He's under contract for 25 this year, and if they feel like it, 28 or give or take, however much the franchise tag is next year for wide receivers, the team's got him. He's got to play football for this football team here in this city at some point to get what he wants. That's kind of the ultimate hammer to me from the team side. Tell me where I'm off here.
No, you're right. And remember, the cap number is 25, but the cash is only 15.5.
Right, yeah,
All the player cares about at this point is the cash.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the cap number helps him with the franchise tag next year because that's the basis for a 20% raise. So that'll get him to 30 under the tag next year. But this is about getting paid now, and 15.5 is well below what players are getting. But, yeah, when they beef up the fines in the CBA, when they make the fines non-waivable, because the old play used to be guy holds out, racks up fines, guy comes back, and most teams will say, forget about the fine. They can only do that now if a guy is holding out under his rookie contract, period. So that makes it harder for players to hold out. And they've made it harder for rookies to hold out because you used to have a small window where you could hold out and not lose a year of credit toward free agency. Now, if you hold out one day, you lose the year of credit toward free agency. So they have systematically made it harder for players to legitimately violate their contracts. And anytime anyone says player needs to honor his contract, my response is there are two contracts. There's the individual contract between player and team. There's the broader contract between all players and all teams, and that's the CBA. And you're right. By adjusting the CBA to make it harder to violate the individual contract, it makes less sense to do it.
So, Mike, what are the chances of a few different outcomes here? It feels like them trading him is pretty remote, right? The him showing up and playing feels inevitable, maybe not imminent, but it's got to happen. And then the idea that maybe, is there a path to, like Hendrickson is doing the hold-in, but he's not feigning an injury. Terry's on PUP with some mystery ankle or whatever. What's to prevent him and the agent from going PUP to IR and actually accruing time? I don't know that it's realistic, but I guess that's still a club they've got in the bag. Like, how do you think this thing ends?
Yeah, and I don't know if Hendrickson isn't saying he's injured, because I think the Bengals will not play ball with a deliberate and conscious hold-in. They were fining Jamar Chase last year when he wasn't practicing. It wasn't a big deal. It almost blew up. But I heard as I was tracking that story that they were fining him, and they may have waived him because they can for his deal. So that's part of this, too. They could be fining Hendrickson if he doesn't practice unless he says, I'm injured. And that's something I wrote the other day. You know, this idea that players who are disgruntled should fake injuries, it was what former NFLPA president J.C. Treader said a couple of years ago. It sparked a grievance. The NFL won it earlier this year in a slam dunk. You shouldn't do that. The union can't induce players to essentially violate the CBA. But the point that someone made with me, and this makes a lot of sense, when you get guys who have been playing football 20 years, there's always something that you could point to and say, this thing keeps me from practicing. And there's always something you're playing through. There's always something you're dealing with. Bone spurs, hip flexor, whatever it may be, there's always something. So it makes more sense for a guy like Terry McLaurin, Micah Parsons, Trey Hendrickson, to say, hey, I've got this chronic thing and I can't practice. Where it gets interesting is when week one rolls around. Will you set aside your desire to play football for this effort to get more. You still get paid, but you're not playing. And I guess, it's 6 of one, half a dozen the other on getting paid, but you're not playing, and guys want to play. And I think that's where it becomes the biggest challenge for the guys who are in camp and who want to get paid and who haven't gotten paid yet.
What would the recourse be for a team then? If talking about the nuclear scenario here, Mike, where McLaurin says, "Yep, my ankle still bothering me," and we just kind of go through months of this, even if the team suspects that there's nothing wrong, which this is my opinion. I'm not a medical doctor. I don't think there's anything wrong. I think he didn't have a contract that he likes. But how long can that go on, and what's the team's recourse then if they're basically suspicious of him not being completely forthright when it comes to his own injury?
Well, they better paper the hell out of the record. They got to rely on their lawyers, and they get into an HR problem, similar to what the Raiders went through and will go through with Christian Wilkins. Different, but similar. You got to be able to prove that this guy's full of crap. You got to be able to develop evidence that this isn't real. And if you get into a battle of doctors, good luck winning that, because the player's entitled to rely upon and has a right to a second opinion, has a right to rely on it. And so it becomes an ugly, messy path to try to say we're not going to pay him or we're going to suspend him for conduct detrimental to the team or whatever the case may be. But that's the risk. When you're in the building and you're creating a distraction, pushing it to the TO limit from 20 years ago, and I can't believe it's been 20 years, but it was 20 years ago this year, where he decided, I'm going to show up and I'm going to be a massive pain in the ass until they trade me or cut me. If you push it too far, they're going to suspend you up to 4 games at a time without pay.
At Pro Football Talk, Mike Florio. Pivoting to a guy you mentioned in an answer earlier, Micah Parsons. This one feels a little different, or as Jerry calls him, Michael Parson.
Michael Parson.
No wonder he's negotiating with the wrong guy, Mike. In Terry's case, the team is saying you're 30, guys fall off at that age, we can't pay you top 5 money. McLaurin's saying, yeah, but I'm going into years 7, 8, 9. That's what matters more. I understand the impasse. The Cowboys thing just feels more like Dallasing a little bit. Like, what is going on there?
Well, and it's Dallas pushing things to a point with the wrong guy. And the Cowboys love to drag their feet. They love to negotiate directly with players. And I explained this last night on the Hall of Fame pregame show, and it's all come to fruition today. The Cowboys had a conversation with Micah Parsons in March that he thought was about leadership. And then at the end, the Cowboys thought they had a deal for Micah's next contract. And Micah said, no, you got to talk to my agent. And they have refused to engage his agent ever since in conversations about the contract. Now, the CBA makes it clear that if there is an agreement, it needs to be reduced to writing as soon as practical. And it hasn't been. It's been months. And under the CBA, the union is the exclusive representative of all players. They certify individual agents to be the exclusive representative of each player that hires them. Micah Parsons is hired. They will get it of athletes first. That's who the Cowboys are required under labor law to deal with. And I don't know how they keep getting away with it. They used to do it with Dak Prescott. They used to do it with Ezekiel Elliott. They love to negotiate directly with the player because they know the player is more likely to cave than the agent. They don't want to deal with the agent because the agent makes it harder to get the deal done. Nobody wants to deal with agents because agents make it harder to get deals done on the terms the team wants. Well, now it's blown up in their faces. And the next move is going to be very interesting because the Cowboys try to say, oh, Micah, let's work this out. And Micah says, no, it's too late. You had your chance. You pissed me off, and I don't want to play for you anymore. I'm not going to play for you. That's what it comes down to. Will he take this back if it works? And if it doesn't work, what's going to happen? Is this back tightness that has kept him from practicing for 2 weeks of training camp going to keep him from playing this year, or is he going to get the contract he wants and finally show up for the Cowboys? And they may say, we have no intention to trade him, but you know what's going to happen? Teams that are interested are going to start calling, and they're going to offer a couple of first-round picks plus for Micah Parsons, and they'll pay Micah what he wants. And who knows? Maybe the Cowboys decide this is the one we're not going to pay. This is the one we're going to move on from, and we're going to rebuild the team with the extra draft capital. I think it would be ludicrous for them to do it, but I think it's ludicrous for them to let it to get to this point.
What's a realistic timetable? Back to, I guess we include Parsons in this too, for McLaurin, Parsons to have some kind of resolution here, Mike, whether it's back under contract or an actual trade consummated.
Well, football's a deadline-driven business. Week 1 makes the most sense. Week 1. So you want your guys to be ready to go for the start of the season, but that's the problem. When you're talking about these high-stakes negotiations, nobody likes to move to their bottom line early, because if you move to your bottom line early, you're going to get squeezed off of it when the clock is actually striking 12. And that's why it's important to have good relationships with agents, people that you deal with on a regular basis, where you can say, hey, let's set a fake deadline that we're going to honor, like, the end of the off-season program or the start of the off-season program or the start of training camp. But let's do something that ensures that the player will be ready to go when the games start. That's the problem that we've seen with the Cowboys. They wait until, right at the start of the season. Last year with Dak Prescott, right at the start of the season. Now, he practiced, but still it was hovering over the team. CeeDee Lamb holds out, signs the deal right before the start of the season. So I think that makes the most sense practically, although I think it would be a lot smarter for both sides to get the deals done, get the situation resolved as soon as possible. And it's just unfortunate. It's unfortunate, especially for the Commanders, because it's not like they have a clear alternative to Terry McLaurin. They need his leadership. They need his experience. And it just takes some of that glow away from a team that feels like it's ready to take the next step. And it's up to the team. It's the player taking full advantage of the leverage that is inherent to where the team is and where the player is.
Mike Florio of Pro Football Talk. We'll let you out on this one, Mike. This Christian Wilkins situation and the idea that he might have been cut over supposedly playfully kissing his teammate. I think you came out and said that just doesn't make sense, which is kind of what most of us were thinking. I know there's some backstory floating around that isn't ready for public yet, but where are we going with this story? This was wild.
Well, there's two things to remember here with Christian Wilkins, and there are two different ways that the Raiders possibly will be able to wipe out $35.2 million in guarantees on top of $49.7 million they've already paid him in cash through a year and a half of his 4-year, $110 million contract. If they can prove that there was some sort of default that happened through his failure to properly repair and rehab his foot injury, that gives them license to cut off the guarantees. They tried to do that back in early June. They made that clear that they were avoiding guarantees, and Wilkins filed a grievance to fight that. This other issue, and it's similar to the device that the Ravens used to cut off Earl Thomas's guaranteed money 5 years ago, because guaranteed money, fully guaranteed money, isn't fully and completely guaranteed. It's guaranteed for skill, injury, and salary cap. So you can cut a guy for a different reason and not owe him his guaranteed money. And the Ravens cut Earl Thomas for personal conduct detrimental to the interest of the team. Now, if the Raiders are going to try that with Wilkins as it relates to whatever happened with a teammate, whatever it was, the key piece of paper is the form that the Raiders filled out when they terminated him, because there's a box that you check. And if they check that box, personal conduct, adverse to the interest of the team, that tells us they're going to try to use that as a fallback to avoid the guarantee. So it's going to be a mess. It's going to be a matter of grievance and arbitration. And because it all happened secretly and quietly, who knows if we ever find out what happened. But $35.2 million is riding on it. That relationship's over. And then separately, is Christian Wilkins able to play? I'm starting to hear that maybe his representation is realizing he may need the surgery that he'd been resisting.
Mike, awesome with us as always, man. Have an awesome weekend.
Thanks, guys.
Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk on Grant and Danny.
He's so quick.
Here on the Fan.
He's so quick on the hang-up.
The fastest hang-up maybe in show history. I think he's overtaken Michael Lombardi.
I mean, it's the two Mikes neck and neck.
Lombardi, now the GM of North Carolina. Maybe he's in North Carolina. He's eating a little barbecue. He's in the college game. Maybe
his feet are up on the desk. He's got the headset, and he's leaning back. So now he's got to lean forward and hang up.
I would understand that fast of a hang-up if you had a landline phone and you could just hit the button on like the base of the phone.
Because you're hovering over the receiver to smack
But he actually has to take it off his ear and hit end on a cell phone. He has to hit the red circle.
Do you think it's a great Bluetooth and he's holding the phone up so that he can just hit end?
No,
you see what I'm saying?
You would be able to tell audio-wise it's clear. It wouldn't be on Bluetooth.
I couldn't ever be that fast.
I think what he's doing is, as he's saying goodbye, the phone is already being moved off of his ear and like two in front of him. So he's like, all right, see ya. As he's there's an understanding the conversation's ending. So the see ya happens with the phone being held in front of him, and he's
Lightning.
already tapping it as he says, see ya.
I mean, lightning fast.
It's really incredible.
Lightning McQueen fast.
Efficiency. Albert Breer is at Raiders camp. He's doing some interviews and in and out of the locker room, but we think we're going to be catching up with him in just a few. He had a lot of insight today and a nice thread he did on social about the McLaurin situation. He, of course, of MMQB and SI. So we'll try to catch up with Breer here in moments, getting you the latest on everything going on. Big story in town, Terry McLaurin and the Commanders. Plus, we're awaiting word on the vote that should be coming down any minute now from the D.C. City Council. We're Grant and Danny on the Fan.
Breaking news here into the Fan. After a 29-year hiatus, the Commanders are one step closer to returning to the nation's capital. Moments ago, the D.C. City Council approved by a 9-3 vote the $3.8 billion project to build a brand-new 65,000-seat stadium for the Washington Commanders. This, along with an adjacent entertainment district, the team will spend close to $2.7 billion on the stadium, and the city will spend $1.1 billion on infrastructure and parking. The amended bill got across the finish line after the team committed to additional union jobs in a second hotel in that entertainment district. Things are not final, as a second and final vote will occur on September the 17th. Got Nats baseball tonight here on the Fan as well, as they begin a 6-game homestand to take on the Milwaukee Brewers tonight. Pre-game coverage gets rolling at 6:15. First pitch set for 6:45. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Linnell Willingham on the Fan.
Quite a development. 9-3 vote. We are headed toward conclusion today. It sounds like, from what I'm being told from in the room, there's one more technical vote. I don't know what that means, but that it looks like it's going to go down officially as 9-3. DC. So I guess the info we got from Eric Flack yesterday was right on.
Yes.
They had 7 votes. They thought they could get to 8. Today they strike a deal to add Parker, and I think it was Lewis. They were the ones that were holding out over what Flack said was this labor dispute where they wanted labor workers used at a certain rate. The deal was struck with the Commanders and more so, I think, the mayor in the city today. And so you went from 7 to 9. You got a 9-3 vote. Now, things can change with this bill, which is a good thing and a bad thing, I guess. And on September 17th, they'll vote again because for some reason that I can't quite figure out, D.C. has to vote on everything twice.
2 times.
But nothing D.C. does from a local government standpoint makes a whole lot of sense to me. So I'll just wear it and just ask questions of the smart people that know what's going on. So September 17th, they will do this vote again. And after that is when this thing would potentially go to Congress. Why it has to go to Congress for some type of approval, again, I don't really know. But this is one step of several steps. This was the biggest step so far. Mm-hmm. They had to get the city council to vote on and approve that they would spend $1.1 billion on infrastructure and parking around a stadium the team is building for $2.7 billion. And today, at a 9-3 clip, that is happening.
Those other votes could not happen today. The finished product, end of the construction, couldn't happen today. All that was available to us was this decision going in this direction. So it's as big as it can be today, and it's pretty major. Because it was in doubt, quite frankly, when you started to ask each individual council member who is, at least in theory, acting on behalf of their constituents, wanting this part of the labor deal, wanting this element of a certain amount of union work and D.C. residents and this and that. Everybody put their hand out and got a little something extra, it seems like, and they reworked the deal some to everybody's satisfaction. So today, it went, if you're a stadium advocate, it went as good as it can go.
Yeah, they got a better deal for the city, which was their goal and what they should do. That's their job.
Totally.
No problem with that. My frustration all along was this idea that this thing could and would go on in perpetuity. And we had one council member after another coming on to tell us, we'll vote in the fall. We'll get to it in the fall. That's not going to work for me. It's not going to work for the Commanders, so that was annoying. But the good news is that Mendelson strikes a deal, and it's not waiting until the fall. They vote today on August 1st, and they will vote again on September 17th, and this thing will be, hopefully, over at that point from a local government standpoint. So there have been a lot of good moments, a lot of huge developments. This is certainly one of them. Speaking of the Commanders, the bad news today is that Terry McLaurin has requested a trade. Let's get some insight on that from our buddy Albert Breer, a national reporter who's got great insight on all of the news of the goings-on of the National Football League, senior reporter, lead content strategist over at the MMQB. So, Albert, are you surprised that Terry McLaurin requested a trade yesterday, and how big of a deal is that in this stare-down?
Yeah, I mean, I think we've started to see the signs of frustration and trying to pull every lever. And I think you guys know Terry well enough to know how far he'd need to be pushed to get to the point where he would, press this sort of nuclear button, right? But tried to hold out, then tried to hold in. And this is sort of, I guess, the last lever that you can pull. Do I think he wants to remain with the Commanders? Yes.
But, like these things can sometimes get this way. And look, like I think there's some urgency on Terry's part because this may be the last deal of this level he does. The numbers would tell you like this will be the last deal, last top of the market deal that he'll do as a pro football player. And then on the flip side, you have a team that I think is, again, reshaped their front office and has been disciplined about valuing players. And it's not that they won't pay them a really reasonable rate. It's just how far they're willing to go, and I think you guys know data and analytics and all that different stuff can play into it.
So what did it really mean? I know I hate that kind of question. It's a very open-ended sociology paper here, Albert, but it doesn't really mean anything other than I'm still upset, and I want to let you know how upset. From Terry's camp, from the team's perspective, I don't know that any sort of ultimatum is reached. What did that announcement that he's demanding a trade, what do you think it means in the grand scheme?
It means he's frustrated with the pace of negotiations and how the team hasn't moved very far off of their initial position. And, I think, like, the slow playing of these things can sometimes get to players, because and look, I think it's for different reasons. In some cases, it's because the player just wants to get his money. In other cases, it's because there are other people in his life that are pushing buttons. I think in this case, if I had to guess, and I'm not going to climb in Terry's head, but, I think for Terry, just knowing what he's about, it very well could just be like, I want to be able to focus on football and the season that I'm going to have now. And normally, when you get to the end of July, beginning of August, I'm able to do that. And I can't do that because the business of football is getting in the way. So is there something I can do to accelerate some sort of conclusion here, whether that conclusion is the Commanders moving and making more of a move in what they're offering, or me getting traded out of here? That'd be my sense, and again, like I haven't talked to Terry about it, so I don't know. But, if I had to put the pieces together, I'd say that the pace of negotiations and how all of that relates to his ability to prepare full on for a football season, I think is what it comes down to. And I mean, look, like I think it's pretty well established what the market is. And, the edge rusher and receiver market are two markets that have exploded over the last couple of years. So I don't think it's any coincidence that some of these things, whether it's CeeDee Lamb, Micah Parsons, Myles Garrett, TJ Watt, I don't think it's any surprise that some of these have gotten ugly. In almost every case, I think it's worth noting those guys end up staying with their teams. But there are cases where they can't find a middle ground, and then you have to find a solution after that.
Albert, is there any way this ends with Terry McLaurin not playing for the Commanders early this season? I mean, we go round and around on this, and Danny and I have talked about this, as you can imagine, from a million different angles. But every single time I come back to the same inevitability, which is with him being under contract and then being able to tag him potentially next year, he's just going to play eventually. Like, how else could this end?
Yeah, I mean, they can tag him the next 2 years, which gives them a lot of leverage in this situation. I think the one thing, and again, like, I don't think in either of the situations that, it's easy right now because of timing to tie this to Micah and what's happening in Dallas. I don't think in either of these situations, they're very different, but I think the one similarity between the two is like the teams don't have an intention to trade these guys. That said, what this is going to do is this is going to prompt some teams sniffing around and seeing what it might take. And so, I think for another team, it's more costly than it is for the Commanders. And that's one thing that you have to remember, right? Like, so for the Commanders, it's just the money. It's just the contract. For another team looking at this, it's the contract plus the draft picks or active players that they're going to have to fork over. So there's an additional cost. So another team is going to have to come in and go that much further than the Commanders are willing to go to do a deal that would work for everybody, And so the question is there a team out there that would do that? I don't know. I remember covering the Khalil Mack situation. What was it, 7-8 years ago now? Maybe more than that. I'm getting old. But the Raiders didn't have any desire to trade Khalil Mack. And then the offers started coming, and eventually it got to a point where there was something out there they couldn't refuse. I don't know if they'll get to that point with Terry. But that's the one reason why I wouldn't rule out a trade is because, you never know what the team on the other end of the phone is going to be offering.
How much damage could this do right now, like everything is roses for this Washington front office, new ownership, just because, what we all just went through for decades, Albert, it's no secret. It was just a disaster every day. It was a collapsed circus tent. But now this is their first kind of fork in the road sort of moment. How much damage could this do sort of league wide for rep with players, et cetera? What's kind of our worst case?
Well, I think the one thing that gives Terry like this subtle piece of leverage is who he is, and again, I think he's such an important piece of what they've built there. And I think DQ would tell you that there's nobody in that building that personifies what they're looking for in players. What they're saying is a commander more than Terry McLaurin does, And so I think for that reason, if you pay him, there's not going to be any like people in the locker room and be like, okay, that's what you reward. There's a benefit to that, If you trade him, there's going to be a little bit of what the hell is going on here, Now, I think DQ is good enough at his job, and that staff's good enough that they would work past that. Then there'd be the obvious on-field cost, which is how do you make it work at receiver with what they've got? And that's why I think it's almost have to be another player coming back, right? In a deal if they were going to do one. So, I'm with the Raiders today. They could use a receiver. Would it be Jacoby Myers and then a high draft pick coming back to give you something to work with on offense? I know the Patriots have been mentioned. There's the Ohio State connection with Vrabel. Would it be, all right, Stephon Diggs and his contract are going to Washington as a one-year solution for the Commanders, and a high draft pick comes on top of that, I would think because of the logistics of where the Commanders are at the receiver spot. Let me ask you guys this: if you take Terry out of the equation, would that be the weakest position group on the team?
Got to be close.
Close to it.
Yeah, I would think actually it is probably.
It probably is, right?
Yeah.
I would say it's so. There's that consideration, and to me, that flies in the face of everything. Everything they've done this off season has been we're going for it. We're going to take advantage of having a superstar quarterback on a rookie contract for the next couple of years, and that's what the Laramie Tunsil trade is, and the Deebo Samuel trade, and the Marshawn Lattimore trade going back to last November. All of these moves point to we believe we have a chance to win right now, and I think moving off of Terry McLaurin not only kicks a leg from underneath the development of your young quarterback, it also affects that goal that you've had, So I think it would take a lot for them to trade him, is what I'm saying. And they have made offers, this isn't like the Dallas situation where there's just been a whole lot of nothing. That said, they haven't gotten anywhere of late, there was about a month and a half of complete silence and then not much movement when they resumed talks. I think that was near the beginning of training camp. So I think where this goes next, sort of depends on how much the Commanders are willing to move off of their spot. And I think, how close they're willing to get to, what I think is probably the fairest comp, which is the DK Metcalf deal, which was at $33 million per. It really resulted in a deal that was 150 over 5 with $60 million fully guaranteed in the first 2 years.
Albert Breer, MMQB, really good insight. We know you got a camp tour going here with the Raiders today. Thank you. We appreciate you.
You got it, guys.
Thanks, Albert.
Be good. There's Albert Breer on Grant and Danny with the latest on everything going on with Terry McLaurin. 9-3 vote in favor of the Commanders coming back to D.C. by the D.C. City Council. This is a massive development. Feels like, not a time necessarily to throw a big party, but this is close. September 17th is that day when the second of the two votes is going to happen. Assuming nothing changes, it'll go swimmingly. If it sounds like 9-3, nothing to worry about, they'll still need 8 yeses, and that just means, in a time where things could change to the deal and two people could change their mind, it's possible, but it certainly looks very good. If you're curious, the people that voted against it on the city council, Brianne Nadeau, who we knew would vote against it because she says not 1 cent for a billionaire and a stadium. Councilmember Matt Fruman, who I know nothing about. We have not had him on. He hasn't responded to any of our inquiries. And then our guy Robert White, who sat in that seat, came in studio with us, held out, said no to the Commanders. He was the only of all the people that we've talked to about this that didn't eventually cross the line to vote for the stadium. So we got to get Robert White back on and ask him what went wrong.
What happened?
Why he decided to be such a silly goose
What
today.
they not put in there?
Yeah. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Our double play is next. 9-3 vote in favor of the Commanders coming back to D.C. from the city council within the last hour. I'm actually shocked that our guy Charles Allen voted yes.
He was always going to come around. Everyone knew that.
Respectfully to Mark Klaus and the Commanders, who have had to keep tweaking the deal and making it better and better for the city and taking them out to dinner and listening to all of their concerns and trying to make the deal better for them. I'm going to say that us having Charles Allen on and badgering him a bunch is actually what got him to vote yes on this thing. Friend of the program, Charles Allen, who was just against the deal at every turn, he said, yes, we got to get Charles Allen on and give him a little attaboy, give him a little slap on the butt. I guess he's a city council member.
But in an appropriate way.
A verbal slap on the ass.
There it is.
To Charles Allen for saying yes.
Mm-hmm.
Attaboy, Charles.
Attababy.
Daniel will tell him, Mr. Council Member, sir.
Mr. Council Member.
Whatever the bit he does. The honor of the council member, sir.
What was there was one year just like, you know what, I'm not doing that. It was either at large or something.
I'll just peel back the curtain a little bit.
Yeah.
I have respect for my elders. I have respect for people of office. But Danny does this bit when we get people on. He's done it when we've had everybody from senators to, I think we've talked to a governor, to now the D.C. City Council. And he does this thing where he's like, your honorary member of the board, Mrs. Madam thy. And I'm like,
I say the title. What you wouldn't do is chair pro tempore for at-large council member Kenya McDuffie.
Kenya McDuffie was coming on, and I'm like, all right, Kenya McDuffie's coming on. I said, I believe he's the at-large council member. And Danny goes, he's chair tempura, papalata. Like, he's the tempura of the champata.
He's the shrimp tempura.
Right. And what did I tell you right before we went on?
You literally go, I'm not doing that.
No, here's exactly what I said. I said, he goes to McDonald's just like I do. It'll be okay. Mr. Council Member, sir. I'm sure. I'll see him in the McDonald's line. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Just a guy. Now, I'm going to be respectful when they're on the air, but
sure.
This idea of like, I'll, sit here and you can stand and over me. And I mean, it's just not a thing that we're going to be doing. I can't remember who we had on one time, but I remember like turning off the mic. They'd been talking for like 3 or 4 minutes, and I think I had asked them 4 or 5 questions, jumping in every now and then, and Danny had not said a word. And I said, are you going to ask anything? He's like, well, I'm not going to cut him off. He's you didn't say he's a politician.
He's like, he's a senator or something.
You're like, he's an elected member of, whatever. And I'm like, well, then you're just going to let him talk for 12 minutes on your radio show? Like, what? And you're like, I'm not going to interrupt him. I'm like, well, he knows that too, buddy.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, I hope you don't watch any late night news.
He's been around.
But anyway, it's just kind of funny. But anyway, you get to use all your misses and misters and all this stuff if we get these guys on to thank them.
Sure. Yeah,
won't that be exciting?
Just say the name of the elected office.
What is it? Shrimp tempura?
Yes.
What was it actually?
It is the shrimp tempura special.
No, it's the pro tempore.
It is the chair pro tempore.
I'm sure.
I mean, you can be as sure as you want. It's a unicameral legislation, bro.
Well, I've never been more sure about anything, but I'll let you go ahead and handle that when we get to it.
Now, you're getting all pissy because I call the chairman Mr. Chairman. Like that's what you're supposed to do.
It's not just that. I mean, that one's a lot, but it's not just like there's just a little bit too much of whatever that is for me. There's a guy coming back on who just did some pretty bad things. There's just going to be right back like it's nothing. Like
duly elected office, man.
Yeah, you call him whatever you want to. I'll just say council member or Mr. McDuffie.
He'll be council member when he gets back on in September.
It is time for our double play. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports. Driven by your local Washington area Honda dealers. Now's the time for a great deal on a new Honda. Visit your local Washington area Honda dealer today.
So GP, you got kids. You know how this goes.
Few of them. Four of them.
You have so many. I have a lot. And when you do something for one, you got to be prepared to do something similar for the other. So I'm going to another movie tonight.
No, you're not.
Yes, I am.
Nobody, and I mean nobody.
It's so many movies.
Is on more of a movie theater heater than Danny Houtier, the pro tempore of movie folks.
I'm the sushi pro tempore of movies. So I saw Fantastic Four with my oldest because he wanted to. My 7-year-old asked if he could come, and I said probably not appropriate for him. In retrospect, maybe he could have done it, but I wasn't sure, if there are any adult themes or things like that. It was probably the right call to not have him go to that Marvel movie because it's PG-13. But he's like, now I want to go to a movie. He's never cared about going to the movies before. He's never cared about anything other than Roblox and wrestling with me when I get home from work. Well, now we got to go to a movie. So we're going to go see something appropriate for his age, obviously. It's called The Bad Guys 2. Do you have any file on this?
Let me get out of my face.
Do you?
Yeah, The Bad Guys 1 is probably one of the top 5 movies in my kids' childhood. So, yeah, it's a smash-ola. The Bad Guys was a 10 out of 10. The Bad
I've
Guys
never
2,
heard of that.
We're going to be there Sunday. We'll be there. This is our next big one that my kids watch the trailer of every morning at 8 a.m. The Bad Guys 2.
What is it?
The Bad Guys is
Yeah.
a film. Bunch of famous people doing voices, including Mark Maron. Basically, it's the idea is it's animals that are considered bad. So it's like a wolf and a snake and a piranha and some other stuff. And everybody, when they walk into the room, just assumes that they're evil anyway. So like they get no benefit of the doubt. So they're like trying to be good. And they're like, all right, well, if you're going to act like we're bad anyway,
We'll
like,
just be bad. Yeah.
they're trying to be good. And everyone's like handing over money as they walk into the restaurant, like putting their hands up.
Oh, that's a good bit.
And they're like, okay, then we'll just be the bad guys. And they actually were that for a long time. They would have all these heists, and it's like heist movie, basically. So in the second one, I'm sure you haven't seen the trailer, it sounds like.
I've seen nothing.
They've turned good. At the end of the movie, they turned good with the mayor. I don't think it was like Muriel Bowser necessarily, but it was
She struck a deal with the Commanders.
right. They struck a deal with the local football operation and a 9-3 vote. They're coming back to the city. But yeah, they've turned good. But now in the movie, this bad person finds them and is making them do like one more job, basically. So you're going to see a heist movie with characters that include like a snake and a fox and stuff like that. The first one was silly. I was a big fan of it, and I can't wait. We're going Sunday.
Nice. So yeah, I'm going to see a Craig movie tonight. But yeah, my 7-year-old's excited about it, man. I guess it's another $100 in popcorn and one water.
Oh, you're gonna now? It's just you two?
Yeah.
Okay, imagine tripling that.
I know.
That's
Oh,
what
I know.
we're doing on Sunday. I'm gonna go to the Universal Circus with the kids tomorrow.
Universal.
Cannot wait. We loved it when it was here a couple years ago. My kids were right up there, front row, basically.
What'd you do on stage? Didn't you
That
do
was
something?
another thing. Yes, one of the nights through like the radio, I had to go there for an event, and I had to go up on stage in front of thousands of people and do a weird dance.
Did you dance? Were you hypnotized? What was the bit?
I had to be in a boxing match, and then whatever they told me to do, I had to do. So I had to like act like I was falling down, and then I had to do like a weird dance when I got up because I was knocked out and I had taken a new personality or something. There was a lot.
But like, how in control of that were you? Like, were you hypnotized and did that, or
No.
you just did it as part of the show?
There's no Flip Orley hypnotizing. This was just me.
They're like, Grant, you're
having-
hired. Like, you're part of the show
Yes.
this weekend.
They told me like, hey, when we do this, come up and I'll just tell you what to do. And it was like the clowns and me.
Oh my
and I
God.
did it.
That's
Yeah.
First of all, that's wild. I can't believe you agreed to that. Third of all,
I didn't know what I was agreeing to.
Why? That's what I'm saying.
CK came to me and was like, hey, you want to go to the circus and like be there as a representative of the radio station? I'm like, sure. And then that turned into me dancing on stage.
You're on stage with
Yeah.
other clowns.
Didn't really get all the information before I got there.
It reminds me, I'm watching the WWE behind the scenes show, which is so good, by the way.
Oh God, it's great.
And I just passed the Royal Rumble, and some YouTuber that I've never heard of, but I guess he's famous.
The
Speed guy.
Yeah.
He like that was the bit they did for that show.
Correct.
Where they pretended that he was just like, okay, you got to fill in for some injured guy, and he went out there and like did okay, and then like got really hurt, which is kind of amazing. But that's what it reminds me of, is you basically did that.
Universal Circus tomorrow.
Mhm.
Bad Boys 2 Sunday.
Are you in the show?
Big weekend for the Paulsons. I don't believe so. I certainly hope not.
Okay.
That is not supposed to be the case this time. I'm taking my kids, so I really can't be. What am I leaving them in the seats? And
I don't know.
Wandering up on stage for a while, unless they plan on me being one of the flying Walendas or something, because I could do that.
The flying Paulsendas?
Yes. But tomorrow, I'll see you guys at the Universal Circus. Beltway Blitz is next on Grant and Danny. We're taking you up to 6:15, and Nats baseball tonight on the Fan.
I'm Linnell Willingham, and here's what's happening. The dreams of Washington football fans now coming true after the D.C. City Council approved by a 9-3 vote the $3.8 billion project to build a new 65,000-seat stadium for the Washington Commanders. That, along with an adjacent entertainment district. The team will spend $2.7 billion on the stadium. The city will spend $1.1 billion on infrastructure and parking, marking the Commanders' likely 2030 return to the district after more than 30 years. Legislation now moves to a second vote in mid-September for final passage. The contract drama in the NFC East continues as Cowboys star edge rusher Micah Parsons took to social media earlier this afternoon requesting a trade from the Cowboys as contract talks have not progressed enough to his liking. According to longtime Cowboys insider Ed Warder, Micah Parsons has no intentions of leaving training camp and subjecting himself to the $50,000 per day fines. NBA News: the New York Knicks and forward Mikal Bridges have agreed to terms on a 4-year, $150 million extension. Nats baseball on tap here tonight on the Fan. It is a 6:45 first pitch as the Fellas begin a 6-game homestand, including 3 this weekend against the Milwaukee Brewers. It'll be Mitchell Parker on the bump for D.C. Pre-game coverage is rolling here on the Fan at 6:15. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Linnell Willingham on the Fan.
All of our camp coverage on the Fan is brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation. PaulHenry'sWindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. The show's brought to you by the law firm Kondorian Murad.
Estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today by visiting kmlawyers.com, and be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
Let's get the Beltway Blitz going. We'll be covering the teams in town you care the most about on the Rude Guest Hotline. Let's start things off on the diamond. Spencer Nussbaum covers the Nationals for the Washington Post. Spencer, the trade deadline came and went yesterday. Nats are back home after a day off to take on the Brewers today. Lots of roster moves. Let's just start, though, with the deadline. They ship out 6 players. 5 of them are rentals. They get 10 players back for the minor league system. How did you feel about what Mike DeBartalo was able to pull off?
Yeah, I thought it was a solid return. I think when you're dealing away mostly expiring contracts, especially no guys who are all-stars or anything like that, you're not going to get the best haul back. But I think, with what they were given, they did a really good job this year in the front office. I really like the return for Alex Call. I think the 2 pitching prospects they got back from the Dodgers are super interesting. So I think that's probably the highlight of the deadline. But I think overall, good job. Not anything that's going to blow you away necessarily. But for a farm system that needs some depth and needs some refurbishing, I think getting 10 prospects back, all of whom are at least a little interesting, was worth doing.
Any surprises to you yesterday, Spencer, in terms of what was done or not done?
Yeah, I think the biggest one was that Josh Bell wasn't moved. I think because they were so willing to deal away those expiring contracts, that probably says more about, what other teams didn't want as opposed to what the Nationals wanted to do. Again, Bell had over an 800 OPS over the last 2 months. But, the track record is a streaky DH who has a, 700 OPS and hitting 220 at this point. So I guess maybe I shouldn't have been all that surprised, but I thought he would get moved. As for the other decisions, no, they all kind of made sense. I didn't think McKenzie was going to go, and he obviously stayed put. So, maybe that changes this winter. Maybe that changes next deadline. But otherwise, no huge surprises.
Mike DeBartalo was on with us earlier today, and in as respectful a way as possible, I took what he said as basically they didn't get any offers for Josh Bell, essentially. And you feel like with Bell and even maybe with Nathaniel Lowe, they would have been interested in trading those guys if they got a dance partner, and it didn't really materialize. Double-clicking on Mackenzie Gore, clearly they didn't get a great offer, right? Because the idea that they could trade him this offseason seems to make a lot of sense, but your value goes down about 33% when you lose a postseason's worth of control. And then if they were to trade him a year ago, same thing. What's the point of hanging on to him for 1 year and trading him then? Do you think any part of it was they didn't want an interim GM doing it, or ownership got involved, or you think the starting pitching market just didn't materialize well enough to get an A-plus return?
I think it's the former. I mean, if you looked at the starting pitching market, or you looked at the market in general for pitchers, I mean, you could get a pretty solid haul, for a guy with. Like you look at the Mason Miller deal, for example. I know that guy's a reliever. I wouldn't be surprised if the Padres turned him into a starter and you get the number 3 prospect back in baseball. I get you're not always going to be trading with AJ Preller, but I'm sure it was quite a good market. I think, if I were to hazard a guess, I think that it's probably don't want to give an interim GM, the biggest move of the last year and probably the next year. That being said, if they drop the interim tag and Mike D is still the guy, and you don't make that move this deadline, I mean, it's tough, but I think that's ultimately a call that maybe is not his alone to make.
What do you think of DeBartalo as the potential for the general manager job permanently here in terms of this audition? It's always hard to know what he was asked to execute against and what metrics are being used, but how do you think he did?
Good. I mean, the thing is, it's hard to tell. It's hard to make a judgment on a guy over 3 months. I think they're probably going to be looking a lot more at, they'll be looking at what changed, obviously, under him and, obviously talking to coworkers and everything to figure out what the last, 4 to 5 years have looked like with Mike D, not running the show, but doing a lot of work. I think he's done a good job so far. I love the Willits pick. I love the draft. And I think, it was a solid deadline when you maybe, if he wasn't able to move McKenzie, it's hard to really judge beyond that. I've heard great things from other people within the front office. He seems to be well respected, well liked around the park. And I think obviously the Nats should do the due diligence and see what's out there. But, everything I've heard has been positive returns so far.
Spencer Nussbaum, Washington Post, on the Nats here on our Beltway Blitz. Last one for you. Who's going to close with Kyle Finnegan gone?
Yeah. So Cairo was kind of coy with that answer earlier today. He didn't want to go ahead in a minute. I think if I were to hazard a guess, it's going to be Ferrer, which, I mean, he's the only guy on the roster who has a major league save, and he has one. But I think, you look at the stuff and you look at maybe the body of work, I think that, and the underlying stats, I think he's the guy. For me, the real question is who gets 7th and 8th. I think that's maybe a more one that could change over the next couple months back and forth.
Spencer, thank you as always, buddy. Talk soon.
Thank you.
Hit that sounder for the local 53, please, Darris. My guy, that's Ben Standings Music, joining us here on the Beltway Blitz. Ben, Terry has requested a trade. What does it mean?
It means you guys have something to keep talking about for a while. That is correct. I don't know. I mean, look, I'm definitely surprised that it's reached this point over the last week or so, from the hold out to the hold in to the, showing up after practices and being seen and talking to fans. A trade request didn't seem wild. I didn't think it would necessarily be this close to everything else that's been happening. But, it's one of the few moves they have left. It feels like the next move they would have would be to just not play in games. And that's the true nuclear option. But we'll see. I mean, the Commanders have been pretty steadfast in the belief of wanting to, or in the feeling of wanting to keep Terry and not looking to trade him. I think a trade is improbable on a lot of reasons, including the other team would have to both pay Terry the money he wants and give the Commanders compensation that they would deem reasonable. That's a lot to give up. But, I don't know that we're any closer to getting a deal done. Hopefully somebody budges here at some point, but right now both sides seem pretty dug in.
Yeah, I want to go back to an important part of that answer, which is even the possibility that they would trade him. I mean, is it overstated to say there's absolutely no way they'd trade him? Like, that's where I'm at.
Yeah, I mean, considering how the twists and turns here have not necessarily gone as I and I think most would have imagined, I'm hesitant to be like it's 100% no chance. But if we were talking off the air and you gave me a beverage and said, what do you think? I'd probably say, yeah, there's no chance it's going to happen. So that's my off the air comment. Yeah, I don't think so. I mean, here's the thing. Adam Peters and the whole organization, they have all the leverage, not just in terms of like the levers they can pull with the contract, i.e. get the franchise tag next year if they want to. He still is under contract. But, what's the pressure from their perspective? Obviously, you want to win this year, and you want Terry there to help you. But you have Jaden Daniels. You have all the goodwill built up from last year. You're not part of the Dan Snyder regime. There's like I don't see how people are going to get like overly annoyed at this, even though Terry is incredibly popular. So all the leverage is on their end. So yeah, I don't see why they would trade him unless if somebody says, "Hey, we'll give you 2 1s," sure. But like other than that, I don't see it.
I keep going back to the same thing, and I want to ask other smart people this, Ben. The CBA is the problem here. Rock in a hard place. The team just goes, we got you 25 this year, and the franchise tag's 28 probably next year. We're not paying over that. Play football when you're ready. Seems to me they've got all the hand, to kind of quote the Seinfeld thing here. And the only thing that Terry can do is try to appeal to public opinion, but I don't know that that's going to sway anybody. Tell me what I'm missing.
I don't think you're missing much of anything. I mean, it seemed apparent. I mean, Grant was out there the other day when Terry and his agent showed up on the day that Terry reported, and then they went out onto the field, and they just sort of stood there about 10 feet away from the fans, having a conversation that looked, very contrived. They wanted to be seen, but okay, it's making a point, and Terry goes and signs autographs for 30 minutes, to then come back and do the same thing the next day, and then have Terry by himself show up at the next 2 practices. It just kind of felt like, all right, well, this is like all that they really can do, because like you said, they don't have much to work with, and him choosing to not play games. Look, I guess if there's a world where he sits out, they lose to the Giants, they lose to the Packers, they're 0-2, does that get the Commanders moving? Maybe, but that's obviously a long ways off, a big risk on a lot of fronts, and you're losing money, more money than he's already lost from the fine. So I just don't see that happening either. But you're right, they hold all the cards. I think the thing is, like, even if they agree to a deal somehow, what is the relationship like, though? I mean, is it just going to be purely a business transaction, or does Terry really want to, be back here? How bitter is he going to be no matter what happens now? I think that's the wonder I have for the team all along. How much is it worth it to stay dug in on your stance if it alienates a guy who, other than the quarterback, is the most popular guy on the team?
Ben Standig, who has been covering the Commanders and DC sports scene for years. You can check out his Substack. Last Man Standig is where he is plying his trade. Go check him out there. He'll tell you before we let him go how you can get a hold of.
I'm
all
a
of
subscriber,
his
man. I love
content. There you go.
Super good.
Danny Houtier. David Aldrich coming up at 5 o'clock. We're going to ask him about the scene that he was at today in the stadium situation. So I want to pivot to that with you for a moment, Ben. 9-3 vote. It took a deal this morning that the Commanders struck with 2 holdouts over some type of union labor work deal that they needed to get these 2 people to say yes. So now they got to 9. It happened, but it's not over yet. How big a deal was today, though, do you think, to get yeses and to move forward for now a September 17th second vote?
Yeah, well, look, like you, I didn't exactly study D.C. City Council rules of the road back in my college days. But from what I understand, the next vote in September is kind of a rubber stamp formality that the same people are voting, and they're unlikely to change their tune. To me, this was over when, right after that Mayor Bowser, Josh Harris press conference, and it might have even been with you guys, where Chairman Mendelson, who I thought was going to be the potential stick in the mud, said, "Yeah, this will get done. We just have to get a better deal." So that to me said, okay, this will eventually happen. So I don't think there's much that's going to change. Ironically, whereas the Commanders have all the leverage in the McLaurin discussion, it felt like once the Commanders pretty much put their cards on the table that they want DC kind of had the leverage, because they could have delayed this a bit, right, and maybe muck up the plans to open this thing by 2030, which is what the team wants. But the team has obviously made some concessions here recently. They all seem to be fairly reasonable, and now it looks like they're on the verge of moving back to DC sooner than later.
Benjamin, thank you as always, buddy. Appreciate it.
Guys, I really appreciate it. Danny, thanks for subscribing, man. Thanks.
Absolutely, dude.
And by the way, Ben, tell people how they can subscribe.
Oh, I appreciate it. Last Man Standig, STANDIG, .substack.com. And if you add a /subscribe, you'll get it right there. It's been a great response so far. I really appreciate it.
Ben Standig, boys and girls. Always good getting his insight on the Commanders. I want to get into the Terry situation. We have not had any opportunities yet. We've been busy. We've talked to Mike Florio and Albert Breer. We had the general manager of the Nationals, Mike DeBartalo, on after the trade deadline. So despite talking a lot about McLaurin early in the show, we haven't touched the people and gotten some opinions from folks on McLaurin yet. I want to get into our poll question, which is going to get into how the fan base's feelings and emotions toward McLaurin are changing as this process drags out and his agitation amplifies. This is The Fan.
I'm Linnell Willingham, and here's what's happening. The dreams of Washington football fans now coming true after the D.C. City Council approved by a 9-3 vote the $3.8 billion project to build a new 65,000-seat stadium for the Washington Commanders. That, along with an adjacent entertainment district. The team will spend $2.7 billion on the stadium. The city will spend $1.1 billion on infrastructure and parking, marking the Commanders' likely 2030 return to the district after more than 30 years. Legislation now moves to a second vote in mid-September for final passage. Contract drama continues in the NFC East as earlier this afternoon, Cowboys star edge rusher Micah Parsons took to social media to request a trade from the team after he's been upset with how contract talks have not progressed. According to longtime Cowboys insider Ed Warder, Micah Parsons has no intentions of leaving training camp and subjecting himself to those $50,000 per day fines. NBA news, New York Knicks forward Mikal Bridges has agreed to a 4-year, $150 million extension to remain with the club. We got Nats baseball tonight here on The Fan. The fellas play game 1 of a 6-game homestand. They host the Milwaukee Brewers over the weekend. Mitch Parker will get the start tonight for D.C. It is a 6:45 first pitch pregame coverage just rolling on The Fan at 6:15. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Linnell Willingham on The Fan.
Well, the threshold question is the easiest one to answer. Does he deserve a new contract? Absolutely, yes. The problem is when he's at 15.5, when the market has stretched past $40 million per year in new money average, how do you properly affix a value that will make both him and the team happy? And they're clearly very far apart. I've seen different numbers out there. I think Stephen A. Smith was saying that he wants they offered 27. I've seen he wants 35. Look, if it's anything like that, yeah, that's why they don't have a deal. The gap is too big. And then the structure is always part of this, too. How much is fully guaranteed at signing? Is it 1 year? Is it 2 years? What kind of flexibility does the team have to get out of it if once he gets past the age of 30 and is
With Danny, I'm Grant. This is The Fan. Welcome back, and thanks for making the show part of your day. We'll take you up to 6:15 and Nats baseball tonight. Charlie Slows, Dave Jagler on the call. Nats Brewers coming up in about an hour and 45 minutes. Our Metropolitan Moving and Storage poll of the day is where I want to direct everybody's attention for a moment. Metropolitan Moving and Storage, local, long distance, residential, commercial, 3 decades of best-in-class service and experience. Every day on the 106.7 The Fan Twitter, we give you a poll of the day. Today's is about your emotions and your feelings toward Terry McLaurin as this hold-in continues and now he's asked for a trade. How do you describe your support for Terry right now compared to when all of this started? Is your support growing? Is your support declining? Is your support the same, unchanged? Or are you over him and you've just moved on? Like, you love Terry because he was not this guy and he's become this guy, and now you're all in on Adam Peters and the team, and you are upset at Terry, and you've kind of decided, you know what? I'm not in on this act. So there's 4 different options. Support's growing, support's declining, support's unchanged, or you're over him. Right now, Danny, a couple hundred votes in, 44% say they're declining in their support of him. 34% say it's unchanged. Only 13% are growing in how much they're on the player side. And I'm surprised by this, but a higher number than I would have anticipated. 9% of people are saying they are over Terry McLaurin based on his actions in this business standoff.
So when you add up to the 2 most negative, I'd say, which is declining or over, that's over 50%. Here's the playbook as it's being run on you and me and everybody else. Rah, Terry, public support. Let's have him sign autographs, cutting promos at Eastern Motors. We love Terry. Show Terry. It's about the team. They're the bad guy, right? And we're trotting him out, and you know, he's day-to-day, and he's telling you how day-to-day he is and everything else. It's to gin up as much public support as possible, knowing that this is coming, which will take some of it away. You don't do this one first and then go out and sign autographs every day after practice and kind of thumbing your nose in the team's face or hold in or hold out or whatever. You save this one for later That's the playbook that's being run right now. So you knew you were going to lose a little bit of that support if you're, Terry and Terry's side on this one, right? The longer this goes, the more it's I understand what you're doing here, buddy, and get yours, but you're under contract for this year and you're affecting my football team. I will be here as a fan long after he doesn't play here anymore, right?
I still think the work that they've put in with the Eastern Motors and the autographs and all the stuff that they've done allows for a higher percentage of people that are suffering his demands than normally would.
Agreed, 100%.
In like a T. Higgins in Cincinnati situation, a Brandon Ayuk in San Francisco scenario, I think a higher percentage of people would just side with the team over the player who's made $42 million the last couple of years, and you're just going to see the same rhetoric of like, oh, come on. The millionaire needs more money, or whatever that kind of thing is. I think there's two reasons why McLaurin's getting a lot of support, and understandably so. One, he is beloved, and he has acted so professionally and earnestly and decently, and he's been such a good human being for so long that you almost understand this is him acting out. It's like my 2-year-old right now. We have a baby. All she's doing is crying, clinging to everyone. She won't sleep at night. She needs to be held constantly. We know why she's doing it. This is not how she's acted for the last several months. It's how she's acting right now. This is just what Terry McLaurin is doing, and there's good reason for it. He's trying to get his contract. So I think people are kind of giving him this moment in some leeway on this because they feel like he's earned it. That's number one. Number two is I do think that some of the strategic decisions of him signing autographs for an hour a day, him doing the first big press conference before the team ever spoke on this, I think it probably helped. It worked a little bit. Doesn't mean that 99% of people are going to be on his side. But if right now we're saying 54% are on the team side based on the poll and 46% are on Terry's side, maybe that would have been 38% if they didn't handle their business the way that they have.
Sure, yeah. So in terms of it, for me, here's my view on it. This won't be a great analogy, but I'll do my best. Over the years in my romantic career, before I met my wife, I would, meet a girl and it would go well for a while until it wouldn't. I met somebody and I thought, oh my God, this is special. This is different. And then after a while, it wasn't special or different anymore. That's what this is. I have removed the Terry is special. I have removed the Terry is different. Terry is not like the other receivers. Terry's not like all the other players. That tag removed by me today, or last night, when he announced that he wanted to trade. Because now you're the same as Ayuk, or the same as T. Higgins, or the same as, name that player that has done this before. It doesn't mean you're a bad guy. I'm not turning you into a villain. You're not a criminal or not somebody that I can't stand or don't want around. Nowhere near that designation. Nowhere near that negative level. I've simply removed the you're my special little angel tag. You're no longer the prince. You're no longer the perfect player, the perfect teammate, the perfect guy, etc. Still a great dude. Still somebody that I admire. Still somebody I hope my kids grow up to be like in a lot of ways for the work that he's put in. But you've now lost that you're extra special designation when you do the same thing that everybody else does.
I keep the he's extra special designation because this, to me, is just business. I don't try to allow that to influence kind of my personal feelings. Is his business acumen different than theirs? I think we now know it's not. But there's different levels to this thing. When he's not getting the football, he doesn't act like other receivers act when they don't get the football. When his quarterback stinks, he's not calling out the quarterback. When his organization is acting a fool, he's not calling them out. I mean, he had millions of opportunities over many, many years to act like a normal receiver.
Yeah.
And he didn't. Most receivers, put Stephon Diggs in Terry McLaurin's situation over the last several years, you'd have had to run him out of here 5 times because he's just a pain in the ass, right? Not a bad human being, probably. I don't know enough about him to tell you what he's like as a guy, but I know what he's like as a teammate. I know that he, coaches and quarterbacks get so tired of his act. Terry's not that guy. A lot of receivers are a pain in the butt. The Antonio Brown, the Diva corollary. McLaurin isn't. Now, if you want to say, well, he's no different than those guys when he's not getting paid, all right, that's fine. But I think that's just business. I say all the time, if you only know someone from when they're at work or when they're doing the really serious thing, if I interacted with one of my hero broadcasters, I'll just pick a name, but Al Michaels at a game 3 minutes before he went on air, and during a commercial break, I see him and I'm like, Al, what's up? and he's like not that friendly or just kind of very busy or kind of big times me or whatever, I could come away and go, man, Al Michaels is kind of a jerk. No, like it's business, man. He's in the middle of his thing. Like Terry McLaurin's just doing the business thing right now. So I think as a person, he has separated himself, and I don't go back on that, which is why I'm unchanged. That would be my answer. And again, this is the Metropolitan Moving and Storage poll of the day. Emotions and your feelings toward McLaurin as this thing drags on. Are you growing in your support of him, declining in your support of him, unchanged, or are you completely over him? I'm going to say I'm completely unchanged. I feel the exact same way about the player as I did before this started, because my 10,000-foot view on this is it's just business. And this is kind of how it works. This is how the sausage gets made. You don't want it to get to this point, but normally the team budges a little bit, and the player budges, and they meet in the middle. And so far, nobody's budged. So it's hard for me to say there's a good guy and a bad guy when nobody's really playing the game, seemingly, at this point. What are you voting for?
Declining support. For me, it's, and some people say you never support him in the first place. And I think I could spin two plates. I respect and understand he's doing everything he possibly can to earn as much as humanly possible. That's what I would advise everyone to do. If you're listening to me, do that. No one else is going to advocate for you. Advocate for yourself, especially in a cutthroat industry like that. What I've kind of come back to, though, is the team's got all the negotiating leverage that you could possibly have because, A, just the situation, not even A or B, the situation that we're in with the CBA means they've got him under contract this year and a franchise tag for next year. That should kind of be their end point. We have no need to go above that other than the kindness of our hearts, and we're not in the business of doing that for you or anybody else, especially when you get up to north of 30, which you're about to be. So when you do what everybody else does and you remove the I'm different, I'm special, I'm the nice guy, I'm winning the every good guy award, and you behave in a way that's frankly not what you've done for most of your career, the track record you laid out very well. Him going on for 45 minutes about how great he was at Eastern Motors, I didn't love that, to be honest with you. I don't love the every day, as soon as practice ends, I'm jogging out when I'm supposed to be injured with my ankle as a problem and signing autographs for everybody to thumb it in the team's face or having conversations with the agent or now demanding a trade. That's what everybody else does. And I'm not, that's unimpressive
but
to me.
there is no way to get what he wants without being the squeaky wheel. In a situation where they're not budging and they're telling you we think you're worth $25 million, there is zero path for him to get more than that if he just does everything they ask and never agitates. So what would you say to that? I mean, there's only one way for him to get what he feels like he's worth. Would your point be, I'm sorry you feel that way, take less money?
My point would be, you know how this is going to end, right? Like there's no place for you to go to get what you want. You got to play football here. This weird charade that we're doing, this dog and pony show with you, one step short of Brandon Ayuk on Instagram demanding trades or whatever. It's unbecoming, frankly. This regular guy agitation is beneath you. Like what you should be doing is handling it with class and dignity.
There is no other way to get paid. In a perfect world, the team would have just said, we think you're worth, even if it was 28, 29 million, whatever, we think you're worth a reasonable amount that he should sign. I mean, most of the people, Louis Riddick and other people that have been in front offices that are national, are saying he might be asking for too much, but he also shouldn't sign at all for what they're suggesting he should. Now, what he could do right now is be practicing, never having done Eastern Motors. This wouldn't be a distraction at all, but he would be not only no closer to a deal, he would have no chance at a deal. If you don't, it'd be like you have an agent, right? So you don't have to have the conversations with people. But it would be like if your agent never was a pain in the ass. You're not getting anything. So I guess that's, and I'm not just asking you this. I'm more rhetorical.
No,
but
here's my answer.
Yeah.
Don't do this stuff. Have some class about it. Like in other words, if you're
so
not
then just don't get paid more.
No, well, you do your best, but you're not getting paid more because of the circumstance. And it's not because if he earns more money, it's not because he signed autographs after practice or did this weird dance.
But they may inevitably say we can't deal with this distraction anymore. It's 3 hours a day being talked about on every single show. It's every question of our people. Our players are annoyed. We got to end this thing. Let's call him.
Right.
That's the hope, basically.
Totally. And he's within his rights to do whatever he wants here. Again, he's not committing any crimes. You can hold in without all the extra stuff that's happening. You could continue to hold in every day without demanding a trade.
So you're not bothered that he's holding in?
Not yet. I mean, when it's...
You're annoyed that he's signing autographs for all the kids?
No, I'm annoyed. Annoyed's not even the right word. All I'm saying is I'm removing the...
But
you're so
your support
special.
of him is diminishing.
Yes.
Meaning you're annoyed. I think those are synonymous.
No,
Okay.
I don't want you to put words in my mouth. What I'm saying is, you no longer get to be, oh, he's so special, I love him.
Right.
Not anymore. So I'm not annoyed. I get it. I get what he's doing. He's got no recourse. My point is, he's got no recourse. So take it as far as you can take it, which is probably another couple of weeks. When it's time to play some football, though, you need to do that. So that's why, for me, it's all I've done is removed the he's my sweet prince that can do no wrong tag. That's all I'm saying. Is now he's just a regular employee trying to get as much as he can.
Okay.
And I don't begrudge that necessarily.
Let's hit the phones next. 800-636-1067 is the number. The poll is up on Twitter if you want to vote on our 1067 The Fan Metropolitan Moving and Storage poll of the day. Support towards McLaurin as this thing wages on, growing, declining, unchanged, or are you over him? That's the question on the phones right here on The Fan. One thing I am very surprised by as it pertains to our Terry McLaurin poll on how you feel about him as this saga weighs and continues to go further and further down the road. Growing support, declining support, unchanged, or you're over him. 10% of people now are saying they're over McLaurin, who has been the fan favorite, the beloved first son of this organization for years. Let's go to the phones. They are packed. 800-636-1067 on Grant and Danny. Kevin's in Arlington. What's up, Kev?
Hey, Kev.
Hey, boys. Happy Friday. So here's my thing. It's declining, and it has nothing to do with him, the person. He's beloved by me and others. Bill Parcells loved this expression. He used to say, hey, Sims, they root for the laundry. I'm a guy who roots for the laundry, the uniform, not the name on the back of the jersey, the one on the front of the jersey, okay? They're trying to go get a Super Bowl. That's where we are. Incredibly, we're going back to RK, and we're in the hunt for a Super Bowl. So, Terry, I'm sorry, but you're getting bad advice. Everything I've observed in this debate, guys, Buddy Baker's in over his head, okay? He's been giving him bad advice. When you look at all the deals and all the different nuance, no, there isn't a one-to-one comp, but when you look at it, you know that somewhere between their low ball and his high ball because of his stupid agent is where they're going to meet in the middle. Just get it done because, buddy, you don't have any leverage. And they've got 2 franchise tags they could put on you if they want. And he wants to win a championship. So this is all a bunch of noise for me. Eventually he's going to show. He might not be crazy about the deal in the end, but you know what? He's a wealthy man. He's going to get wealthier. I'm not worried about Terry one bit.
Yeah, he's got to show up. He's got to play. There's really no other way that this thing ends. But that's one declining, I guess, as far as the options go. Support, growing, declining, unchanged, which is where I am. Danny's is declining. Or are you over him? Let's go to D in D.C. What's up, D?
Grant, Danny.
Hey, buddy.
How you guys doing?
What's up, man?
Yeah, man. I'm definitely over it. Like, the writing's on the wall. All right? We lost this when DK signed his deal. It's like nothing you can do to overcome that. And like the previous caller said, Baker's in over his head. This is his highest paid client. He's trying to extract him for the most money he can get. So we're past gone. I think we should trade him. And I'm gonna throw this out there, and I'm gonna keep throwing this out there. I threw this out there on B mentioned Finley earlier. I think we should trade him for Tyreek Hill. I mean, I think it's the perfect fit. Miami needs a character guy in Terry who's going to help keep that ship afloat, during the season, and we get an upgrade at wide receiver. So, I think we should get that done. I think AP is making calls. I think something's going to happen.
Appreciate you.
Thank you, buddy.
I haven't heard that Tyreek Hill's on the block. He wanted out. He's another one, by the way, that did everything he could to get out of Miami, and he's still there. I mean, he completely quit on his team at the end of the year. People have completely forgotten this.
That's totally right.
Go back to the end of last regular season where he's like walking off the field. He's in the locker room making jokes about the team and saying, peace out and all this other stuff. All offseason, he was trolling the organization, and they've just held on to him. Pretty awkwardly shows back up with his tail between his legs. Now, nobody cares about professionalism or decorum anymore, so he's just out there, and as long as he can run fast.
Are you still fast? Go ahead.
Yeah, and then he just gets to, light fire to whatever he wants to within the organization. But he's the example, by the way. That's what Terry is not. Just a gigantic pain in the butt. I would say no thank you, by the way, to Tyreek Hill. I guess if they
Especially after last year's decline, by the way. Back-to-back 1,700-yard seasons. All of a sudden last year, with 17 games played, 959 yards on 81 catches.
Yeah.
Fall off a cliff.
But, I mean, it's not worth really going into the specifics of, would it be a good trade? Is it something that makes sense? But he's 31. He's older than Terry McLaurin, so they'd be taking on big money at a guy who's older than Terry who they don't want to pay. I'd imagine that's not something they're particularly interested in. He's another guy, by the way, to your point, that just hit a wall at the age where they're worried that Terry might hit a wall. Anthony in Calvert, you're on Grant and Danny. What's up, Anthony?
Yeah, I'm still on the fence on it just because unlike the last 2.5, we're not hearing all the juicy details, which is the way it should be, in my opinion. But my question, I have 2 questions. One, and I'll ask them in sequence, and you can answer off the air. But is this agent driven or is this Terry driven? Which leads to the previous caller regarding Baker as his agent and Terry being his most influential client. And then lastly, what is the sequence that led up to the pup list? And did Adams?
Your phone's breaking up. So I'll try to answer the two questions for you, though. Number one, agent-driven or Terry-driven? The player is the boss, right? The agent works for the player. If Terry wasn't in agreement with what Buddy Baker's doing, he'll fire Buddy Baker and he'll get another agent. Number one. Number two, the agent can tell you whatever he wants to in your ear and kind of coach you up and tell you what you're worth. He was not sitting there at Eastern Motors talking. Terry McLaurin was, right? So McLaurin is on record saying that he feels slighted. Is it possible that the agent's in his ear saying they're slighting you? Sure. I mean, someone could be telling you what they think professionally. That's what you pay them to do. That's the entire point of an agent. And this is the agent he's chosen. But I don't remember Buddy Baker having a press conference at Eastern Motors. Like, he was there, but Terry McLaurin was the one sitting in the chair on camera saying, this is what I'm worth. This is what I want. This is why they're wrong. And I'm willing to hold out if need be. Buddy Baker, I'm talking about, is not the one not practicing. He's not the one we're talking about every day for hours and hours on the radio. So McLaurin's a big boy. He is a grown-up. He's a professional. You can get in and out of relationships with agents any hour of any day. He is not elected to do that. And then the second question, Danny, what is the sequence that led to the pup list? His phone broke up, so I don't know where he was going with that. But he showed up. He said he's hurt, and he goes on the pup list. What I think happens here is it's part of a larger conversation between the two sides where Terry wants to show up so he doesn't keep getting fined, but he's not going to practice. The team is saying, well, we don't love the idea of you being around constantly in front of everybody. And my guess is they work out some type of a deal. Like, to me, it's not a coincidence that Terry McLaurin has not been anywhere near the practice field during practice at any point. So I think they say something along the lines of, hey, you can't be around while we're getting our work in. We don't need fans chanting while we're going through practice. You know, there's some obligation for him to stay away, to stay in the facility, to be in the training room during the busy parts of the workday, to not be a big distraction. And so what does he get out of it on the other side? They're willing to play a little ball where he goes, well, my ankle's not feeling good. They're going to put him on pup list and not ask any questions. And more importantly, Dan Quinn is not going to make a joke about it when he does it. Like, Dan Quinn's on the Junkies the other day. He's going through the Terry McLaurin ankle recovery as if he's Sam Cosmi. You know, those guys are on the side. They're hitting all their markers. That's a big joke to me, that I'm being lied to.
Yep.
I'm not saying he's not going through those markers, but let's all stop pretending for a second. But that's what they're doing. They're playing the game with him and essentially treating this as if Terry McLaurin has an ankle injury. So I think both sides get something out of coming together, putting him on the pup list.
Yeah, the team gets out of it that he's at all the meetings, that he's going to all the classroom stuff and is in and around with his teammates. I mean, that's good. You want that, certainly, as you head into year two for Jaden Daniels and company.
David Aldridge of The Athletic has thoughts on what's going on with Terry McLaurin. He was also on site for a 9-3 vote by the city council in favor of bringing the Commanders home to D.C. We're going to talk to him as we continue on The Fan.
We're brought to you by the Reynolds and Power Home team of Keller Williams Realty. The dreams of Washington football fans now coming true after the D.C. City Council approved by a 9-3 vote the $3.8 billion project to build a new 65,000-seat stadium for the Washington Commanders. That, along with an adjacent entertainment district, the team will spend $2.7 billion on the stadium, and the city will spend $1.1 billion on infrastructure and parking, marking the Washington Commanders' likely 2030 return to the district after more than 30 years. Legislation now moves to a second vote in mid-September for final passage. The contract drama continues in the NFC East as Cowboys star edge rusher took to the X app earlier this afternoon, writing a lengthy paragraph, which in the end he requested a trade from the Dallas Cowboys, as he is not liking the way that contract talks have progressed between him and the club. Terry McLaurin made headlines late last night after Jordan Schultz of Fox Sports reported that he was requesting a trade from the Washington Commanders. The fellas had an off day today, or a walkthrough today, that was closed to the media. They'll be back on the practice field tomorrow. Fans will be in attendance, and we're sure that Dan Quinn will have to answer to Terry McLaurin's trade request. A blockbuster media deal has been reached as the NFL and ESPN have reached an agreement that gives ESPN access to Red Zone, NFL Network, 7 more regular season games, fantasy football rights, and more in exchange for equity in ESPN, potentially worth billions of dollars. That, according to Andrew Marchand of The Athletic. Want to know the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to the Empower Home team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call needed. Just text your address to 800-763-3000 to see what your home is worth today. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Linnell Willingham on The Fan.
Is this Santana? That's a silly pull.
With little Rob Thomas.
How's that pull by me?
You're, dude, music savant. You know yourself.
You should be impressed by that. The Grant and Danny radio program is sponsored by the law firm of Kanduri and Murad. They're going to help you to draft a last will and testament or set up a trust. They'll put together a medical power of attorney. Schedule a consultation with their attorneys today at kmlawyers.com. Mention us to get a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. You can listen to us every single day between 2 and 6:30 on the Odyssey app. Wherever you are, it is free and available. Of course, 106.7 over the air in the DMV, and you can stream us in high definition on the 106.7 The Fan YouTube. Let's go to the Rude guest hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And let's talk to our buddy David Aldridge of The Athletic. There's a lot of ground to cover with him on the Commanders front today. David, it is good catching up. I believe you were on site today for the vote, weren't you?
Still am.
Very cool. You were the first person I saw with the tweet, so I figured you either had good sourcing in the building or you were there. That is a lengthy day, so job well done by you. But 9-3 was the vote. The Commanders striking one final deal they needed to get a couple more votes today. What can you tell us about just the magnitude of this vote and how big a deal this is in the grand scheme of the stadium coming to D.C.?
Well, look, this was the big vote. I mean, there will be another vote on the 17th of September. There will be, they call a second reading. You have to have 2 yes votes, basically, for something to become law in the district. This gives people opportunity to kind of go back in if there's anything they want to fix or try to amend. The major thing that came up during the discussion on the vote was that a lot of council members want there to be kind of more stringent and faster penalties to the team if they don't get the housing component of this construction built in a timely manner. That is often a point that kind of fails with these mixed use deals that teams make, for these billion-dollar deals that teams make. They say, well, we're gonna make sure a lot of housing gets built, and the housing never gets built. I wrote a story about this in the Athletic a few months ago about Detroit, for example. They did the same deal for Little Caesars Arena. It was supposed to be this huge district and lots of housing. There's no housing. The building's been up for 8 years. So anyway, but that aside, this was a big day for this deal. It's going to pass on the 17th unless there's some incredible setback. And the Commanders again, unless there's some incredible setback, are going to be back in Washington, D.C.
There's a whole generation of fans, David, younger than us, that could, it could be in Timbuktu for all they care. They just kind of want the new stadium. How do you explain, because I've struggled to do it, I don't have a great answer for this. How do you explain to the younger folks why it's so special to those of us kind of like our age and up?
I think it's difficult. It's, my reference point for things like this is LeBron and Michael Jordan. If you didn't see Michael Jordan play, there's nothing I can do that can convince you that Michael Jordan's the greatest player of all time if the only player you've seen is LeBron. So people who are 30 and younger, rightly, because LeBron's been on the scene for the last 20 years, think LeBron's the best player ever. As I've said many times, he's got a case. The case is wrong, but he's got a case. But, yeah, so I get it that people, who didn't go to RFK, who weren't at RFK, don't understand what being at RFK meant to the team and to the city. I can only tell you, you should ask people who did get to go to games at RFK. You should ask players who played at RFK what it was like and the advantage that the team had by playing there over the almost more than 30 years that they played there, and how special and galvanizing a thing it was for the city. You saw the whole city at those games. You saw Jack Kent Cooke and his rich friends in the box, but you saw a lot of working class people in the stands. I hope, fellas, that you will see working class people in the stands at the new stadium. My experience in recent stadium constructions, regardless of the sport, regardless of the league, is that you don't get many working class people to get in those stadiums because the tickets are too expensive. And that has really diminished home court, home field advantage in a lot of places because it's not the real fans. So I hope that the Commanders, as they contemplate who's going to be in their stadium, understand that they have to have people who really provide the lung power and who really are passionate about this team have a place in their stadium where they can cheer and root the team on.
David Aldridge of The Athletic. Yeah, I want to get back into that because that is certainly not the trend in sports. It's suites over seats. When you spend this
Correct.
kind of money, you are trying to do business and hobnob with the people with the money, right? And we know that there's going to be PSLs, and I think it's going to be really hard for people like me with a family to just take your kids to the game. We'll talk about that in a second. But before we even get there, I got to say I'm immensely impressed that they got this thing across the finish line as quickly as they did. On the show, we have talked to, a half dozen city council members and the mayor at different points. Getting to know Mark Klaus a little bit in this process, I think he's super sharp and crushed it. But, they did change this deal as needed to suit that council member and this council member. And even today, we're talking to Eric Flack of Channel 9 yesterday. They had 7 votes for sure. They weren't sure that they could get 8. They got 2 people to swing across because they altered something else. What does this say about the ownership group, Klaus, the new president, and really his first big mission? This was not an easy plane to land on this runway, and they did it pretty effectively.
Yeah, I'll certainly say that, everybody on the council, really everybody, even the people that voted no, all commended the job that the Commanders, and particularly Mark Klaus, did on this. He listened. He really did listen. Sometimes the answer back was still no, but he listened. And there was quite a bit of movement. Now, that's part of the sausage getting made in any legislation. There's got to be some compromise and some give and take to get anything done. You don't want to see how the sausage gets made on these things, but somebody who just sat through the total number of hours was 18 hours. I didn't sit through 18 hours, but I sat through about 7 hours of testimony over the previous 2 days. You do not want to see how this gets done. It is tedious. It is difficult. And we only see the public part of it. We don't even see the real horse trading that goes on. But the Commanders were very willing to listen. They did not come in with the attitude of, we're going to do this and there's nothing you can do about it, because that would have been problematic. They came in and there was some give and take. They did make a lot of concessions. There was a lot of things that Phil Mendelson, the chair of the council, said had to be clawed back. There had to be some revenues clawed back to the district, and the numbers fly around. The claim is somewhere around $640 million in actual revenues and $100 million in additional benefits that he says the city now gets. And the Commanders had to commit to some more money, $50 million in community benefits specifically for Ward 5, which abuts this Ward 6 and 7, where the stadium is going to be built, because they wanted to make sure that more actual district residents were touched by this in a meaningful way. Not just to drive past the stadium and with your pom-pom on your car, but to actually have some financial skin in the game. And they did that, and that's a credit to the team to be willing to do that. Now, having said that, guys, this isn't charity stadium building. Josh Harris is going to make a lot of money on this stadium, and the people that run the Commanders are going to make a lot of money, not just on the stadium, but on the mixed-use development and the entertainment district. They're going to get a cut of all of that, right? So let's not hold a telethon for Josh Harris. But they did do the work that was necessary to get 9 out of 12, which is a pretty good vote for any piece of legislation across the finish line. And to your point, in a very, very fast time frame. Remember, it wasn't, it was Christmas when the Senate somehow voted to give D.C. the land back. Like, that was 7 months ago. It wasn't a year and a half ago. This got done in about 7 months, which is an amazingly fast time frame to get something this big done.
And we had city council members on this show within the last month. I mean, 2 weeks that were saying we'll be ready to vote in the fall. And then within a couple of days, Mendelson strikes the deal, and they set up an August 1st vote. I mean, they were saying the first vote could be late September, early October. So they moved and shaked here. They got some things done.
They did. And that was, the team really was putting the pressure on to get this done soon, because they want the stadium up by 2030 so that they can bid on the 2031 Women's World Cup and some other things that are nearby, and get in the line for Super Bowls. I mean, we can't ignore that. Now, it's 2 years, so if it goes up in 30, they can't host the Super Bowl until 2032, because the NFL wants to see the rollout and see what problems remain and what kinks remain before they award a Super Bowl. But certainly they want to get in line as soon as possible for things like that.
David, you've been going to a lot of stadiums for a number of years now, covering sports at the high level that you have. What's something that they got to get right here, just in terms of maybe a concern of yours, or something that you go, you better not play around with this. You better make sure that this is up to snuff?
Well, it's funny you mentioned that. I remember when I was at the school student paper at American University, and they finally got an on-campus basketball court that seats about 3,800 people. And I remember our advisor saying, they can only build this stadium one time, David. They can't mess it up. And so that's what has led me on every stadium deal going forward from then on was the same thing. They can only build this one time. They can't build it twice, So, I would say certainly, look, they're going to have all the bells and whistles, and all the seats are going to be really nice, and there's going to be nice cup holders and great amenities, and you're going to get food delivered and, through drones or planes or something. Like, it's going to be, for the people that have the money, it's going to be very nice. But again, I come back to, what about the people that maybe can't afford to go to the game? That can't afford to pay for public seat licenses so that they can buy seats. Are there seats in the building for them and their families, for working class people like my dad, who took me to 1 or 2 games as a mailman back in the day? And it was like I found a piece of gold the 1 or 2 times I got to go to a Redskins game back in the day. Are people like that going to be able to get in the stadium? I worry about that. I worry about traffic. It's a ton of traffic. It's a lot of cars. There's one metro station. There is talk that they're going to, what they call infill, a new metro station nearby. I think they're going to have to do that. They're going to have another place to service public transportation. They're going to have another entranceway at Stadium Armory that's close to the facility. They're going to have to figure out things that they didn't have weren't even around back in the RFK days, like where's the Uber set up? Where's the rideshare set up? Where's the bike set up? You go to Nats Park, you see hundreds of spaces for people to put their bikes in, to bike to the games. You got to have that. You're going to have that. So how does
how is this going to work with this entertainment district? You know, where are people going to be able to park at the entertainment district and walk over? How's that going to work? You know, so all of those things have to be ironed out. There's a million details. But to me, the main thing, again, as a tax-paying citizen of the District of Columbia, I would like for people who live in the District of Columbia to be able to afford to go to some of the games and some of the other events that are going to be at that stadium.
Yeah, so to double click on that, one of the things that came out of, I think it was yesterday's hearing, they were pressed on the PSLs, and they acknowledged that a lot of the money they'd be raising to cover some of their costs would be from PSLs. I mean, those can be thousands of dollars, and for people that don't know,
thousands of dollars. Yeah,
yeah. I mean, basically, this is just like money that you spend for permission to have season tickets. I don't have a better way to describe it, but like, you know what it is? It's like the posting fee to negotiate with Shohei Ohtani. Like, I'll give you $20 million, and then I get to negotiate with Ohtani. That just prices people out. So this is very secondary. I'm very excited about the stadium. It's going to be awesome, and this would be the case, by the way, whether they built in DC or Landover or anywhere. It's just what happens now. But you're talking about something that's important. How do you do that in this era? Because you go to SoFi, any of these stadiums, that's kind of what, there's not that many cheap tickets. It is really hard to afford to go. Like, is there even a path to that anymore?
Well, there's got to be, I think you seek a balance, right? I think it has to be a balance. You can't just have 75% of the stadium be suites and people with PSLs. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I mean, that's going to be, you can monetize it that way, but you don't, again, you lose the fans. You don't have your fans in the stand. I remember when the Warriors moved from Oracle into their new building, Chase Center downtown. And they assured me, we're going to have 85% of our fan base is going to go with us. No, they didn't. They didn't.
When was that, David?
Rich people. It's rich people in the building. It's okay. I mean, you can do that. It's your building. You can charge whatever you want. But you lost a lot of what made playing the Warriors really hard, which was people screaming really loud for that team in a building that was smaller and more intimate than the one you're in now. And so you have to strike a balance between the revenue generating part of a stadium, which is selling tickets and selling suites and selling sponsorships and all that, to people who may or may not really be fans of the team, and having us carving out space for the people who really are the people who buy the T-shirts and the hats and the caps and the jerseys and the people that put paint on their face and take their shirts off. They got to be in there too for you to win football games. This is about winning football games. It's nice to have a really nice stadium, but if they don't help you win football games, it doesn't matter. We were in Detroit for the playoff game last year. That's a bigger stadium than this is going to be, but that stadium's loud. And part of the reason it's loud is because they didn't price out everybody who works there. You know what I mean? Like, they have tickets for people that actually are Lions fans, and it makes a difference, and it will make a difference here.
David, hard to ask you to summarize 7+ hours of testimony and thoughts and commentary. But was there something that somebody said that, that made you go, Like that's actually a good point, or I hadn't thought of that, or anything interesting kind of come out of those long discussions?
I mean, you always go back to me. I always go back to parking and traffic, and I think it was Charles Allen. He's been on your show a lot, I think, over the last few months, right? And he talked about that the original plan was 4,500 cars an hour going through neighborhoods to go to these parking lots. And just think about that. Just think about what it would be like if you're on your block. You just had 4,500 cars pass your block in an hour. Like, what would that do to the traffic patterns in your neighborhood? You know what I mean?
Yes.
Like, you can't take your kids out on a stroll with 4,500 cars passing by. Like, it's impossible, right? So you just think about that. Like, yeah, that's a lot of cars. That's a lot of cars. So, there has to be some. That's why the public transportation piece, I think, is so important. I don't think any of us could imagine Nats Park without the Navy Yard Metro, right? You just couldn't imagine it, right? It just wouldn't work. And now you're talking about a stadium that's going to be, well, not twice as big, but, have 20,000, 25,000 more seats than Nats Park has.
so you gotta get the metro piece right in a big and enhanced way to make this work for most people, and not only for the stadium, but remember, guys, they're building a neighborhood basically from scratch. I mean, they're going to have restaurants and retail and all of these bells and whistles. Well, people have to get there. They have to, they have to get there. How do they get there? And this is where they've got to figure out a thing that makes sense for a lot of people who are going to try to get there, whether it's on game days or non-game days.
The great David Aldrich, a Hall of Famer. Check him out, the athletic columnist in town. Of course, AU Eagles. He is DC through and through. We appreciate you, David. Thank you.
My pleasure, guys. Thanks,
David.
You got it. David Aldridge, great insight on the stadium, joining us here on Grant and Danny. If you're just jumping in the car leaving work, a 9-3 vote today in favor of the Commanders coming home to the district from the city council. There will be another vote set up now for September the 17th. If that vote goes similarly, they need 8 yeses, then we're moving on. And the local business part of this is over. DC is behind the Commanders, and then you need some congressional approval, and it's time to break ground.
Put some shovels in the ground, and let's get digging. Everyone have their ceremony. Let's take a picture. Now, can you guys move to the side, please? We're trying to build something.
Bring on the Women's World Cup. Bring on, hopefully, a Super Bowl. Let's
All
bring
of it.
on some NFL games in 2030. The bigger story in town today is Terry McLaurin requesting a trade, getting to the bottom of how you guys are feeling. We'll get back to you on that next. 800-636-1067. Here's what I want to get into. For the people that are not in any way having their feelings toward their emotions about Terry change, does that just mean they're not going to? Like, is there, if he's held out, that wasn't a problem. He's held in, that's not a problem. He's requested a trade, it's still my sweet Terry. Okay, if you're just of the belief that this is all cost of doing business and it's fine, does that mean there's nothing that can happen? Or when would you actually start to turn more team than player on this? 800-636-1067 is the number on the Fan.
I'm Linnell Willingham, and here's what's happening. The dreams of Washington football fans now coming true after the D.C. City Council approved by a 9-3 vote the $3.8 billion project to put a new 65,000-seat stadium for the Washington Commanders in addition to an adjacent entertainment district. The team will spend $2.7 billion on the stadium. The city will spend $1.1 billion on infrastructure and parking, marking the Commanders' likely 2030 return to the district after more than 30 years. Legislation now moves to a second vote set to take place in mid-September for final passage. The Commanders had a closed walkthrough this afternoon before getting back out on the practice field tomorrow morning in front of fans. The big question, how will head coach Dan Quinn respond to star wide receiver Terry McLaurin's trade request from last night? The head coach set to address the media tomorrow morning before practice. Sources say despite the request, the team is not interested in trading the Pro Bowl wideout. Nats baseball on tap here tonight on The Fan. It is the first of 6 straight at home. They tip off the series with the Milwaukee Brewers coming up here tonight. Mitch Parker going to get the start for D.C. It is a 6:45 first pitch. Pre-game coverage is rolling right here on The Fan at 6:15. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Linnell Willingham on The Fan.
Nats Brewers tonight at 6:50. 6:15, I should say, pregame. Charlie and Dave, have your call, 6:45 start. Terry McLaurin's requested a trade. That's put a damper on things today. Could have been a real nice celebratory afternoon with the stadium vote going 9-3 in favor of the local football operation. But here we are, talking Terry McLaurin. Our poll of the day continuing to be weighed in on. We're asking you if your support of McLaurin in his holdout is wavering at all. And we're taking calls on that at 800-636-1067. For the people who find themselves every bit as adamantly backing McLaurin as they were at the beginning, I'm wondering, is there anything he could do to change that? Got a tweet here from someone who says, Terry would have to badmouth the team. He'd have to badmouth players in order for me to jump off ship. Even in his presser, he didn't badmouth the team, which is something I don't see happening. He says the other thing he could do to lose my support would be asking for an unreasonable amount. I do think if we found out his agent's looking for, say, $40 million, $38 million, $37 million, something like that, or even anything above Justin Jefferson, like $36 million, I think that would be a massive turning point. And a lot of people would go, all right, dude, that's $13 million than Cortland Sutton, who's your age, just got. Now, I know you're better than Cortland Sutton, but that's a different zip code.
Yeah, $13 million better? I don't know.
So that would really hurt him, and it's smart from the agent's standpoint that the number that they're offering him hasn't gotten out. And to the team's credit, they're probably lower than a lot of people would think they should be. So they're doing a good job not to let their number out either. It's why we've all been talking about this, but numbers aren't coming out. So give Adam Peters, who doesn't leak anything, and Buddy Baker a lot of credit for that. We have not really seen the numbers floating around to the extent that you might think we would. But I actually agree with the point that he did not go scorched earth in his press conference at Eastern Motors. It was not McLaurin-esque. It was not the work of somebody who is the ultimate team guy. But he basically said, I think I'm worth this. I feel like I'm not being valued or appreciated. This is why I think I'm worth this. This is how it works in this league, that you attach your worth to your salary. It's about, he didn't say ego, but kind of credibility and standing with other players as much as it is the dollar bills. But he never once called out Adam Peters. Like Trey Hendrickson called it members of the Bengals a liar.
Liars and things, yeah.
I mean, he really made it venomous and personal, and McLaurin has not done that at all.
That's a fair point. Yeah, I mean, there's, you kind of wonder if he hasn't turned you now, when will it happen? And for some, it'll never happen, right? For some, it'll like he could insult your mom and kick your dog and try to break into your car, and you go, I shouldn't have left it there. Love you, Terry. So I understand that. I mean, he's
me and my. Sorry, my car was locked. I should have unlocked it for you.
My fault, buddy. I got in your way. But,
well, I do think if he misses games, then now everybody's turning on him. And maybe it doesn't even have to be not playing against the Giants in week 1. If he's not back when it's go time, when it's actual regular season mode. Not regular season meaning the games are being played, but the mode where you've turned the page. It's your dress rehearsal preseason game. It's the time where you're ramping up. If he's not back, it's very, very different than August 1st.
Right.
Training camp's happening, and you're signing some autographs and skipping practice number 6.
Precisely. Yeah. So, I mean, for me, again, I'm not mad yet. I fully am able to kind of balance multiple factors here. The anger will come when you start ruining this season. We're not there yet. We're not even close to that. But when you start not being your best, when you start making the receiver room worse, when you start, you don't show up in practice, so now you're going to have a pulled hamstring and miss 6 weeks and not be the same guy. Now you're messing with my thing when you're under contract.
Don't cost me my best chance at being really, really good in a long, long time. They accidentally got to the NFC Championship game last year, and it was an incredible, amazing year. This is a better team with actual expectations going in. Last year, we went in thinking it was a bad team, and they just went on a crazy run. That's still hard to fathom when you look back. It's one of those, did that really happen kind of things where it feels out of body almost that the Commanders got as far as they did. But now you're one of the better teams in the conference with a real chance to compete in the NFC. If you ruin that, if you take away from that, if you make it harder to accomplish the things that they might be able to, well, that makes it really easy for me to feel like all of the good memories, all of the good times in our relationship are no longer as important. This is now a relationship I'm okay severing. Let's go to Chris in Richmond, listening in the capital of VA. What's up, buddy?
Hey, guys. How y'all doing?
Hey, buddy.
So, I'm aggravated. I'm aggravated at the distraction. And honestly, when I saw the news last night, my first thought was, bye. See you later. I've calmed down since then. I fully understand advocating for yourself, and I completely get, Danny, where you're coming from with, your take, because Terry always seems to be team first, take the high road. So an image gets created, and now through no fault of his own for advocating for himself, it looks 10 times worse because he's not that quote-unquote player who doesn't complain and cause distractions. But, it's frustrating because we got rid of Snyder. All the trash was taken out. We had an unbelievable season last year, looking forward to the potential of this year. And it's like, once again, Washington fans, we can't have nice things. The other shoe is dropping.
Right. Whatever that is, yeah.
Thanks for the call.
Thank you, buddy.
It's just amazing that it's happening because everything has gone well, to make it succinct, but really smoothly. Everything has been conducted very professionally from the team standpoint in a way where it was admirable, where you could be prideful about it, where it felt like everyone was on the same page.
Yeah, it's first class all the way.
Yeah, but that's how I would put it, honestly. Everyone's been pulling the rope in the same direction since the first day ownership got here. And it's worked. Like, everybody is in sync, in unison. Everybody's operating together. They all got tied up by Gordon Bombay in practice in the big rope, and they're skating in the same direction, and nobody's falling over. That's a deep cut that Danny won't get. But, man, oh, man, this is not that. It's so different, and it just feels... I joked the other day that, it's very Cincinnati Bengals. It's embarrassing is too strong, but there's major division between the front office and the guy that effectively runs the locker room. That's just not a great place to be. Let's go to Martin in Portland, Oregon, listening on the Odyssey app. What's up?
Hey, thanks for taking my call.
Hey, bud.
Everything's going great out here in Oregon. How's Virginia doing?
Virginia's doing great.
This wasn't my thought. It was one of my best friends, Brendan in Centerville's, I thought, and I thought it was really profound. I wonder if Terry and his agent are thinking about Terry's legacy. Because if Terry was, going to stay here till the end of his career, the guy wouldn't have to buy a drink anywhere for the rest of his life. He'd be a regular B. Mitch, getting appearances and paid speaking programs and stuff like that. I feel like he's not really considering the power of really holding his whole career here in Washington.
It's a good question, or a good point, I guess. I mean, I think right now when you're playing, that is not front of mind. And when you're talking about the difference between like a $75 million contract and a $50 million contract, or $70 million in guarantees or 40, the couple $100 an appearance that you might get of hanging around and being beloved, like he's going to be able to come back and go to reunions and he'll be treated like a king. I mean, Tim Hightower runs their department.
Like their
where they
alumni
have-
office, basically.
Yeah, I mean, Ifeanyi Olate's coming back and getting a gold jacket. Like Terry McLaurin's going to be okay. But it is true. If you stay your entire career in one place, you're obviously a bigger star.
But beyond that, I mean, John Riggins didn't play for an entire year and came back, still beloved. You know, like these types of months and weeks when we're in them, it feels like an eternity. We talk about this in a different angle, and there's this person leaked out this, and now this person says that, and now he demands this. If it's all settled and he plays good football, this is barely a footnote. It's a 20 years from now. Hey, do you remember that 1 month when it looked like Terry may not play for them? And then he did, and he caught a bunch of passes and was still really good, and he's a Ring of Fame player. It becomes a footnote. Now, if it turns truly sideways and it's so bad that he never plays here again, it'll change that legacy, but it's something that I would consider.
What do we make of the 10% who say they're out on McLaurin? I want to get into that. Plus, I have said all day long there's no way the Commanders trade Terry. You can ask for a trade as much as you want to. Request, demand, doesn't matter. Because that's the next thing. You could demand a trade. You go from requesting to demanding a trade. And to that, I would still say, good to know, thanks. Cool.
Appreciate it.
And that's kind of the end of that conversation. Should they at some point pick up the phone when somebody calls, or would you always just not even bother? G&D on the Fan.
he held out, lost $200,000, never should have held out because you can't get that money back. The fines are non-waivable when you're on your second contract, and now he just hopes that they will, before week 1, give him an offer that he'll deem worthy of acceptance unless they do indeed decide to trade him. But I remember Myles Garrett back in Super Bowl week put out the statement and made the rounds at the media center saying how he wanted out of Cleveland. And there's nothing like money to make a guy decide he wants to stick around.
Yeah, that would be one way for this to all go away. Everyone will be hugging each other at the press conference if and when the team and Terry McLaurin decide they're ready to do a deal. And I think whether there's a new contract or not, we're headed in that direction where this all kind of gets forgotten one way or the other. The problem is if they don't get an LTD done, like that long-term deal now, are we going to do all this again next year when they tag him? A franchise tag means no mini camp, no training camp, hold in, ankles hurt, demanding a trade. I don't want to play this game again. I'd like to get off this ride. And the juice is just not worth the squeeze. Now, maybe if he goes out there and he catches 80 balls for 1,175 yards and 11 touchdowns, then I'll be willing to play the game again if Washington wins a couple playoff games and is on the doorstep of a Super Bowl again. But if he catches, 64 balls, if everything comes down a little bit because he gets off to a slow start or has some soft tissue thing and misses a couple weeks, I might just throw my hand up and go, let's not do this anymore. Let's figure out a way to make a trade. But that's next offseason.
Right.
For right now, he's playing football for you, and we're wondering about this 10% of people who are out on Terry McLaurin. How do you think they got there? 800-636-1067.
I mean, to me, it's you probably started on third base in that regard. You're one of those guys that goes, he's under contract. Anything else, I can't see past that.
Yeah, I think the 10% that's out on him are people that most of them, I think, philosophically do the football's like my job or whatever, where you signed a contract, you should be at work right now, and the fact that you're not at work means you're a bad guy, and you're a millionaire, by the way, who made $25 million last year, and how dare you say you need more money? Like, I think that's most of the 10%.
I think that's your baseline. But again, it's part of the end for me also, where I go, do what you got to do, man. Make your point, thrash around, call it whatever press conference you want to call, get pissed off. You owe me a football season. So whenever you're ready to do that, that's the end of this tunnel, is you playing football for this year for a team that can be pretty good. Like, that's at the end for me. I'm not there yet, but a lot of those people start there.
Breer made a pretty good point, too, about the cash versus the cap number for McLaurin.
Mm-hmm.
That
was Florio. Yeah.
Florio talked about this, that he's only going to be making, like in cash, coming to him $15 million this year, where everyone keeps talking about the cap number closer to 30 and how he's going to be making that much this year. Let's go to Dave in Rockville on the Fan. How are you, Dave?
I'm doing great. Good to hear from you. Glad we got the stadium done.
Yes, sir.
Well, closer.
Done-ish.
Yeah.
Pretty darn close.
Yeah.
That's right.
Well, I'm one of those guys you guys are talking about. I mean, I like Terry, root for him. I think he's a great guy. But, hey, if he doesn't want to play for his contract that he agreed to, I mean, I don't see any owners, not living up to their agreements with players. And I think players need to live up to their agreement. He needs to be out there practicing. And if he doesn't, hey, he can just sit out, or he can come play for the deal that he's got, and we'll tag him next year. And then when he's, 32, 33, we'll see what he can make then. I don't think anybody's going to pay him big money once he went a couple years down the road here.
Yeah, that's the big problem for him is you have a problem getting paid off a career year now at 30 or 29, but about to be 30. How about 2 years from now? Only part of that call I'll dive at and kind of take a little issue with is the idea that owners never screw over the players. Every time you get cut before the end of your contract, a owner didn't hold up their end of the bargain, to use his phrase. Now, if you got all of your guaranteed money, that's certainly the amount of money that you were guaranteed to get. But if I sign a 3-year contract for $24 million and you get, after 2 years, you cut me and I'm leaving a bunch of money on the table because I didn't have guaranteed money in the third year, we could argue over how unfair that is. But the phrase he used was, I don't see owners not holding up their end of the bargain. I think that's absolutely the team doing that in this same way. I told you
Right.
you were going to be on my team for 3 years and $24 million. Another team might have offered you 3 years and $20 million, and you turned them down because I told you 3 and 24. And then I actually got rid of you after 2 and 16, and you had no guaranteed money left. So now you're back looking after an injury, possibly, by the way, after you just tore your ACL for money, and there's nobody coming towards you because you're older and you're coming off an injury. So that happens all the time.
Yeah, the way this league works, there's not much guaranteed in that regard. They can cut you as soon as they deem it appropriate. I guess the only point that you could respond to the response with is, let's say I paid you to catch 10 touchdowns, you only caught 5. I can't lower your salary. There's no fader I can turn you down. But the cut point is kind of the trump card here.
Sure.
Right?
I mean,
where
yeah.
the instant they decide you're not worth it anymore, I can get out, they'll get out of that contract.
Guys could underachieve, to your point. To me, the response to that is you can overachieve, and I don't get anything for it.
Right.
You know, if you paid me to be a backup and now I got 227 carries and ran for 1,200 yards, I still made nothing. I still made, the league minimum potentially. I mean, that's the comp to me. I don't know if it's analogous to the other thing we were talking about. Let's go to Paul in D.C. What's up, Paul?
Hey, how you doing, man?
What's up, Paul?
Hey, so they both wrong. I'm not necessarily 100% on Terry's side or 100% on the Commander side. Terry, there's no wrong answer here to the fans, just to be clear. Terry has a right to ask for what he wants to ask for. He has a right to ask for a trade. And the team has a right to say, no, we don't feel that way because you're still under contract. And on top of that, we got you for 2 more years on the franchise tag. However, as I normally say 100 times, great organizations don't get to this point. The Lakers paid Kobe, for the final 2 years, even though he wasn't at the peak of his game because of what he did for them the prior 19 years or 18 years. Terry has been a good guy. He's done what he's supposed to do on and off the field, just like he said. And he's been productive 1,000-yard seasons every year. Pay the man, within range of the money that you owe him. Now, all of this might be a tactic for everybody, bringing them in at the last week, then that way he don't risk himself to be injured, right before the season starts. I don't know, but, maybe Adam Peters and them are looking at it from that standpoint. Until it gets dire, we good. And so they bring him in right before the season starts.
Thanks, buddy. Appreciate you. Yeah, I mean, the idea that a good organization doesn't do this, I don't know if I totally buy that. It gets buffoonish in Cincinnati when verbal barbs are happening, but San Francisco didn't have a good year last year, but they're pretty good. They did this a lot. They had a lot of good players that were up for contracts.
Yeah,
they did this dance a decent amount.
But they also have, I was talking to someone in the league about this yesterday. They also have a lot of guys that aren't happy there all the time. Like, I don't know how great the culture is necessarily. In other words, when they get paid, they stay. These veteran players, these Debos, Ayuks, Trent Williams. But they have a lot of injuries. They've got a lot of. There's always someone that's agitating, that wants a new deal, that's threatening to not come. This year it was Trent Williams. Now Jawan Jennings is doing it. Like, they have a culture, basically, of fighting with players over money over the last several years.
That's fair, but the Chiefs and Chris Jones couldn't come to an agreement until forever.
Sure,
they're in the Super Bowl every year.
That's a better example than San Francisco, in my opinion. Also, a rarity. San Francisco, this is what they major in. I actually think we should talk about that next. Like, Adam Peters came up at the University of the 49ers.
Right.
And they're the ones that always do this. And this is the first time he's had to deal with one of these. Like, I came out yesterday with the thing about the wide receivers who have requested trades, Ayuk, Debo. 2 of the 3 guys I came up with just over the last couple of years were guys in San Francisco, where Peters was. And now Peters is doing it here. Maybe this is just how he's going to operate. And my point is, one of these every now and then, because of, Chris Jones, the Chiefs, whatever, maybe I could sign off on that. If this is just the way you do business, see the Cowboys with CeeDee Lamb, with Dak Prescott, with Micah Parsons.
It's an annual thing.
That is bad. Like, that is not a way to run the shop. And I wonder if Peters came up in an organization where that's how they do it. Like, is this something we should get used to? Is that something we should want to have to be used to? We're Grant and Danny.
This update is brought to you by the Chesapeake Bay Sox. Purchase tickets online at baysox.com. The dreams of Washington football fans now coming true after the D.C. City Council approved by a 9-3 vote the $3.8 billion project to build a brand-new 65,000-seat stadium for the Washington Commanders. That, in addition to an adjacent entertainment district, the team will spend $2.7 billion on the stadium. The city will spend $1.1 billion on infrastructure and parking, marking the Washington Commanders' likely 2030 return to the district after more than 30 years. Legislation now moves to a second vote in mid-September for final passage. The contract drama in the NFC East continues as Cowboys star edge rusher Micah Parsons took to social media earlier this afternoon requesting a trade from the team as contract talks have not progressed enough to his liking. According to longtime Cowboys insider Ed Warder, Micah Parsons has no intentions of leaving training camp and subjecting himself to those $50,000 per day fines. NBA news, the New York Knicks and forward Mikal Bridges have agreed to a 4-year, $150 million contract extension. We had a blockbuster media deal that has been reached as the NFL and ESPN have reached an agreement that gives ESPN access to NFL Network, Red Zone, 7 more regular season games, fantasy football rights, and more in exchange for equity in ESPN, potentially worth billions of dollars. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Linnell Willingham on The Fan.
Stretch run of Grant and Danny brought to you by the law firm Kondorian Murad. Go schedule a consultation with their attorneys today. Whatever you need done, all the important stuff, last will and testament, living trust, medical power of attorney, they can do it all. Their attorneys are in Fairfax, and they are awaiting you hitting them up. Be sure to tell them we sent you. You can get a discount, kmlawyers.com. We'll turn things over to Nats pregame in about 10 minutes. They play tonight at 6:45. Homestand kicking off with the Milwaukee Brewers in town for the next 3 after the day off yesterday. Speaking of days off, Danny, the Commanders did not practice today in front of the media. They had a closed workout session, but they will be back on the practice field tomorrow morning, and it's going to be really, really nice. I've been out there, and it's been like 100 degrees with humidity. Tomorrow morning during their practice, it's supposed to be upper 60s.
People won't know what to do with themselves. They'll be the word called comfortable.
It's wild.
That's crazy.
And they might actually get a couple-hour workout in like back in the old days.
Well, that is most welcome, though. That's a nice little break.
You are leaving town just in time to miss the very nice weather this weekend. Danny's not just going on any trip.
No.
He's going on a very long trip.
My oldest and I are going to Scotland. And we'll be a couple points in Northern England as well. We start in Edinburgh, and we'll end up in Manchester with his club soccer team. This unbelievable trip that they put together where the kids are going to get to go to these various professional academies, both see how they practice. They call it training there. It's just practice, though. You don't have to use the extra word to make yourself sound like you're better than everyone. It's a practice facility. But it's these kids that eat, breathe, and sleep soccer, and then they also go to some school. Very different than we do it here in the States, where it's like they are
So
in
are
the
these
professional
kids training to be Scottish soccer players in the Olympics or something?
No, well, maybe, but for the professional soccer clubs, they're identified as early as 6, 7, 8 years old. They're plucked out and they're put in these academies where they live soccer. That's their goal, is to be great at soccer. They practice it all the time, play against other academy teams, etc., and they're pipelines into these professionals.
What's it analogous to in the States? Do we have anything like it? Would it be like
if IMG Academy fed directly to Major League Baseball, like the closest?
Also, if it started at like elementary school.
Yes. So imagine the New York Yankees or the Dodgers, the richest team that there is, right? Their minor leagues go down even further, not just to rookie ball, but to 16-year-old ball and 13-year-old ball and 10-year-old ball. And they just picked you out of school at 9 because you hit a nuke during recess. And they said, Keegan. And then they put him in the program. And then when he's of age, he comes up and plays for the big team.
So the entire program in Fairfax is like going to this, to watch this, to learn from it.
No, this little club team with, select group from folks are going to go tour some of these facilities, get some behind-the-scenes access to some of these Premier League games, Scottish Premier League, English Premier League, kind of their preseason fixtures. We're going to some of those, meet some of the players, get tours of the stadiums, facilities. They're going to play. These kids are going to play a couple games against these world-class players, which will be fascinating to watch.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
That's going to be cool.
It's going to be awesome, dude.
So you fly out tomorrow. Is this your second Scotland trip?
Yeah.
I feel like you did another Scotland trip.
100% we did. Thanksgiving 2023. Had no idea it'd be flying right back to Edinburgh's airport. I know where to go.
You're now a regular there. Like you can go to you can go to the place where you saw the fight.
Yeah, seriously, in Kirkcaldy, birthplace of Adam Smith, you sleep, where there were fisticuffs, and they let everyone stay and finish their drinks, and Joyce will be along for bingo in a moment.
Quite a DC sports day. Let's go through some of the big storylines. The DC City Council, by way of a 9-3 vote, approved the stadium bill for the Commanders to be building in DC. Now, it's not all over with at this point, but they did approve the $3.8 billion project for a 65,000-seat stadium for the Washington Commanders, along with an adjacent entertainment district. This is essentially a neighborhood they're going to be building over in Ward 7. 9-3 vote. It was 7-3 with everyone else being undecided, essentially, prior to a deal getting struck this morning between Mark Klaus, the president of the Commanders, the team, and two other council members who were holding out. They wanted more in the way of the mayor to basically sign off on some of these jobs going to union workers, essentially. They got what they wanted.
Mm-hmm.
They both said, okay, we're yeses now. And from 7 to 9, they got the numbers they needed. The vote goes through, and it actually looks like it was fairly seamless when it's 9-3. The next vote, there are two. Today was number 1. September 17th will be the second vote. And if that one goes well, things can change between now and then with the bill, which means the vote could change. But assuming nothing crazy happens, another vote September 17th, seems like it'll pass. Then we'll know that there's going to be a stadium in D.C. almost certainly, barring Trump or something happening congressionally.
Yeah, so again, this is D.C. politics. So barring the unforeseen, and we have all seen the unforeseen take place at the 11th hour, you've got yourself a stadium deal. It could be something to the effect of, there's fine print in this one. I'm making this up. And the team goes, wait a minute, we never agreed to this. Hold the phone. That's not at all in the spirit of the agreement. And then the whole thing gets blown up. Or a council member decides to grandstand and do something totally unforeseen based on some amendment or some inspired moment of speech. They're inherent to win time. Who knows? But as it stands, this is all that could have happened today was this pretty monumental deal here. This is this hurdle and the midnight hour Christmas Hail Mary from Congress to get D.C. to land are the two biggest hurdles that have yet to be overcome, have been overcome.
It's funny. I mean, the McLaurin story has dominated the show now for the better part of the last few weeks, and certainly was the biggest storyline of July. It's the number 1 item today. But for longer, and you can go back several months into the offseason, the biggest story surrounding this team and in D.C. sports has been a 65,000-seat stadium that will allow for concerts and events that we couldn't hold before and play home to the Commanders. The discussion all along was, are they actually going to be able to get the D.C. City Council to agree to this? Today they did. The discussion all along was, when they agree to it, is it going to be too late? Is it going to be into the fall like they're all suggesting? It wasn't. August 1st, man. Not only did it happen quickly compared to other stadium projects in this city, and to that I tip my cap to the council and more importantly to the team for getting this thing done, dragging them across the finish line. But the deal got better for the city, which is the job of the city council. So kudos to them. They got the deal that they were looking for largely. But most importantly, the team was able to, and I mean this in the way of deal making, like they were able to shapeshift here, as often as they needed to with the ideas and the plans and the okay, it was this, but now it's B. It was B, now it's C. Okay, it's perfect for this person. So Charles Allen likes it now, but we got to work on Mendelson, and he needs this. Mark Klaus and the team did a really impressive job, I thought. This ownership group continues to impress me. This new management team, Klaus and the new Jason Wright team president role, getting to know him a little bit. He is very, very sharp. To do this as fast as they did and to get a deal that both sides probably feel like they gave up too much, which is a good sign, I think, that is going to be really, really good for the organization and for fans. What an accomplishment.
Without a doubt. Just shows you what competent people can do, right? Who understand their priorities. Like if you're willing to lose a little bit in negotiation, like they had to give stuff back. Talking about the team, right? What they would like to do is spend the 2.7, 2.8, whatever the number is, billion of dollars, and say we'd like to make that money back in 7 years. Well, it's not going to be 7 years. It'll be 13 years or 14. Who knows? But they had to sacrifice some things. What's the point of all this? Right? We're not just here to have a weird arm wrestling contest or to measure egos. Let's get the thing that we want because that's the priority. And that's the clear vision and drive and directive. Credit to them. 100% right.
Had a great show today. Mike DeBartalo, the general manager of the Nationals, was on with us talking about the trade deadline, why they didn't trade Mackenzie Gore, and what happened in trying to trade Josh Bell. If you missed any part of that conversation, you can podcast it at thefandc.com. But the Cliff Notes, sounds like they just didn't get the A-plus offer they needed for Gore. They felt like he was an elite asset. He's a power lefty, was an all-star, who's getting better and better all the time in the prime of his career. You have a couple years left of him. And while they knew it was a really good time to trade him to get a ton back, the starting pitching market didn't materialize the way they thought it was going to, which I buy because if you look around, there weren't a lot of quality starters that were traded. And I think because of that, they decided we're just not getting the value that we feel like we needed. So they hung on to him. More interestingly, and I thought by not saying anything, we got the answer we needed. DeBartalo, when we asked him about not trading Josh Bell, was like very selective of his words. He kind of paused at one point in time when we asked him about it. But it was pretty clear. He said they were willing to trade Josh Bell.
Not much materialized.
They were looking to trade Josh Bell. And he didn't say it this way, but the takeaway pretty obviously was they couldn't get anyone to take Josh Bell. I'd imagine, because of what we know, Nathaniel Lowe might be the same situation too. Like they would have been willing to trade either of those guys, and it just didn't happen. All right, let's get you the leadoff. Speaking of the Nats, they play the Brewers tonight at Nats Park. Many of you are making your way to the ballpark, I'm sure. At least a couple of you anyway. Maybe like 9 of you? 11 of you? Something like that. Brought to you by the Window Man. Since 1989, the Window Man's been the educational window company. Get your free in-home estimate or visit thewindowman.com's all-new Fairfax showroom.
Opposite Jose Quintana. When we go pitch, Mitch Parker. Mitchell Parker on the bump, leading off playing shortstop. C.J. Abrams batting second in left field. That's James Wood. Batting third, your DH. Here we go. Paul DeYoung batting fourth at second base. Luis Garcia Jr. batting fifth at first base. Nathaniel Lowe batting sixth at third base. Brady House batting seventh in right field. Dalen Lyle hitting eighth, doing the catching. Riley Adams and batting ninth. That's Jacob Young in center field.
Jacob Young, an elite defender, fighting tooth and nail here moving forward probably for his spot. As Dylan Cruz gets ready to get back to the big leagues, Hassel's
on his way, yeah.
He and Lyle are both now in the majors, so you're going to have more outfielders than spots. We'll see how much Jacob Young's playing. It is his bobblehead day tomorrow. We're back Monday at 2 o'clock. No Danny next week, so expect a Terry McLaurin contract. Have a great, safe trip.
Thank you, guys. See you Monday the 11th.
Thanks for listening.
Ladies and gentlemen, again.